Virtual Grand Prix, it's a win for George Russell.
Claiming victory in the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual.
He's going to go back to back and he steals the win.
It's Mercedes on top. Williams grabbed the victory in the 2023 iRacing 24 hours.
Here in the Infinity Arena because we have the second round of the Formula One esports.
Williams win the Autosport Team Invitational.
Damn, boy! Damn, boy!
AT500 on the racing team, congratulations!
Yeah, the experience it's amazing. Like the atmosphere of this track is unique, and it's my first time in a 24 hours of Nürburgring.
Being with AMD as well, seeing some of the cars, it's been a really good experience. So.
Winner of the ADAC 2020 is Williams Razor.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 hours of Le Mans here for Williams Gaming Club. My name is Adam Thursby. I will be one of your hosts today for this fantastic 6-hour event. Joining me in the booth to cover this, my partner in crime, the man, the myth, the data legend himself, Mr. Philip Milwee. We are going to be here for the entirety of this race and qualifying first, of course. But again, I want to welcome everyone in on this Saturday, and I hope wherever you are, you're having a great day. Phil, thank you for joining me today, man. It's always good to have you around.
Thank you for inviting me to this show. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be watching a race here at this historic venue, and getting to see these car classes out on track is going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. Multi-class racing today at Le Mans. We've got GTP and GT3 cars on track. I just can't wait. You and I have talked about it already, how I love multi-class racing. The addition of that extra traffic that you're going to have to play with as a driver makes this a lot of fun. And this being a 6-hour event, most of these teams are teams. There are multiple drivers going to have to be in and out of the car. Pit strategy is going to come into play, and Le Mans being such a long track, even with Le Mans being such a long track, over 13 kilometers, I have a feeling with the speed differential, we're going to see these cars get mixed up pretty quickly, right?
Yes, that is definitely the case. We're currently looking at roughly about a 34-second delta between the fastest in each class. So it's going to be exciting to watch. The speed differential is going to be pretty big.
100%. And again, a long track, a very famous track, Circuit de la Sarthe. The real 24-hour of Le Mans here, of course, the in real world one goes on here. And we're getting just a snippet of that today, but I don't think there's going to be any less excitement than the real life one, except not real money and real damage on the line. Hopefully drivers can keep themselves clean. Speaking of the circuit, though, why don't we jump in, take a little look at a hot lap that give people a tour of how long this circuit is and what the drivers are expecting as they jump into this today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alex, also known as Excella Plays, and today I'm going to be showcasing and discussing my hot lap of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit ahead of the Williams 6-hour race. So without further ado, let's jump straight into this hot lap and get into the cockpit. On our out lap, what we want to do is we want to set ourselves up as best as we possibly can for the quali lap. So we'll sacrifice a little bit of that entry speed in order to fully maximize our exits and get onto the power as early as possible. We want to use all the track on the left-hand side, and as we cross the start-finish line, we approach the Dunlop chicane, and we want to put our car all the way to the left, slight lift to balance the car out. We want to brake into second gear, carry that speed through, half throttle through the middle sector of that chicane and push through onto the lap. As we approach the S's, we want to slightly brake into 4th gear, drift, and then once we know we're in the clear, get fully on into the power. As we approach Tetra Rouge, it's very important that we don't cut this bit too early on the right-hand side, as we will receive a big slowdown that will unfortunately render our lap invalid for the quali, but also give us a big slowdown for the race. It's also as equally important not to get into the throttle too early and drift all the way to the left-hand side, as we will receive an equally big slowdown and bleed into our lap time. We want to brake just around the 130 marker into the first chicane, into 2nd gear, use the curbs to rotate the car, get fully on into the power, and push on forward through this sector. What I then want to do as we approach the 2nd chicane is put my car all the way to the right-hand side of the track and always make it easy for myself and for those around me to set myself up for the corner as we approach it just right here. So what we're looking for is the 100-meter board marker, and we want to brake just before the 100-meter board into 2nd gear, again using the curbs to rotate the car, slight brake, and then fully power on through and use that curb to get the car rotated in and push on through for that good exit speed. In a multi-class situation, it's also important to not to position your car and to get the exit speeds utilized as best as possible. As we approach this corner, we see a slight dink in the right-hand side of the curb. What we want to do is we want to brake earlier and just get through the power, get onto the power as early as possible to maximize that exit speed. And it's very, very important that we don't drift too far or brake too late, as there's a patch of gravel there. And in the new patch of iRacing, it is very important that you don't touch the curb or any of the gravel, because it will slow the car down tremendously and unfortunately make your lap time slower overall. As we approach Indianapolis, we want to have a slight lift to get the car rotated and then fully brake into 3rd gear. Again, don't want to drift in too wide. Get early on into the power, but don't go too wide and approach the gravel. And as we approach Ornage, into 2nd gear, early on into the power, and get it through. Again, very, very easy to spin or to drift a little bit too wide. And as there's a wall there, we do not want to make contact with it and unfortunately get some damage on into the car. As this is a multi-class race, it's very important that in the GT cars, we get through the GT cars as quickly as possible, because if you do not get through them in the Porsche curves, unfortunately, you will be stuck behind them for the majority of this sector. Slight brake just to get the car rotated and back onto the power as early as possible. A slight lift again, goes a little bit too wide there. Very, very important not to go too far to the right-hand side, as again, we will receive a big, big slowdown. As we see the pit entry just right before into 3rd gear, slightly throttle out, and again brake into 1st, maximize that exit, get early on into the power, use all the track, and there we have it, a hot lap of Le Mans.
Always fun to watch Excella plays. I got to host, he was basically my co-host for all of the FF1600 WGC races each Friday. We just had one yesterday. The last one I'll be able to participate in, but always great to talk to him and good to see a hot lap from him. He's a very speedy driver and one that I enjoy talking to too. He knows his track. So that has given everyone a tour of Le Mans. What do you think, Phil? Again, he talked a little bit about the multi-class. Where are the GTP drivers going to get hung up if they're not trying to do this the right way when it comes to the GT3 class?
It is definitely going to be in the later part of the lap. Once you start getting out of Indianapolis and then going into the lead up to the Porsche curves, that is going to be far and away, I think, the narrowest part of the track to execute a pass around a slower class. GT3s are just going to have to, keep a cool head, hold their line, and the LMDH drivers are going to have to rely on that downforce as much as possible to navigate through those narrow portions of the track.
Now, what about the back straight there with the chicanes in that? Is there a possibility? Obviously, the speed differential being a long straight, you're going to have opportunities to get around the slower class there. Yep. But I'm talking about going into the chicanes. Is there a chance we're going to see the GTP drivers getting hung up there and then having to, especially after the second one, it's not as long a run down to the corner to come off of it. Is there a chance they're going to get hung up on that little section right there to be stuck behind that slower class?
Oh, for sure, for sure. But the big thing there in terms of hangups is, it's going to increase the likelihood of a mistake to happen. But at least in the chicanes going down the back stretch, there is a sizable runoff area on both sides of the track. It's not nearly as punishing as Porsche curves where you have a wall. So it's going to be it's going to give them an opportunity to bail out if necessary. But again, I feel like the spiciest part of the track in terms of dealing with multi-class passing, you're going to see that towards the later end of the lap.
Okay, very good. Well, with that, we're just waiting for qualifying to kick off here. Unsure, you know what? No one let us know, and maybe I can find out whether or not it's a split qualifying or a solo qualifying, or if it is open qualifying. I believe it's open qualifying for 20 minutes, or it is a closed one but it's lengthened to 20 minutes instead of that 10 minute that we normally see. But with that, hopefully these guys can get their laps in, hit hard, and we'll get to see some of those times start to come in. Just watching practice, we're seeing some 318s, 320s for the GTP class.
Yeah.
As I get down here lower, what are you seeing for GT3s? I'm curious. So you said it was like a 36-second differential. Are we talking up near the 4-minute range?
It's grown. It's grown a little bit. It is just under the 4-minute range right now. Matthias Timé in the Fury Sim Sport punched in at a 3:55.124, which is about what is that? 20. Well, that's 23 seconds off of his competitor. But right now with that 3:18 time coming from Paul Busby in the Effect Simulations 909 Cadillac, as you can see, the gap is pretty sizable. So.
It is. So what's the bet then? Let's throw down the predictions. During which lap do we start seeing these the LMDH drivers run into GT3s? Is that lap 1 or lap 2? Do they make it all the way to 3? Again, the length of the track here is a lot different than something like we saw last weekend at Laguna Seca for a multi-class race, right?
I'm gonna push it. Push it towards closer to 3, just because with everybody getting off the rolling start, opening lap times are always much longer, just because people are shuffling around in the mix, and the GT3 is going to start. Probably they're going to leave some space between themselves and the LMDHs in front, so a little bit of that time is going to be lost, but I suspect it's going to be around the second or third lap, just in time for everyone to get into a groove. That's when the LMDHs are going to show up. Gotcha. Just when they've found their spot for a little while is when things will start getting spicy for them again. Now let's pretend for a minute, Phil, you're running this race. Which car do you want to be in? Which car do I want to be in? Yeah, or I should say, which class do you want to be in? For me, GT3. I just love racing the GT3 class. I'm a bit of a novice when it comes to sim racing in general, at least behind the wheel. So those driver aids are really help me build up my confidence and make me feel like I'm actually capable of driving the machinery. So for me, GT3 all the way. For me, BMW M4 all the way. Love that car to death, and that's where I would be. Excellent. Well, we are going to get to see it all go down today, and hopefully qualifying starting here very soon, and we'll see how well this goes. I think personally, I love qualifying with this, just to see the qualifying. I want to see these times come in and see how these drivers line up. A lot of teams. How many total drivers do we have? 40. I think I saw 48 teams today. I see there's 48 on the registration. We currently have 45 in session that I'm tracking. Wow. And the crazy part to me is I was watching, I had the track map up for myself earlier just to try and keep an eye on things, and what amazes me with this is the fact that even with a 13-kilometer circuit, the track's full. Yeah. I mean, we are going to see traffic and battles for the entirety of this 6 hours. I don't think you and I are going to catch a break at all. The track is just packed. It's way full. It's going to be packed, especially when we start getting around to the scheduled pit stops that are going to happen over the length of this race. Just watching the different car classes navigating traffic on pit entry, pit exit, seeing the field start to get shuffled together. there's definitely going to be moments where probably between the classes, the field's going to start to stretch out, and the battles are going to be like really concentrated pockets. But in terms of like action to watch, it's really going to be, I think, about that traffic management. We're going to have pockets where going into Sector 3, you're going to have a GT3 holding up maybe a line of other GT3 cars or LMDH cars, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch to see how the drivers navigate that situation.
Excellent. Now, that speaking of which, you mentioned pit stops. What is this? I mean, what kind of pit strategy should we expect today? Obviously, I'm thinking 6-hour race. There's going to be a minimum of 5 stops, possibly as many as 7 for a team, and that's barring any incidents or anything like that. I'm talking just straight up, tires, fuel, pit stops. Where do you pick and choose to do that? Is that a top of the hour thing? Is that, where do we go with that?
I think it's going to be, I think the majority of the field is going to be handling pit strategy from a conservative perspective at the start of the race. They're going to be probably pushing a full fuel tank limit. I don't see anybody taking like early pit stops until way later towards the end of the race, when people are actually kind of understanding who they're racing towards the end of the race. Trying to plan like undercut strategies, that kind of thing. The real smart players that have pace in hand and can manage fuel consumption, they're going to be the ones that are going to start. We're going to start to see a little bit of a strategy deviation from them, just because they might be able to go that extra lap, that extra 2 laps if possible. And also, if they do stop on schedule, they're going to be reducing their fill time because they're going to be putting less fuel in the car. So it's just going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. I think 5 stops might be optimistic. Okay. But we'll wait and see.
Well, we will get to see soon as qualification has started. It looks like this is a closed qualification. So each driver is on the track by themselves. They have 20 minutes to set their valid qualifying lap. I think, the reason for that doubling is that it's so long. If we did the 10 minutes, a 3:18, you're barely squeaking in 2 laps for qualifying. So to give these guys 20 minutes, I think is absolutely the right thing to do. And we'll get to start to watch now as we watch Robert Viski on his outlap. Now, what I did notice in which is different from, I think, a lot of other, and maybe this is just because of the length of the circuit, these drivers did not start from the pits for their qualifying. They started before like at the end of the S's. They dropped them off track right there to get the run up to the start finish line to start there. So really, your first lap, unlike again qualifying on a much shorter circuit like a Laguna or a Watkins Glen, your first lap could be a flying lap, but I assume you've still got to get tires warmed up, so it's not going to be your fastest.
Yeah. Tires warming up, especially in iRacing, I think is going to be the trick here. I imagine first lap's going to be trying to get be conservative, get a banker, but also try and build up tire temperature a little bit. Try to maximize grip as much as possible, and then try and see if you can really push the limits of your capabilities as you go through lap 2, and if you don't scuff up too bad or have to dive back to the pits on lap 3. So with Giannis Constantine on track in the White Stag, it's going to be interesting to see how the GTPs get on early on in their lap times too, because that car is particularly temperamental on cold tires.
Now we take a look at James Yexley. I got to watch this man race yesterday for Williams Esports staff car in that GTP. James asked us to be nice to him when we saw him on camera today, so we're going to make sure we do that.
Well, first thing I'll do to be nice to James is glad to see him out there in some American Detroit steel. So, thumbs up.
There you go. Absolutely. Just for everyone's knowledge, looking at the weather today, 18 degrees ambient with a 30% humidity and 19 degrees track temp. It is not hot at Le Mans today. Seems rather cool. Are these guys going to struggle to keep temperature in the tires at that level?
I don't think that'll be the issue here. I think drivers are going to have to find a different line of excuses for this race. The actual track conditions look pretty stellar from what I can tell, and yeah, with the fact that we're not dealing with extreme heats, I think we're going to be in a pretty good spot for them to maintain tire life. It's like to them, it's going to be all about like how hard are they pushing, how much are they using of the tire life, just based on like pushing past their limits. But track temperatures and track grip levels, I don't really feel like are going to be an issue that much.
So now at this lower temp, though, is that going to allow them to stretch those tires longer, or no? They're still going to have to be looking at maybe max 1 hour or 65 minutes on a stint time for tires.
I feel like the part where that's a good question is are people really going for it? Are they really trying to push past their limits on the stint? Or are they really trying to stick to the lap times? If they're really trying to stick to their lap times, they could be looking at achieving maximum tire life and maybe even being able to extend maybe a lap beyond their stint time if they're on like a fuel safe strategy. But if they are like all gas, no brakes, it is going to be a tough time for them just because of tire wear just being punishing as you start to wear down those grip levels.
Gotcha. Well, I am here for it. Can't wait to see exactly how these pit strategies play out as times now are starting to come in. Seeing Mr. David Vanderwall at this point from Olympus Esports Titan team leading out in the IMDH category, 3:22.843. We did see lower times than that during the practice session in the run up to this qualifying. So again, that's the first lap, right? He has not done, he's only a third of the way through his second lap. Tire temps are going to come up for him, and I'm willing to bet we're going to start to see all these times come down because, again, we were seeing 3:20s, 3:19s during practice.
Top of the list was that 3:18 from, I believe that might have been the Team Bandit entry with Matt Caruana in the Cadillac GTP. So yeah, I think sub 3:20s is possible. Tom Callender, by the way, Flying Aero Performance right now, currently in with the 354.42 in the GT3 category. To sit on top of that, which I believe in the live timing, people are going to see him around 12th overall.
Okay, and I see there's a Luca Vonkin, another Flying Aero Performance car. So both of them on the top of that list, it looks like.
Yep.
Excellent.
It looks like they're split too. Like Tom's in the Audi. It looks like Luca's in the BMW.
Yep, that's what I'm seeing too. It's just interesting to me though to see the huge difference, that 3:22 to a 3:54, and we know those aren't going to be the fastest times yet, but just the fact that they are so far apart, it just goes to show how that's, this to me, I think you said earlier that you would, like to be in the GT3 class if you were driving this yourself. I don't know that I could be. I think it would scare me to death to be on that straight and just have these guys come flying up behind me at such a high speed differential, right? To obviously, because to me at that speed, 1 minute they're there, the next minute they're not. Or I'm sorry, 1 minute they're not there, the next second they're right there behind you and flying by. Like you're even checking your mirrors and such. You may not even have an opportunity to know they're there before they're already cruising past you. And depending on where they catch you, as we see a 319 come in from Paul Bubsby in the Effect Simulations 909 car, depending on where they catch you, you might be lining up to go through one of those chicanes, and all of a sudden you can't necessarily follow your line because they do get there fast enough to pass you right there, right?
Yeah, at that point, it's just like you've got to, as a GT3 driver, you just got to play. You got to play it smart and be predictable. You got to hold your racing line. I suspect we probably will see some of the GT3s maybe get their elbows out a little bit and get defensive in some of the narrow parts of the track, but that sometimes can lead to disaster. So hopefully, folks can navigate through these, through Sector 3 in particular, and get through safely and navigate traffic safely, and we can see really good competitive racing and really clean overtakes.
James Taylor on screen right now in the number 31 car for Truck Boys Racing. One of those GT3 entries. God, I love multi-class so much. times coming down. We do have our first sub 320 from, as I said earlier, Paul Busby in the 909 car. As we watch James and see where he can set up there, up by by 1.8 seconds there, I see. So I'm just trying to locate, because everything is, as we discussed earlier, everything's kind of jammed together. I'm trying to find. So yeah, Tom Callender still leading that GT3 category.
Looking through right now, the GT3 field in particular is going through a bit of a shuffle, because I'd say probably a good half the field is running above 357s right now. So I think some of those times are going to start coming down, because some of the drivers that were setting faster times earlier just haven't quite had an opportunity to put in a clean lap yet. So hopefully we're going to start to see that field start to narrow from, I believe we're going from 354s all the way down to 405s. So we'll just wait and see how the field starts to compress.
Kind of let these guys bring it together and see. Trying to take a look. So most drivers, yeah, including the GT3s, are now on either their second or third lap. So tires are going to be warmed up at this point. They're going to be good to go. Take a moment here to talk about it. I mean, again, this is a Williams Gaming Club race today. If you're sitting there watching, you think, you know what, I sim race. I didn't even know what was going on. Right there, Mr. Will Green dropping it into the chat for folks to let you know where you can go to sign up for future events like this. There are more coming. Gaming Club's been a lot of fun in just a short amount of time. That, and I know, Phil, I know you said you watched yesterday, that FF 1600 series with the qualification, 3 races, reverse grid for the second 2, it's a ton of fun.
Yeah,
just so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. The FF 1600 is a fun little car. It's I prefer it over the Skip Barber, but I know a lot of people hold the Skip Barber near and dear to their heart, but I do enjoy the 1600. It is a really fun car.
Yeah, and the way that series was structured, the reverse grid was where the action was at, I gotta say. Really a lot of fun as we take a look at James calling it Fury. I keep wanting to say Furry Simsport, and that's wrong. It's Fury Simsport 420 in that number 9 car. The Audi getting some love today. Glad to see the Audis out on track. I normally don't get to see that in the multi-class. They get dropped off.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not watching Discord right now, because I'm sure some of the Fury Simsport fans, several people are typing in chat right now. But yeah, big improvements from Cullen in the 420 Fury entry, and I'm actually kind of watching the Fury Simsport 142 entry, Matthias Temme, who was top of the charts in free practice yet, but has yet to put in a solid qualifying time. It's going to be interesting to see if he can pull himself out of the cellar right now, because right now he's sitting on a 407.
Oh, wow.
And also up at the top of the GTP field, things are starting to shake up a bit, with Matt Caruana and the Team Bandit starting to inch a little bit closer to Paul Busby. So yeah, it's starting to get spicy.
Trying to take a look here. They're still about 7/10 off that pace though.
Mm-hmm.
In trying to look, and Busby just right now the absolute fastest out there. Yep. By a healthy gap too, right? It's not like we're seeing a ton of times now. A lot of the races we watch together, Phil, we talk about the mid pack. Looking here, I'm seeing a lot of spread. You know, you're only seeing 2 320s. You're only seeing 4 321s. You're seeing 3 322s, and then 2 323s. It looks like we're going to get groups, like small packs of cars, doesn't it? Just looking at qual times, right? Just trying to look at the pace of qual time. It looks like we're going to have this very small 1 or 2, 3 cars together, not large groups all running the same speeds around the circuit.
The one thing I will say there is that with the margins being kind of clustered together, with the cars being clustered together like that, the margins between the relative pockets are not that stark. I mean, 1 second is a lot of time when you're looking at a timing and scoring screen, but when you take a look at a 38 corner circuit like Le Mans, I'm interested to see if one of those clusters, like somebody who's leading that pack, ends up backing up the field into one of the slower clusters that starts to like approach. We might see that sort of thing early on in the race. That probably will fall away as we get past the first and second pit stops. But at least in the near term, I'm really hoping to see some really good scraps in some of these clusters, and seeing if the field kind of like bunches up nice and tight for the start of the race.
Gotcha. Just trying to see here. Yeah, that is no. Okay. Just checking something real quick. Luca Vonken still leading out in that flying arrow performance, it looks like, in the GT3 class. As drivers now starting to slide off track a little bit. I think some folks are trying to make some adjustments, maybe try and get one more lap in. I don't know how that's going to work out for them if they go into adjust and come back out on cold tires. But a lot of drivers are dropping into the pits at this point to sit and wait for the start of this race.
The good news is, with them starting before the Ford chicane to basically get a good rolling start for the lap, they're going to be able to make adjustments and at least get right back out on time on track to cross the line and get another lap in. So that's good. Again, though, it's just interesting because at this point, I'm kind of curious how many people are making setup adjustments on their quali setup right now with less than 5 minutes in the session.
Yeah, you'd have to be. I think you'd have to be pretty brave to think you're going to go out and catch another one, right?
Desperation has an effect on people. So let's see how people get desperate and what sort of thing. Who knows? Maybe somebody makes an experimental change just because they got nothing to lose, and they end up pulling themselves, like 1 or 2 seconds up the timing and scoring from the back of the field.
I'm not like you, Phil. So I'm not trying to bring up a track map here so I can see what's going on. Matthias Tem, another Fury Sim Sport, 142. A lot of drivers on track today, a lot of teams, and we're gonna do our best to bring it all to you, folks. We got some Olympus hype in the chat. I assume for Victor Cleason, Olympus Esports Proton. Chat is here for it. We're here for it. 6 hours of racing will be starting in just about 4 or 5 minutes, folks. Make sure you stick here for the whole time because I think we're going to have a lot of spicy racing. That's what, just going on our past experience. Again, Phil, talking to you, covering the IMSA race over at our league. I think we've come to find that, it's multi-class is fun. And I think, again, even on a circuit of this size, I don't think it's going to be hard for us to see a lot of traffic issues and a lot of it all over the place, right?
Oh yeah, the action's going to be nonstop, I think, for 6 hours. But I feel like that's true, like for motorsports fans and for people in chat that are watching. I mean, we watch this stuff all the time. We watch the real world races. There are people that like have watch parties to like watch the actual 24 hours of Le Mans, like that sort of thing. Like we kind of know what we're looking for in terms of racing action, and I feel like we're gonna get it. We're gonna get a good dose of it.
Absolutely. James Taylor with the Truck Boys. Number 1 car still out there on the track today. Looking to see what he can do as he just now shuts it down. With qualifying coming to an end here, only a few drivers still actually out on track at this point. Very, very few actually. They've decided, you know what, we're good for now. Let's see where we can go. Trying to see, we do have, I'm going to call him out because he's in the chat and he's driving one of the cars today. One team, Louis Ricard, Box 3 Motorsports Enduro team, out there ready to go in the number 420 car. Good to see some folks once in a while.
Yep.
Familiar face, if you will.
So what about those qualifying times? We got ourselves quite the spread in both categories, it looks like.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm trying to look here. It looks like quite the spread actually, because you've got we start in the 319s. We only saw, and I think there was more than that during the practice. I think there was more than one driver that was in the under sub 320 times. But then we drop right to the 320s, 21s, 22s, all the way down to where we've got a few of these drivers, these prototype drivers. I'm trying to see where this stops here.
It stops at around the P23 mark with a 339 from
339.
the White Stag Romania prototype.
Yeah, looks like they must have struggled during qualifying. That 339 is way off because the next lowest one is the 328 from Scott Darville, British Army Esports. So I don't see, I just don't think that the White Stag team got a good run. There was something a little off there. But then we stop into the GT3s. Luca Vonkin holds on, Flying Arrow Performance, and that starts at a 354 and runs all the way out to a 358. That's a big spread. Not just within class, but that's a huge delta. We talked about it already today. Just a huge delta there of between these classes. And I want to see them get bunched up, and I want to see, I'm here for the traffic and I'm here for the action because I think that traffic is going to help create the action, right?
I'm actually pretty stoked for the GT3 crowd. The fact that through qualifying, we've got in the neighborhood of effectively a 4-second spread. Like, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this field shakes out with this race start. I feel like the GT3 field is much more on pace with one another than what we're seeing from the GTP LMDH cars. But yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. I can't wait.
Absolutely. And cars now starting to grid up. We will get to the grid here in just a moment. And it looks like no full formation lap. Here we will be starting just after, and I have the wrong names up because that's not what we called it. Arnage, sorry, right?
Yes, sir.
We will be starting just past Arnage, so no full formation lap. We're not going to do a 13-kilometer formation lap here as the cars start to grid up. Paul Bubsy gonna lead out in row 1 of the LMDH with Matt Caruana, Team Bandit, carrying row 1 right there. So Cadillacs up front. We have a few Porsches out there. There you have your starting grid up and ready to go as we walk through this. Caruana stepping back through. Trying to see, you can see these times here where the spread here is amazing to me. 1.2 seconds between Bubsy and Caruana in P1 and 2. That seems like a lot for qualifying. Even on a circuit this long, that seems like a lot.
Well, I think Paul has maybe some pace in hand from qualifying. I mean, he got into a 3:18 in free practice. Mm-hmm. He was almost 2 seconds ahead of the Team Bandit entry. So I think Paul has got some pace in hand for this race. And again, when you start getting down to the field and you start getting to the GT3 field, that is not the case at the front end of the GT3 field for sure.
We shall see as this goes. The start of the race is typically pretty hectic. We will try and keep an eye on all of it here as this kicks off for the next 6 hours. Waiting for lights to go green for that pace car to head in. Again, not a full formation lap. Started just in front of Arnage. Head down through the S's, and we will get green flags. Now, I know from my experience with the LMDH cars, again, tire temperature is important. Do you think we'll see anything in the way of the I think the speed difference was just way too much, even with that, right? The GT3's catching these guys in leading up through the first couple corners because of tire temp up front.
No. If I'm leading the GT3 field, I am making sure that I'm giving the GTP LMDH field plenty of space because running into the back of them, especially if there's calamity, that would be very subpar to put it on pole and then run up into a disaster. So if I'm leading GT3, I'm giving that faster car class as much track as I can afford.
Gotcha. And you see there on the screen, the gap's there, but it's not huge. We're splitting, we're starting split class, but it's not a gigantic gap between the two. Obviously, we don't have LMP2 cars here today. This is not an IMSA race or a WEC race, but I just wondered if they were going to be able to come together, and we are green, just like that.
So looking right now, it looks like Paul got off to a pretty good start, although that does look like Matt's going to try and force the issue on the inside.
And is able to take it. Matt Caruana jumping ahead, but he's going to be able to hold on to it. Bubsy fighting hard as these guys go side by side.
Oh, wow. And he loses it almost out of Tetra Rouge. And now down the Mulsanne straight they go. That's going to cost him another spot. It's going to give Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini in the 07 entry a shot at Paul Busby now going down the Mulsanne straight.
And Cristini getting ahead of Bubsy and Caruana. Sorry, as I watch this happen here.
Using some early race speed tokens to maybe get that pass done, but also could be down to a combination of just like pace and oh man, there's some calamity with the GTP field in front as the GT3 field goes through the first chicane.
Yeah, taking a look at GT3 now. Luca Vonklin in the number 14 car able to hold on there, and yeah, I see a GTP spun off track as the GT3s come through. Look at the front of this, Paul Busby leading right now, but it is. Are we trying to go 4 wide? Is that the play here, guys?
It is afternoon traffic in the French countryside.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Alessandro Gerdin taking up front now. Santa Loca up 5 spots. Yeah, Sophia Ridpath up into 3rd. After that calamity happened, as Paul Busby now down into 4th. Matt Caruana is all the way down into 6th at this point. 4 spots off.
I'm wondering if there's a. Sorry, I mean, you're up. I wonder if there's a downforce differential between Paul Busby and the folks that are out front right now. That sort of thing. Viewers at home could be getting the feeling that the setup could be wrong with Busby and the FX Simulation 909, but we haven't seen what these cars are going to do on cold tires as they go into the later part of the lap. That high downforce, if that is the case with the effect simulation entry, definitely going to benefit the 909 car more than the front runners if they're running a low downforce setup.
100% Matt Caruana currently in 5th. Being chased down hard right now. I apologize, I had to bounce my software as we see dirt kicked up there by the LMDH cars. I think the good thing right now, what I'm happy about is the clean start up front here, right? Obviously, we saw, something happened that allowed Garrett to get up front, Roca and Sophia Ridpath to get through. But overall, everybody's on track. I'm not seeing anyone in the pits right now, I don't believe. Maybe one, but it looks to me like most of the start of this race has been very, very clean. And Luca Vonkin now in 14th in GT3 class, just like that.
Yeah, that is it's a pretty significant drop off. Had an off track somewhere in the lap and is already kind of like setting himself in the Flying Arrow Performance Machine up for a bit of a recovery drive in a GT3 field. Good news is, it's a 6-hour race. You've got a lot of time, especially when you've got if you've got a driver that's got decent pace and good consistency. It's not all lost yet.
Louis Ricard there in the box Motorsports Enduro car, number 420, currently 15th. And once I get reloaded here, I'm trying to see how many spots down on the day that is for them here in these first 2 laps. So the lap 1 shenanigans we get through relatively unscathed, and we have a driver off there as Lewis gets out and around. That'll allow him to pick up a spot. But for the most part, again, lap 1 chicanery has calmed down a little bit. We're still going to get action, but we always stress in that first lap, right? But that said, things have taken a breath today. And hopefully what we're going to see now is these teams settling in, realizing, again, to your point, Phil, it's a 6-hour race. It is not
it's not a sprint.
It's not a 15-minute race. It's going to become a sprint race, right? We know that. We know it'll become a sprint race at some point. There's no doubt about that. But for now, to your point, we really should look and say, okay, it's an endurance. Let's settle in for the long haul here. Get comfortable in our seat. Sip your water so you don't run it up too quickly on yourself. And let's go from there. We see now. I think that's a mistake. That's why. We take a look at Drew Hopkins, Highline Motorsports. Currently running 19th.
So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a little bit longer before we start seeing the GTP cars and LMDH, well, the LMDH machines catching up to the GT3 category, because right now GT3 field's going through, I believe that is Bolson and the LMDH crews just now getting ready to finish out the lap. So, you know, there's still 3/4 of the circuit that they're going to have to navigate before they run up into the GT3 field and start having to navigate that traffic.
For some reason, my counts are off. We're on lap 2 at this point. So we'll see if your prediction was correct. If lap 3 is the lap where the LMDHs catch up. Team Bandit setting the new fastest lap for the race so far. In that 3:23.33. Doug Sorrentino, the QRTE Sports Machine. Number 7 car, currently in 29th.
Does look like we've already got some early retirements. I believe that's Tim Group. Is it? That's
Yeah, I kind of wondered about that because I saw Gruber sliding down my whole list here.
Yeah. So some early retirements.
Number 21 car of Team Turkey Sim Racing currently sitting in the pits. Catch back up with Caruana in 2nd right now. A little warble in the back end, come around the corner there. He's able to hold on to it. Yeah, that just looking here real quick, that number 21 car, Ferrari of Team Turkey Sim Racing, actually jumped to the pits after a crash.
So the effects simulations machine that qualified this race on pole, currently in 9th. So definitely falling back throughout this opening stint.
Yeah, Paul Busby at the helm of that 909. As we take a look at Victor Clayson. Whoever it was in the chat was looking for some Olympus love. There it is, Olympus Esports Proton car, currently in 5th, being chased down by Moin Moin Motorsports and 07 Racing. Is it 07 or is it just with Zardoz? Is there somebody flying back to Zardoz for a reference?
Good question. Just looking real quick. I wanted to take a look. It's still too early, but early average lap times. I mean, we're seeing, I think, what is that? That is 3:30.5 on average from the effects simulation machine. But Alessandro Girardin currently averaging a 23:543 for lap times. So that's again, that's That's the fastest lap of the race to Matt Caruana with 323.331. So as we start to see more of these laps tick up, we'll start to get a relative picture of what people's lap on lap pace is. But right now, we got the field spread out. I mean, we got 10 seconds between the top 10 in LMDH right now.
Taking a look here, though, Garrett still getting harassed. There it is. Caruana able to get around. Take up first, at least for now. So we get a view from Santo La Roca in the back, sitting in third, waiting for his opportunity. Will he get it?
Also, in terms of lap times, we got about a looks like a 6 second, or excuse me, yeah, about I'd say probably about a 2 second spread, 3 second spread between the top 6 and GT3 right now.
Wow.
So again, GT3, a little bit tighter field.
Paul Busby working his way back up, down 7 spots right now. Was down at 1.9 in the 909 car. Now starting to move back up through the field, having gotten around Delta Racing LMDH car. So Busby with some trouble, but now looking to, as you said earlier, a little bit of a recovery drive to get himself back up towards the top of this field. Again, I'm waiting for my fun to kick in, Phil. The real fun kicks in when the GTPs catch up to the GT3s.
Yeah, moving through traffic is going to be the real fun. One thing I did want to talk about is it does look like we had some people grabbing a few early off tracks to try and navigate the start of the race. And it does look like from the race detail information on SimGrid that we have an incident limit at the first penalty. I'm assuming that's a drive-through after 25 X's. And then subsequent after every 10.
Wow.
It looks like. So that's going to be it's going to be tough.
That's a little lenient if you're asking me.
Yeah, the difference maker here is that like within ACC, like really it only measures track cuts whenever there's time gained, whereas with iRacing it's measuring incidents based on like touching other cars.
Yeah.
Going off track, not gaining time, that kind of thing. That's going to be, I mean, to me, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, because it's just going to make it more interesting if people are having to like stress about keeping the car on the tarmac.
No, the reason I say it's lenient, I think, is because the races I've been involved in were typically setting the first one to 15 and every subsequent to 15. Yeah.
I'm glad amateur like me not embarrassing myself in your sessions. Man, what a move right here. It looked like Duncan Edward Jones has the run in the Photon. Actually, we're on the Duncan. Oh, excuse me. We're on the Photon car, trying to find its way around the QRT BMW entry.
QRT's holding on to it for now, though.
Yep. Wonder if there's a bit of a straight line speed difference, whereas Duncan Edward Jones had the run on him on the exit, but just could not get the move done before he got towards I believe that is the first chicane. Now they're approaching the second chicane right now.
I will say this, taking a look here, whether it's QRT or the Photon Racing team, none of these drivers right in this little group that are all together here can really be disappointed. The number 10 car, and even the number 76 that we're looking here of Duncan Edward Jones, the number 10's up 11 spots today already, and Jones up 9 from the start of this race. So really having I would say a great race here so far. Obviously going to want to continue to grab those spots, but to this point, both teams can't be upset about the qualification to race situation right now.
Yeah. Agreed. And
Number
we're seeing
11
some
handoff Caprino.
We are getting mixed up as we go through Indianapolis and Arnage. Cade Middleton in the Fury Simsport 169 entry.
Run down Robert Visky.
Yeah. I'm really kind of curious in terms of the balance of performance, what the Ferrari's dealing with in terms of the M4. Seeing a lot of M4s actually in this field.
Mm-hmm. There are a good number of BMWs, aren't there? Very few Audis, which makes me sad, but that's okay. Just taking a look here at what's going on as we watch Cade navigate some traffic. Sophia Ridpath from Olympus Esports Titan taking up in the number 40 car, taking up third position over Santo La Roca. So another spot up for Sophia Ridpath, who's now up 6th today. So having a great run so far. Sophia really staying on pace. Keep cracking out times here. And already chasing down Garrison for P2. The GTPs, it seems to me like they're coming, like the front runners here are starting to come back together a little bit. Like the gaps are shrinking, right?
Yeah, I'm really starting to wonder if we're dealing with like some sort of like kind of like setup delta where, you know, I mean, if you build this car for straight line speed, I mean, you've really got like two significant chunks of the track. I'd probably put it at like 40% of the lap is straight line, and then the other like 60% of the lap is going to require a little bit more in the way of mechanical and aerodynamic grip.
Keeping an eye on Cade Middleton here. Cade fighting off Matthew Stem in the Fury Simsport 142 car.
Now it is getting about that time, Olsen. You might have called it, sir. Well, I mean, close. We're officially lap 5 for Matt Caruana as he's going into Sector 1 right now, and I do see the number 4 machine of Adam Lyle on the track map looming ahead. So we could, and if you look ahead a little bit in your data, you're going to start to see there's a pretty decent cluster of GT3 traffic still.
I see that just coming out of the first chicane back on the Mistral Straight, right? Yeah, they're stacked up pretty good right through there. So traffic navigation is gonna start coming into play.
Yeah.
And brother, I am here for it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of thinking that we're going to start to see them close in on the GT3s pretty quick, going down Mulsanne right now as
Take
the
a look here, though.
Go ahead, sir.
Gotta interrupt you. Sophia Ridpath is just on us stomp.
Yep.
Has now taken up P2 in the Olympus Esports Titan car at number 40, getting around Alessandro Garrison. I told you that gap's closing. Now, the one thing that has happened is the gap to first has opened up. Matt Caruana now has a 3.2, 3.4 second lead out over Ridpath. So this is the gap now I want to watch close down. I was already, you know, when Sophia got around Roca a little while ago, the gap was already there. It was already starting to shrink up to Garrison. Now we see what she can do as far as trying to catch the number 29 car. We know Caruana has pace, that's for sure. But looking best lap so far, Ridpath is a flat 324, and Caruana's run a 323.33. So he's got pace so far.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen averages or not, Phil, or if you've taken a look, but
averages are kind of in that phase where it's like you can look at them, but you're not really getting a real solid representation. Towards the end of the first stint, we're going to start to really understand what people's like stint pace is going to look like, and then probably just in time for them to switch drivers during the pit stop and completely throw us off all over again.
As you said earlier, taking a look at this track map, right? And there it is. The catch has happened as Matt Caruana looks to navigate a battle happening at the back of the GT3s between Phoenix Sim Racing and Flying Arrow. and he makes it clear, and we have had our first traffic pass as we get ready for the rest of this race.
Yeah, now Sophia's going to have to navigate through that same battle, but through this not quite straight section. It's basically straight for the LMDH cars as they get ready to go into the Porsche curves. I think Sophia's going to be able to clear them with plenty of space. The cars that are trailing behind, Alessandro, as you can see right now, locked in a battle and has a GT3 car on the inside, and even more LMDH traffic just looming in the background.
Well, and yeah, and watching over all of this, Santo La Roca struggling right now to try and maintain position, has now lost a couple. It looks like actually 3 or 4. That was a lot. The LMDH cars got jumbled up together real close, real fast.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Getting that traffic.
Yep,
you
that's
called
what
that one.
That's what I was talking about. I was expecting to see Porsche curves be definitely the bottleneck on track, because I mean, you can't do. There's no runoff area unless you can find a way to fly through a brick wall. But so it's definitely a trickier part of the circuit to navigate. But it looked relatively clean. It did seem like people were stressing, but everybody looked like they got through it.
Yeah, I've got no contact reports, no crash reports on my end. So I think folks did a real good job navigating that traffic, being able to get their battles accomplished and still do it safely. Sophia Giga GTP driver, an amazing traffic management, we are being told in chat. So
no question on that right now. The thing that is kind of in question right now, as that was
come together.
Yeah. That was the QRT machine and the 76 with Duncan Edward Jones, Photon Racing. They're still going. Yeah, they're still going toe to toe, and these LMDH drivers are just trying to find their way through.
Christini in the number 104 car able to gain a position over Garrison again. A little flipping back and forth as I'm going to go with it. Zardoz Racing. The Zardar Racing car of Christini.
I'm kind of wondering if, like what we were talking about at the start of the race, because if you look, the effect simulation machine up into third now, and both Caruana, Sophia, Ridpath, and Paul Busby dropped back pretty early on at the start of the race, but they have moved back up they bubbled up to the surface, and I wonder if that's down to downforce differences between the front runners at the start, because the front runners, if they're running low downforce, they're going to be compromising their mechanical grip. They're going to be wearing their tires out pretty at a different rate than high downforce setup. So I'm kind of curious if that's what's starting to happen now, because and Team Bandit, again, they are just building that gap as it's now up to 5.8 seconds.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Okay. Just taking a look, Cade Middleton, keeping an eye on Cade Middleton here again as the LMDH car just comes ripping through the 142 and the 169 of Fury Sim Sport. Matthias Tem, Cade Middleton behind the wheel of those two vehicles right now. I mean, and that was what I was talking about. That was the perfect demonstration of what I was talking about as we were watching qualifying. The speed differential, and we can see it again right here, the speed differential is such, if you look at the bottom half of your screen, 1 minute you're driving by yourself, the next second they are right there, and you didn't even know they were coming. Just amazing to see how quickly. There goes Sophia running on front of the screen here in front of Adami in the number 30 car, and she's gone, just like that.
And for Marcos Adami
on rails, it's amazing.
Yeah, and for Marcos Adami, this is kind of a bit of a setback for Marcos in the Delta Racing M4, because the gap between him and the Fury Sim Sport 169 entry was much closer before these GTP LMDH cars showed up on the scene. So gonna have to try and keep it cool, keep it calm and collected, and try and just build that pace back up and try and close in on the SimSport 169 entry.
There's Santo Laraca, the number 32 car. Now I have to ask, because someone in chat said La Rosa. I want to make sure I'm not losing my mind here. Is it Santo La Rosa and it's just La Roca in iRacing?
Maybe it is. I'm not sure. I mean, the data through like 3 different screens that I've been looking at says La Rosa or La Roca. So I'm going with that until someone tells me different.
We watch here as we watch Santo in the number 32. I want to thank everybody for being here with us today. You are here for 6 hours at Le Mans, Williams Gaming Club. So much fun. Williams are doing a great job.
Oh, is that Sophia off track?
Uh-oh. Yeah, Sophia dropping down very quickly.
That was... I'm not sure what happened there, but I definitely saw the Olympus Esports Titan car sideways off in the grass. I think Sophia was able to keep it out of the wall, but that is definitely a shot to the old confidence there, because chasing down the leader with relative time difference of 6 seconds, and now you are, stuffed back behind a gaggle of GT3 cars and trying to move your way back up into the top 5.
Tom Hench now in the 34 car, currently running in 7th. Now that just changed. But yeah, you were right. Sophia able to keep it out of the wall, did slide off track, but able to not hit anything. So obviously a gut punch and a time loss. Now down 1 spot so far on the day, but no damage. So get it back on track, get your feet back under you, start finding your groove again, and see. I mean, look, with that incident, Sophia's only down 1 spot from 9th to 10th. Obviously different now, because now there's more traffic to navigate. Now there's more to do, but we saw that pace that I really think probably going to very quickly be able to get back up there. I mean, just looking at the cars in front of her, 1, 2, 3, 4, the next 4 cars, the next 4 LMDH cars, all the way up to Victor Clayson in P6, she's got a faster lap time on, for the most part.
Yeah, it's going to be just going to have to, keep it together, start building that pace back up, start navigating through the traffic. We know Sophia can navigate the traffic quite well. Did so very early on to move up from the mid pack of the LMDH field to get up towards the front end of the class. So the talent is definitely there. It's just got to keep it together. As I just saw on Relative, it looks like the 104 machine of Christini goes off track at the start of the lap, right outside of the S's.
Oh, wow, yeah, dropping right off.
Back on track now, going through Tetra Rouge, but lost some time relative to I believe it's a DHE entry behind. So
yep, and just now getting around to
it's definitely lost some spots.
Taking up that spot. So now Christini down 4 so far. As we take a look at Santo Maroca here, Santo currently running in 5th in that Simulife that RRT Simulife 44 car, but car 32. So 30 minutes in, let's take a pause for just a moment as we watch this happen. 30 minutes in. I think so far a great start to this race. We're starting to see, though, if we talk about, and did Tom Hench go off? No, okay. We talk about Ridpath, we talked about Christini now, both going off track. Is this a case of just pushing the car too hard? Are there spots that's more likely on this circuit?
Oh, for sure.
You could say any corner. I know, I get that. You could throw the back end out in almost any corner. But it's odd to see drivers of this caliber who all of a sudden just slide, right? It's not normal, I would say.
I think it could be down to, just the GTP LMDH category in particular. They're probably running their setups on effectively a knife's edge. And these cars are very sensitive to rear locking. And just all you need is just a little bit of loss of that rear grip in these cars to get the car to snap in a direction. And then, it's kind of a random number generator if you're going to be able to make the right calls in terms of like either letting off on the gas, trying to control the car, you steer into the slide to try and get it back under control. But yeah, I suspect that that's probably what's at play here. We are getting closer to the end of the lap. I don't know if they're really maximizing the actual tire life in these cars, but it's probably just down to the twitchiness of their setups because they're trying to get as much pace as possible, and that's probably what's creating that knife edge moment for some of these drivers.
Well, get ready because now Ailton Andrade, the number 41 car, will now have to deal with many other LMDH drivers had to deal with earlier in this race, and that is Sophia Ridpath on your tail. And I'm just trying to look here. Yeah, Sophia definitely with a faster pace here is going to have to look for her opportunity. Oh, and threw the back end out just a little bit there. It's going to open that gap back up. Andrade now can wipe the sweat off his brow for at least a second, right?
Yeah, in terms of average lap times, though, Alton not really hurting that much. I think on the average, especially if Sophia is really struggling with the balance of the car.
Gotcha. Which it seems to be. I mean, we've seen obviously one off track, and they're coming around out through the corners. A little swale in the back end. Big old prototype trying to step out on her. And Tom Hench is not that far back. Lewis Ricard now making a jump for Tino Cupera, and Lewis gets that inside line. Nice clean pass. We'll get the box 3 Enduro team up one spot today into number 11.
Driving through what looks like a little bit of tire smoke. Maybe somebody had a bit of a moment on the exit of the first chicane.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought I saw some toss around in other spots, but I'm not sure. But anyway. Lewis Ricard in the box 3 Motorsports Enduro, number 420 car. So now a little bit of clear air in front of him, though. He's got a good bit of gap up to the number 104 car of Filippo Castillo.
Not sure if talked about it in a while, because in terms of actual, like, looks like pulling up the relatives right now, but James Cullen in the number 9 entry for Fury Sim Sport 420, just kind of doing his own thing right now. He's got a little bit of space, a little bit of clear air. Luca Vonkin in the number 14 is trying to chase him down, but Cullen has been doing pretty well so far in the opening laps of this race.
Sophia Ridpath able to take up P7 once again, and number 40 car getting around Ailton Andrade. She will set her sights on that number 22 of DHE Esport. Spread that out a little bit.
Yep.
Thomas Massnier at the wheel right now. Got about a 2.7 second gap. So these guys are in their own battles up here. Santo La Roca now trying to chase down Garrison.
It's tough also to keep track of the average lap time because the laps are over 3 minutes. So you'll be staring at a lap time figure that will take 3 minutes before you get like another hit, another update. Looks like number 22 entry working with about a 325, 308 average lap time after 10 laps, and Sophia with a 326.623, but lost a significant amount of time with a couple of moments on track.
I'm showing though, Tom, that number 22 car, the last lap 323.38 to Sophia's 324.07. So still pace there, right? But that gap is definitely shrunk. We'll see as we continue to watch, see how that gap grows or shrinks. Things a little more spread out now. Taking a look at the number 129 car for P28, D. Alias Steven. Scuderia Volpe. Rosa car, P1 Sim. Right on the back end of the number 15.
Yeah, the Vivio SFR Italia. Some M4 on M4 action. Again, I'm really kind of surprised to see that many M4s in the GT3 field.
Do we have is it just the M4, the Ferrari, and the
I see the Audi.
And the Audi? Just those three, right?
Looks like it. Looks like it. Although actually I think we might have
no, there's...
Yep.
That's a Porsche, even though my software wants to call it a Ferrari, so that seems weird.
Yeah. So I do think we also have
Porsche GT3s.
Yeah, we do have one at least I know of that's currently sitting in the pits getting repairs.
I believe there were 0 fast repairs for this race as making the move.
It's going to have to be elbows out into the entry into the Mulsanne straight.
Alias Steven almost looking like they backed off just a little bit, right? Maybe looking for a good run up the straight. He's got that slipstream working now, pulling him right in.
Yeah, but just not close enough to get the move done. It's really going to have to maximize the exit out of this first chicane. And you can see in the background we got that QRT and Photon racing battle still happening in the background of the shot as well. Those two have been glued together. Showing the nose. Again, not close enough to make the move.
Yeah, just not quite there, right? Looks like he's got the speed coming out of the chicane this time.
Yep, this time he does. Looks like the number 15 car is going to go on the defensive as they get ready to go into Mulsanne corner. Going to take the defensive line. A little bit of a wiggle. And again, here we go again. Reset, swap spaces.
Right.
Although this time, I think this might be the move.
He's got it there, locked in so far.
Going into the Indianapolis Arnage complex, and yeah, it looks like a move done.
So, Alias Steven, that number 129, able to hit it. Tino Cupera on screen now, EAO Racing in P11. A fight with Robert Heffler. Heffler at number 35 from Elephant Motorsports.
Razor thin margins with these two.
Well, Heffler's just decided he's going to stick the nose of that prototype right up under the wing of Tino Capera's.
So this is our first, I believe this is the first Porsche on Cadillac battle, at least that I've been aware of. With Heffler in the Elephant Motorsport 963 entry.
Did Heffler start from the pits?
He's up 33 spots from what I can tell.
That's what it's telling me too. That doesn't make sense. There aren't 33 LMDH cars on track.
There are not. But the way the exit from the pit starts functions, especially in multi-car racing, when they can leave so much space, is kind of strange, because they're going to get the clear to proceed, I think, before the GT3 field would have caught up. So,
gotcha. Okay.
And through Porsche, Heffler just building the gap, and we've got a tussle. That was a GT3 car and an LMDH off to this exit of Porsche. Not sure what that was.
Even though Robert Heffler is cleared out at this point, number 35 car, according to this, is up 35 spots on the day. Does not make sense to me, but you'd have to go back and look as cars now. Heffler is going to roll into the pits. Wow, I didn't realize. I just looked up at the end of my screen here and see that looks like all of the LMDH cars have decided it is pit time.
Yep, that definitely looks like the case.
Now is 41 minutes though, 41, 42 minutes. I mean, that seems early to me.
Well, I mean, the other thing to think about is that if they're dealing with like a 45-minute tank, you're kind of risking it for the biscuit if you kind of want to start a lap inside of that 41-minute mark. Because again, it's over 3 minutes a lap, and if you have like an accident, go off track, something like that, it can compromise your ability to really get around to finish that lap out. Looking at pit lane travel time.
Right there's the incident we saw earlier. The
yeah,
LMDH car clipping the back end of the GT3.
Yeah, that was maybe a bit of netcode as well. It did not. From my angle, it didn't look like they were at the point of touching, but they were already spinning.
Yeah, that was the 104 car of Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini coming into the back end of the GT3. That's too bad. Number 33 Delta Racing car of Higo Oliveira. Both drivers obviously having to jump to the pits.
Yeah, I'm looking at pit lane times right now, trying to get an understanding of who's got some good pit stops right now. Alessandro Girard in the Unisim Racing entry with a 46.68 in the box. Definitely looking at a fast pit lane travel in comparison to the field, probably to the tune of about 3 seconds quicker. Another one that was really quick was the Garage 991 Blue entry with 43.13 in the box and 121.22 for the duration of the Joker lap.
And right there, the McDonald's sponsored number 5 car of Bastian Linder getting around Tino Capera, the racing team. Makes me want some French fries, Phil. I didn't really get breakfast, so you know.
Bolson, your Americanism is showing a little bit.
Probably a little bit, yeah. But no, well, okay. Sorry, I could go for some chips. Is that what I need to say? Is that I'm gonna get in so much trouble with all of our UK watchers, especially when I say that I'm going to take a break here in a little bit, go get a cup of tea, and I heat it up in the microwave. I'm just going to somebody's going to lose their mind in chat. I can just feel it coming.
Several people are typing in chat. Duncan Edward Jones in the 76 entry was chasing down the QRT Esports 87 car, but now has that Flying Arrow Performance machine in 29th overall in between them right now. I'm keeping my eye on the time and scoring board for when we start to see James Cullen and the leaders in the GT3 field potentially coming into the pits to get their scheduled service.
So now you're saying, okay, so you're looking at like a 45-minute stint time for the LMDH class, right?
Like it. Yep.
Now, from my experience, GT3, they should be able to run at least an hour, if not closer to 65, 70 minutes, right? Even, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna definitely be kind of in that range. The thing that I'm also kind of curious about too is like what we're looking at in terms of people that are actually doing some fuel saving. That'll be interesting. I to be honest, I don't know, with it being a 6-hour race, if a lot of people are going to try and risk that strat. Though that kind of stuff pans out a little bit more when you're looking at a 12-hour or 24-hour race.
Okay.
But also with the pace differential between, at least in the LMDH field, I don't know if the front runners are really going to have to sacrifice that much in terms of pace for fuel savings, because again, like you were saying at the start of the show, we're dealing with pockets of cars that are kind of on relative pace with one another.
Cullen holding on well here against the number 14 of Luca Vonken, Flying Arrow Performance. Doing a good job so far, making that car very wide.
Yeah. James Cullen up. I think I understand the reason why we're seeing really weird relatives, because we don't have that class breakdown. Cullen is up 9 spots on the overall, but we have a chunk of GTP LMDH traffic that is behind them relative. So that's the reason why you're seeing those numbers the way that they are right now. But at the start of the race, though, Luca Vonken was really quick in qualifying in the Flying Arrow Performance machine. But had to build back up to catch back up to James Cullen. We're getting a really sweet battle right now for our troubles, so folks at home are probably going to be pretty excited to watch that. Yeah, that delta right there.
Ranking right down over the last 7. Oh, and it looks like Vulcan's going to head into the pits now. Yep, Vulcan into the pits. So that battle is now over. Luca, you could have let us watch it for another lap. So maybe a little early for a GT3 to be heading into the pits. But it looks like we got a bit of a scrap hitting up here for P28. As Alasdair Leckie chasing down Keanu Bloom. Another Flying Arrow Performance car.
And then you can see looming in the background right there, Photon Racing. Entry in P30 overall, the 76 car. Again, joining back up with the spiritual race mate of QRT Esports 87 entry, coming together again as they've been for pretty much this entire race, and going into the pits. And there you go.
Everybody's going into the pits.
So there you go. So we're looking at probably closer to a 48-minute stint on in GT3 field, at least from what we're seeing so far.
Now, what I will say, the big takeaway so far for me is the fact that, sorry, just real quick, is that it looks like they may be heading in for tires and fuel, but the drivers are double stinting right now.
Okay. The thing that could be interesting here too is I wonder if some people are also doing early pit stops to, do things like reduce fuel consumption or maximize tire life over 2 stints. Okay. There's just a number of reasons why cutting your stint shorts could be the play. But the front runner of the field, James Cullen, and now Robert Basicki and Matthias Timé are still out on track, still trying to maximize that stint clock.
Taking a look here at the leader, Matt Caruana, but Paul Busby wants his P1 back as he starts chasing him down here about 3/10 off the pace.
Yeah.
In that Effect Simulations 909 car. The Cadillacs are going to war.
So just looking right now, Busby looking at a 322.172 right now over the start of his stint. Real quick, the last stint, Matt Caruana, 323.932. Paul Busby was 324.289.
Oh, wow.
That was the pace differential before they went into the pits. Now, when we were talking about pit stop times, pit lane travel, 122.989 for Caruana and a 122.200. So not really big gains, but 0.7 saved on the pit stop. And then it does look like, from a pace perspective, that Busby does kind of have Caruana's number right now.
Busby taking a look. I just seen their last lap, and it was there at the bottom of the screen for everybody to see, but just seen the last lap. Paul Busby, the last lap, almost a full second faster.
Yep.
Than Matt Caruana. So I don't know if Caruana, I mean, we know that both these drivers have been in the pits. I don't know if he's struggling now with a setup change. Did they get the pressures wrong? Did something happen in the pits that made it so that, Matt is just struggling a little bit in that number 29 car?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no benefit, depending on how much fuel they're putting in the car, to really double stint tires, because tire change and fuel goes in same time.
Okay.
I'm wondering if maybe just forgot to check the button to change the tires and could be struggling with pace a little bit. But I mean, in terms of like his relative average lap time, Caruana's pretty much hitting his mark. And
and we come together. Busby getting spun as both drivers. Yeah, Caruana tapped wall though, so he may be in some trouble. But Busby ended up getting spun sideways, had to back up, get back out on track. Did not lose a position. It looks like there's a driver right behind him now, just going nutty off circuit.
Yeah, it does look like Busby is struggling, though. He did have a moment going through Arnage right after the contact, so could be dealing with some very upset right side tires as he had that slide. Mm-hmm. And it's getting spicy at the front of the LMDH field.
So Matt Caruana is going to hold on to P1 for now.
Just real quick, the GT3 field is in the pits right now for scheduled service.
See that? Yep, bunch of them.
Kind of got my eyeballs on Luca Vonken, and I'm kind of curious if that early jump in the pits is going to see him leapfrog James Cullen. And it looks like it does. James Cullen out on track. And I believe Luca just zipping right around.
Okay, so Luca Vonken now going to take up that. You said P1 in class, yeah?
Yeah, P1 in class. Yeah, that is definitely definitely the case now. So yeah, in 2.5 seconds clear. So the early pit stop really looks like it worked out in Luca Vonken's favor. And you saw how close they were when Vonken went into the pits. Pit lane travel time for Luca, 1 minute 17.47. James Cullen, 121.10. So Cullen in the Fury Simsport 420 leaving a lot of time on the table in that pit stop.
You know, taking a look back at this incident that we're just doing the rewind here of Busby and Caruana. It almost looks like Busby had a mechanical error. Meaning, and when I say mechanical error, I mean, his equipment in his hands error, because he just seemed he got on his braking point and then just kind of seemed to, I didn't see smoke, which tells me he didn't lock, but it looked like he just kept going in a straight line. Like he didn't have a choice. He could not turn left.
I mean, the other thing is, I think it also could have been dirty air getting ready to go into the Indianapolis and Arnage complex. It could have been just a moment with dirty air, and that caused him to understeer, probably a little bit more than just having like a front brake lockup. But definitely going wide, and that kind of sent both cars off close to the wall. I'm pretty sure if the wall was, if the the Team Bandit machine wasn't on the outside, he probably would have gone to the wall.
We watched Sophia Ridpath looking to go after Thomas Masnery in the DHE Esport vehicle.
Yeah, these two were nose to tail on the exit of the second chicane, but it did look like the DHE Esports 22 car did have the recipe for success going into Mulsanne corner. And now Sophia battling back, not letting this go.
Hardcore has the inside line here. And we'll have to navigate that traffic, cut in hard, get around the GT3, and keep trucking.
And this GT3 car is going to make it very awkward for the DHE entry and another LMDH. That is
Tom Hench in the number 34 car now.
I believe that is the Moin Moin.
Yep, the Moin Moin Motorsport car.
So it is really heating up. And we're not even an hour in.
I know. Told you we were going to be busy today, right?
Yeah. I just love watching these guys go through the corners like that, like kicking up the dirt and stuff like that, using absolutely all of the track and just a little bit more while keeping it together. Me, if I tried that, I would just end up in a pile of like wrecked equipment somewhere.
Broken thumb in your wheel or something.
Yeah.
Same here. Don't worry, you're not the only one. So now, trying to see here. So Sophia's next target, she tries to climb back through here, is Alessandro Yernin back in or I should say up in P5. I don't know. How's that gap look, Phil?
Switch back to it. Who was that again? I was looking at more Sophia stuff.
Yeah, Sophia Ridpath and Alessandro Gerdin, the number 63 car.
Well, that's easy. All I got to do is just add him in. So 325.929 at the start of the stint for Alessandro in terms of pace. 324.643 though for Sophia. So definite pace in hand for Sophia, even on newer tires. The tires, they haven't been on the tires quite enough yet for where to really start impacting pace. It looks like Sophia's just getting up to grips with the balance of the car at a faster rate than Alessandro. It does look like relative to the first stint though, they were comparable on pace. Well, actually not. It was Sophia was like 0.6 slower on average, but we also know that Sophia had a couple of moments on track that definitely impacted that average. But Alessandro, to your point, last lap, a 329.171 for a lap time from Alessandro. Meanwhile, Sophia pumped in a 326.559. So Alessandro's got his hands full.
Yeah, I see that difference here now. Wow, 329. What else was I was trying to see earlier? I thought there was something. So, we watched Sophia through the start of this race, just climb the ranks up in P2, gets spun off or spins herself off track. Now the Olympus Esport Proton car is in third. Victor Clayson on the wheel of that. And I'll be curious, I'm trying to find where's the GT3 teams, the Fury Simsport guys, Cade Middleton and Brian Klaus. Were running together for a long time, both in the pits right now, but they were nose to tail for a ton of this race. So I wonder if Sophia catches up, ends up catching Clayson in the team car, if they're going to try and run this together and play some kind of strategy there.
That'll be interesting. The one thing I did want to say with the Fury Simsport teams is it does look like there has been a bit of drama for both the Fury Sport 142, the 169 entry, as well as the really slow motion. We've got them sitting in pit times now for up to the tune of 2 minutes. So that is going to be some unscheduled repairs happening. I believe, on those cars.
Okay. Oh, surprising.
To your point, though, previously about Victor and Sophia, that inter-team battle, or not inter-team battle, but that inter-team, like, maybe a combo effort to try and maximize result for the Olympus Esports crew. It does look like Clayson right now has serious pace right now in comparison to Sophia. 322.42 for Victor, who's running pretty much on par with Matt Caruana right now in terms of pace. The person right now in the DH field that's really starting to set up some wild times. We're looking at what is it? Last lap was a 324 from Paul, but we know he had that moment. He's trying to catch Caruana, who's got the 323.75 right now.
Sorry, I am 100% listening at the same time trying to look up other stuff, and I got very confused for a moment. So, just trying to see here.
That's where I start. It's my default state. Start it confused.
Start it confused.
Try and gather facts. See if we can go from there. But yeah, the field in terms of their pace have dropped off a lot from their fastest lap times and from what we're seeing from the start of the race. Matt Caruana again running 323s right now. I'm interested to see when the effect simulation machine comes across the line what we're looking at for an updated lap time from them. Hopefully scuffle-free. Same deal with Santo La Roca 2 in the RTT Simulife 44 entry, who's running currently at 324.47.
Tom Masnier. Looks like Thomas Masnier and Tom Hench. Riding very hard right now. Hench just, again, putting it right to the back end of that car.
Yep. And these two are running pace relatively closer to one another because you can see Sophia is just kind of like blitzed off into the distance there. Able to make it around the RTT SimSport entry since the three of them were kind of like locked in contention for one another for places at the end of their first scheduled stint.
And Tom Hench able to make the move there, take up that position from the DHE car.
Yeah, looks like Thomas Masnery in the DHE Esports car struggling for pace out there. Last lap from him was a 330. Average lap time closer to Tom Hinch, but Tom definitely seems like he's come to grips with this car at the start of the second stint. 19 laps done, we're past the hour mark to the tune of an hour and 2 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I had a little bit of a brain fart there. My software is not doing what I want it to do. So.
I'm just going to stay with...
I'm trying to take a look. It does look as though there have been some driver swaps. Tom Roberts taking over the number 38 Williams Esports staff car from James Yexley.
Got Tom Clander on screen. Just looking relative to the pit stops, Tom Callender was really fighting at the front of the field at the start of this race, but has kind of like dropped back down.
Right now battling with Rofredo in the Viavo SFR Italia car, the number 15.
Yep. They are side by side as they get ready to go into
Indy, right?
Yeah, Indianapolis and Arnage. So they're going to go through this left-hander here, and then they'll go into the Arnage right-hander.
Wow, Tom kind of clipping the nose of that LMDH car, that McDonald's liveried vehicle. Just he decided he was going to stay on his apex, and that was the end of that.
That's kind of what I was talking about Yeah,
Tom
it's kinda-
Roberts and these guys run down.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's gonna give what is that, the Fury Sport entry a little bit of breathing room. I'm trying to think. Actually, that Fury Sport entry might actually be a lapped car. Thank you, sir.
Back to looking at Brian Krause here, P31. Will James. British Army Esports car. Number 173 looks to run him down.
Yeah, Kraus was one of the Fury Sport entries that was in the pits for unscheduled repairs. Was in the pits for 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
What's who was that? Was that who I think? Yeah, Tom Roberts in the Esports Williams Esports staff car. Looks like off track there. Called out as a crash in SDK here.
That is that's SDK things.
Yeah, well, he did throw himself and spun the car.
Yeah.
Luckily, before the GT3s that we were watching got there, he was able to get back, spun back around and back on circuit. So.
Yeah, so able to get back on track and hopefully did not scuff the tires too much.
It was good. It was a pretty good spin, I'm going to tell you. Lot of smoke. But Brian Krause, I'm sorry, take a look at Tom Roberts. Trying to see if Brian Krause and Will James here. It's like Will James still trying to get that Audi.
Back in the LMDH field, Thomas Masnery in the 22 DHE Esports entry, trying to chase down the Moin Moin machine, but the RTT Unisim Racing in the background. Looks like the Unisim Racing entry struggling for pace a little bit, 326.43 last lap. Does look like there was a bit of an off-track moment for Alessandro on lap 18, and then it kind of started to fall to pieces and finds himself now down in 8th.
Trying to watch Luis Ricard, the number 424 car into the pits. Box 3, and once again, Tom Hench and Thomas Masnery coming together. Hench had that relatively well secured, and then kind of, either Masnery was just that much, I don't know, able to find some pace somewhere and tighten it right back up, because that gap had widened a decent little bit.
Yep. Yeah. Hinch in the Moin Moin machine dropping into the 24s. Thomas still keeping it in the 23s with the 23.38.
Okay.
Can try and get you some average lap times to give us maybe a little bit better read. Yeah, Hinch.
Both of these drivers already down one spot on the day. I doubt either one of them wants to give it up to the other just for that.
Yeah, Hinch's average lap time for the second stint has been much better than Thomas Masnery. I think he's just run into a few laps where setting some subpar times, and that's allowed the DHE Esports entry to creep back up, and also kind of keeping Alessandro Girardin in the 63 entry kind of in play here, because his average lap times right now, he's in the 26s, which to kind of give you a feeling of where that sits relative pace, if you take a look at P5 in the LMDH category, most of that field is in the 323s right now.
Yeah.
Matt Caruana did just set a 324.709, which is pretty slow for him on lap 20.
Seeing Paul Busby with a 322.
Yeah, Busby is cooking right now. Definitely cooking.
So I mean, but he's gonna have to keep that pace if he's ever gonna catch Caruana, right? I mean, Caruana, his last, like you said, 324.79. I even with a 2 second. I mean, it's about a 2 second delta. There's still just under 6 seconds between them. So it's gonna take some time for him to get. He's gonna have to keep it if he's gonna ever want to get there.
And that sort of gap could just be like we're going to see that fluctuate over the stint, and it's kind of down to, I think, a little bit of pit strategy to like really start to make some effects, because Matt Caruana in the Team Bandit entry has not really been that far off of his relative pace average for the majority of this race. Like he's lost, I'd say, probably about a half second over the length of this race.
Oh well.
But Busby also looking at around about 4/10 over time, and that could just be from damage. That could just be from that slide that we saw when they went into Indianapolis together.
James Cullen looking to chase down Vonken.
And this is what Cullen wants. I mean, Luca with the early pit stop, the undercut, really kind of caught James with his pants down a little bit, and now looks like things are starting to heat up for us. And then LMDH shows up to the scene just in time.
Isn't that usually how it goes?
I mean, I think it just makes it spicy. Cullen just backed out of it and let Vonken have some room, and then let the LMDH through.
Here we go. Hench kind of stretching it out again now, right? The Moin Moin Motorsport car stretching it out a little bit, but right behind him, Thomas Masnery now has to play defense against Garrett. We said this gap was going to close, and it finally has. Obviously, that battle going to slow down the 22 car as he tries to play defense. And I'm sure Hench appreciates the breather for a few moments that Alessandro is giving him right now.
Yep. Indeed.
He knows whoever wins it, that's later Tom's problem. That's not now Tom's problem.
Yeah, just looking relative to the field, I'd say they got about 3 or 4 laps before we're going to start to see the next scheduled entry for this gaggle in LMDH. Oh, Sophia Ridpath on screen right now.
I was just looking at that myself because Ridpath now back up into P4.
Yep. Good recovery.
And great recovery drive, and right behind the teammate in the Olympus Esport Proton car. So, and they did, Olympus in the chat did say that it's team bragging rights within Olympus between Proton and Titan. So no team strategy maybe here today. It's if Sophia closes that gap, Victor is just like any other victim on this circuit today, and she is going to make sure that she gets up on a podium spot and keeps Clayson right behind her.
Oh, look at this. GT3 splitting them as they go down Mulsanne. And Sophia navigating that traffic quite well. Yeah, Sophia's been on the hard charge since coming out.
Well, twice now.
Yeah. It is, I mean, average lap times from Sophia, 3:24, 1:33, more closer to what I would expect the relative average to be for Sophia, because first stint we were looking at 326s for the average lap time, but again, like really dramatic first stint, a couple of mistakes, and now trying to catch up with Victor, and Victor running a 324.395, so pace advantage to Sophia right now to the tune of about 0.2.
Wow. James Cullen back on screen right there. Fury SimSport 420 car, number 9. Keep an eye up there on Sophia Ridpath, and see how that shakes out as we go on board a little bit with James Cullen.
Yeah, and Sophia and Victor on same pit strategy right now, so they got about 9 laps down. I think they're gonna have 10 laps when they cross the line on this set of tires. So we're looking at probably about 1 to 2 stops or 2 laps before they come in for their next schedule.
Gotcha. And I just got confirmation in the chat of what I was saying earlier, Phil, that Flat Out Escort are saying racing GT3 super scary with the GTPs coming up.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just running my race, and the next thing you know, whoa, where'd that come from?
You got something very scary that just popped up in your mirrors, like a jump scare in a horror film.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of intervals right now, Thomas Hinch in the Moin car, starting to catch up to, I believe it's Santo La Roca in the RTT Simulife 44 entry.
Okay. Yep, that would be La Roca coming up.
Yeah, that looks like the closest fight on track, but we're starting to see what we were talking about earlier at the start of the program. Like the field is starting to like stretch like taffy across the full length of the circuit. But the thing that is going to be key for a race of this magnitude is it's all about making sure you're keeping your average lap time in your reasonable window, and trying to avoid any nastiness when you start going through traffic. Flat Out Escort in chat talking about the LMDH jump scare on the exit of the curves, and I mean that's classic right there. Mm-hmm. They've got the arrow. They can carry so much more speed through those corners than you can.
We haven't seen anything from Santo La Roca in the last little bit since losing a couple spots, but now he's going to have Tom Hench to deal with. And who is the... That's some lapped traffic they're going to have to get around there.
Yep. That is the James Kurt Highline entry. Highline Motorsport entry.
So things a bit calm here.
Yep. I think we're going to start to see things again pick back up when we get to those that next round of pit stops.
Okay.
Which,
like you said, I mean, I would assume would be coming here. Well, another 10 minutes.
So for the LMDH crew, probably I would say less than 6 minutes.
Okay.
Santo La Roca just does not seem to have the ability to keep up with Hinch. Although Hinch does have that lockup, and that is going to allow
saw that, yeah, a little
Roca
bit of a
to
squeaker.
creep on up. Yep.
Close
As
that gap up just a little bit.
as they navigate around the Photon Audi.
Tom Roberts from the Williams Esport in the Williams Esport car now heading into the pit. So maybe that's the first, a little undercut there, but maybe that we're looking at the first of what will soon be many of the LMDH cars heading into the pits for the second round. Hinch now starting to open that gap back up a little bit.
Yeah, Hinch definitely has the relative pace difference on La Roca right now. Yeah, La Roca pumping in 325s, 325 2s, and it looks like Hinch has about 7/10 on him on the average.
Oh wow, okay.
So I suspect this gap's going to open right on up. Again, just trying to keep track of the field right now. Alessandro in the Unisim Racing 63 entry into the pits. Kind of curious. That's a bit early, but could be looking to try and pull an undercut.
Arturo Guerini in the pits right
now. Nope, that's pretty much on point for them for 12 laps. So a little bit of the drama that they've been kind of getting themselves caught up in to put them behind the field relative with that lap count. 12:23.
Take a look now at Luca Vonneken, Flying Arrow Performance, number 14 car. Looks like Luca is our current GT3 leader.
Yep. And
been able to keep it ahead of Cullen this whole time. And the Fury Sim Sport 420 car.
Yeah, and Cullen's just been in the background harassing this whole time after Luca jumped him in the pits. Luca currently 8 laps on this current set of tires, got maybe 4 before. I would actually probably put it at 5 if I had to guess. I think he's probably not going to pit early and sacrifice position, but he could surprise me.
Now, was it you? Let me think. Was it you the other day that I heard say you never let the car you're chasing pit before you?
That's just my philosophy. But I'm also a very average racer from a strategy perspective in endurance racing, especially when you get down to that last stint. I try not to let the car I'm chasing pit before me. I try to set the stage for how things are going to work out, not let the stage be set for me.
Very good. Well, we'll see. I mean, you said these guys are going to be getting close here soon, so we'll keep an eye here and see if they both dump at the same time. The first pit strategy was very, very kind to Vonneken. So, and who is that heading into the pits?
That is the LMDH field.
All of them,
yeah.
All the top runners are running in right now.
So I got my eye on the pit lane times. All the LMDH crew are going in for a second round of scheduled service.
So I think with these second set of pits starting, would you like to take yourself a break, or should I? Or
you're more than welcome to go. I am going to keep my eyes on these clocks right now because I'm really interested. We've already seen in the GT3 field how pit stops can be a factor for position.
Absolutely, it's happened there. I have no doubt we're going to see it in the LMDH field today too, as these guys start to jockey into the pits.
Did see a little bit of a connection issue there from Paul Shaben in the 994, flashing a little bit in the Garage 991 entry.
Definitely seeing the changes now in drivers for the teams that have decided to double stint. Almeida taking over in the 909 car, effects simulation car. We've got, it looks like maybe Matt Caruana is going to stay out.
Yeah, and that pit lane, that pit stop for the Team Bandit entry is going to cost them big time, because we're looking at a pit lane time of a 1:38.9, whereas the effects simulation 909 machine got out in a minute 27.
Wow.
And then, I mean, you take a look down the field, and the order is like going from top on down. We got a 27 from the effects machine, 38 from the Team Bandit. That's the outlier, because the rest of them, it's like 27, 28, 27, 28,
Gotcha.
28, 28.
Wow.
So
Well,
Team Bandit might have put themselves in a bit of a pickle.
And it has cost them, because they're now in second. Matt now in second versus first, where he went into the pit set, right?
You can see some LMDH machines in the background. I believe that is Stevenson in the Olympus Esports Proton, and then Vanderwalls in Esports Titan now in the background, 2 seconds and 7 seconds respectively.
So maybe Caruana, Team Bandit, like you said, gave themselves a little bit of trouble today, just based upon that pit stop. And it really is. I mean, I know it all comes down to strategy. I know it's all a part of motorsports racing and sim racing when we talk about these longer races and pit stops required and everything. It is a shame to see positions get jockeyed like that, and I say that only insofar as, I'm sure it's not a shame for the effects simulation team, right? They're ecstatic. What I mean by it's a shame is that we didn't get to see a battle happen on track, right? We didn't get to see them chase each other down. It happened during a function of the race that's required, and that strategy needs to be built around. But it's not the same as a battle out on track for 2 or 3 laps that we get to watch, right?
Yeah, that is definitely a shame for the folks at home watching. Now, for somebody who just stares at like pit wall timings all day, for me, it's like, wow, like time, math, it works. So just, but for me, it's exciting to see a little bit of that strategy battle, because it's that hidden vector in the equation of how this race is going to wind up. That I really love seeing play out, because it's one of those things that you could have a team that has a fast driver and a quality setup and luck on their side, but then you've got that other factor that can creep up into the outcome, which is down to strategy or execution.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
and
fun.
And I am appreciative of that. Don't misunderstand. Like, I can appreciate the strategy that goes into planning that pit strategy. But I'm here for the excitement. And so for me, the excitement is on track when 2 of these drivers come together in their platform of choice and have to battle it out, right? And I guess that's really all I was saying about that. Yeah. In general, I think, any way that you can win is the right way to win. So, quick question, and here's the thing. I don't know. I'm not sure that there's a time multiplier on this race, where we still have, 4.5 hours left to go. In-game time is 15:32. Are we going to finish in the dark?
15:32. Let me take a look at the almanac to figure out when sunset is.
I'm just curious. I'm just watching here. I noticed the sun appears to be getting low as we catch certain scenes around the track, and that's why I was just. And it is dated for November 30th. So I was just curious if it's going to drop off. Maybe we can finish this race in the dark.
5:09 p.m. was sunset.
Okay.
Now it's not nautical twilight, but but sunset at 5:09 p.m. So it could get a little dark on track. So yeah.
Well, with that said, sir, I am going to take that step away for a few minutes.
Sure thing. I'm just going to keep an eye on the action for the folks at home and hit them with some fun facts.
You've had all the best facts. I will tell everyone that missed it.
Yeah, for those that don't know, the first the first motor race, motor endurance race at this circuit happened 100 years ago this past May. And there were 36 entries total. 33 actually took the green flag, and 30 cars actually finished. So that's a fun fact for you. Having a 90% finish rate in like 1923 is kind of an accomplishment. Wonder if we'll end up with 90% finish rate in this race as well. It was a way different time back then. In fact, the winner of the race was not declared the official winner because it was part of a trio of races that were supposed to happen annually to determine who was going to be the victor. And declaring victory, unlike in this series where it's just like, yeah, you finish at the head of your class, at the very first 24 Hours Le Mans, it was where you finished relative to your lap target, which is kind of weird. James Cullen in the Fury SimSport 420, finding his way around the Aero Performance machine and now driving off into the distance. Cullen was waiting for that opportunity on Luca. And now we're going to see if he can build a gap or not as they get ready to probably go into the pits here in a minute. Let me double check my stint graph real quick. Yeah, so Luca is going to be on 11 lap old tires when he crosses the line. Whoa, big puff of smoke there. Not sure what that was all about. So Luca's got 10 laps on his set, and Cullen has 9. And Cullen relative, so average lap time for Cullen on this second stint, really moving at 355.573, and has about 3/10 on the average to Luca. And that is a Cadillac with, looks like maybe some damage. That is that might have been the smoke we were looking at earlier, as Stevenson in the Olympus Sports Proton, calamity for the Proton crew for Olympus Esports, as they are going into the pits with some rear end damage on that Cadillac. And now we're on board with Delgado in the Delta Racing LMDH 41 entry, trying to hold off the Unisim Racing RTT car, currently 2/10 back as they go through Tetra Rouge and onto the Mulsanne Straight. Oh, here we go. Is this what happened? Oh yeah, back end goes out into the wall. Managed to keep it from collecting cars, but the damage was done, and then had to limp back to the pits with no rear downforce. As you can see, skittish into the gravel right before pit entry to finish this lap out. I'm sure pit entry could not get to the Olympus Proton entry fast enough. And there's Delgado in the Delta Racing machine, as the RTT Unisim entry is going to make its way around. That is Arturo, I believe that is Guarini in the 63 car. Already built that gap up to 1.7 seconds. So yeah, now he's off to the races.
When I walked away, sir, I heard you talking about the very first of this.
Yeah. I was sharing some facts with the folks at home about how one of the oddities of the first 24 Hours of Le Mans, it was not the ultimate victor of the race was not decided by who finished the race first. It was how how many laps did you finish over your target?
Over your target?
Over your target. So if you had like a 80 lap target, finished like 10 laps over, that's like plus 10.
Huh.
Which kind of weird. Kind of weird if I'm honest. Yeah.
I see things have settled down a bit here. Curious. The FX simulation car out front now with a 3-second gap back to Caruana, and really that pit stop really hammered him hard.
Yeah, it is kind of yes, kind of no on the things calm down. The unfortunately the Olympus Proton entry lost it in one of the Mulsanne chicanes and lost the rear end on that car and had to go in for scheduled maintenance. And now we're kind of like watching the front end. I'm paying attention to the front end of the GT3 field, trying to figure out when pit stops are going to trigger for the GT3 cars. I am seeing, I've not seen Colin going yet, who did find his way around Luca Vonkin in the Flying Arrow Performance BMW. So Colin back in the lead of the GT3 field.
Looks like with quite a gap too.
Yeah, building a gap up to 27, 28 seconds. Although actually Luca has now lost a spot to Marcos, and his last lap was not bad. Oh, wait a minute. No, he's got damage. That's why his rear end is no longer connected on that car. As you can see, he will spin on pit entry if we end up getting that replay. His differential, or not his differential, his suspension in the rear is broken completely, and he is trying to baby this car into the pits to salvage whatever is possible.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious.
It's now so.
Oh, diving is one way you could say, but I'm kind of curious what was the impetus.
Here we go, right here. Oh wow! Had the front end of the car clipped by one of the LMDH cars, and yeah, you can see the back end going sideways as he tries to limp this back in. Like way sideways. Unbelievable.
So, I mean, that's unfortunate because the Flying Arrow machine was really giving us a good race with Cullen in the Fury Sim Sport. But now that's going to put a significant number of GT3 cars ahead of the Flying Arrow Performance machine. I mean, James Cullen now has a 30-second lead on Marcos Adami in the Delta Racing. So all of my hopes and dreams for a very tight GT3 field for the majority of a 6-hour race are dashed.
So we look at Marcos Adami here in the number 30 car. I'm just taking a look. The Delta, or the gap I should say, between Almeida and Caruana has come down now to about 2 seconds. Last time we took a look at that was around 3. Am I wrong there? I thought there was around 3-second gap.
Yeah, the last laps between Caruana and Almeida are big. 322.74 for Caruana in the Team Bandit machine, and then a 24.02 for the FX simulation car. So Alameda is going to have to really put the foot down if there's any hope. Stay out in front.
Gap there now.
I am going to take a quick step away to try and encourage my dog not to murder the door. I'll let him, but I'll be right back.
Keep an eye on Alameda here and see if this gap gets any closer. Both drivers looking to clear out that GT3 traffic. Welcome back, Owen. Glad to see you here. Glad to see everybody here today. Thank you all for joining us for this 6-hour Williams Gaming Club event at Le Mans. Multi-class racing is some of the best.
I'm back as well, and it looks like we are following along with Caruana.
Yeah, he continues to close down to about 1.5 seconds now.
Yeah.
So really locking in the pace. Yeah. Trying to see, I'm waiting for this next lap to come across. I don't have the numbers up that you do, so I'm trying to wait for this next lap to come up and see what the last lap times were. As now Tom Callender.
Yeah.
Is looking to put a run on Paul Shaban.
Shaban has had some network. So there goes Calendar. So Calendar's going into the pits.
Callender said, I don't need to have this battle right now. I'm good. Thank you very much.
So that could be the start of GT3's scheduled pit stop starting to come in, which is pretty much on.
Yeah.
On
seen 1, 2, 3 GT3s in so far.
So I'm going to keep my eye on Calendar to figure out what the Flying Arrow Performance machine, I believe the remaining Flying Arrow Performance machine on track right now in the GT3 category. So Luca and the 14 crew have yet to come out of the pits almost 5 minutes later.
Wow. Wow. Mr. James Cullen there in the Fury Sim Sport.
Yep.
Number 9 Audi.
Yep, a little bit of luck coming Cullen's way after that initial pit stop, losing the position out to Luca and then having Luca kind of get taken out in the Porsche curves. It's kind of given Cullen a little bit of breathing room relative to the field. Calendar back out on track after a 1:21.65, 1 minute 21.65 second pit stop. And he's back out on track.
Taking a look here, the race for the lead has gotten down to the tenths of the seconds.
Yep. Yeah, it's
and about
close.
2 tenths. So Caruana just closing it down very quickly. And now Alameda, for the first time, is going to have to, since getting in the car, is going to have to play some defense.
And I mean, in terms of the pace differential, I just don't feel like it's with Almeida in the 909 car. I think ALM is going to have to figure something out because Team Bandit is moving pretty fast right now. Does look like he's able to get defensive into the chicane and stay ahead. The question I'm asking myself right now is, pace differential is that much? Like, how much do I really hold this person off? They've already got two pit stops under their belts, respectively. Cullen is in the pits. Keep my eye on that stopwatch.
Oh, yep. See that. Looks like we also, let me look here. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Vanderwaal's right now in third, being chased down by Tom Hench. So keep an eye on that little battle as well as we keep out. And there it is, Tom Hench up, trying to chase down David Vanderwaal's. And we have the Delta Racing car stopped on the side of the track.
It's Delgado.
But Vanderwaal's, much like Alameda, going to have to play some defense here for the first time today. And we'll see how successful that's going to be because Tom Hench is already out in front. So very quickly change spots there. Both cars going to have to clear some back marker action as well.
Looks like we're getting a driver swap in the Fury SimSport 420 machine. We're going to have Will Brink Sr. in the number 9 after a minute 21 in the pits.
Vanderwall's getting held up here a little bit by a back marker. So now that gap, now that Tom Hench is around, that gap is opening up very quickly. Already up to 2 seconds. And Caruana able to break out ahead of the Effect Simulation 909 car.
And some GT3 traffic working to his benefit as well, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like got Fury SimSport out on track and driver swap for Delta Racing with Washington Carvalho in the Delta Racing GT3 out on track as well. Pit stop gain for the Delta Racing car with a 119.7 in the pits versus a 121 for the GT3 leader. So that's going to close that gap down a little bit. Tom Callender, after the pit stop rotation, finds himself 5th in GT3, looks like.
And looking to take down Niels Schroer in the Garage 991 green.
Yep, they are back at it. Only 4/10 between them in terms of pit stop time, so the undercut really did not pan out for Tom Callender the way that he'd hoped. But in terms of getting back out on track, he is all over Garage 991 green car and gets a good exit.
Team Bandit back to the top of the list here.
Yeah, I think Matt's going to start opening up the gap pretty big on ALM.
Already up to almost 1 second there. I'm sure we'll see that continue to expand. Tom Hench continuing to run away from David Vanderwals. We saw that pass earlier.
Somebody we have not seen much of in this, the VGTR Esports entry, Miguel Astazarian?
Astazarian? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
Miguel's team, listen, great drive so far today, up 7 spots.
Yeah.
On today's race, so obviously cannot complain.
Yeah. One of the Porsche entries. Currently running pretty far off the pace. 3:36, 3 minute, 36.64. Last lap. Does look like. What is that? Trying to find the average for Miguel. Just to get a.
I will say though, Miguel, I mean, look, as I look at this field, easily 99% of the drivers that we've seen so far out there today are A and B class licensed drivers in iRacing. Miguel a D class. So obviously doesn't have as much experience as some of the others on the circuit today. So I think doing pretty well for himself, considering.
Ethan Reed in the car earlier, putting in quicker lap times than Miguel, 326 and 327 respectively. So I suspect Miguel is going to be that middle stint, and then either see Ethan probably get back in the car to close the race out, if I had to guess.
Gotcha.
As a slow driver, I was always in the middle stint as well. So anyway.
I solved that problem by just not racing with teams. That way nobody has to be disappointed in me, except myself.
It is so much fun. You have no idea, my man.
I know. You've been trying to drag me over. Hasn't worked yet.
Looking at the relative data, Caruana is cooking. 323.087 with 7 laps in on this stint right now. Wow. He is moving quicker than he has on the average this entire race.
Tom Callender back at it with Nils Schroer, Garage 991 car.
Chat hitting us with some facts right now. Thomas Hinch by himself in the Moin Moin machine for 6 hours.
Well, I'm kind of wondering if Caruana in Team Bandit isn't either. This is his 3rd stint now, so we'll have to wait and see if. I mean, I would say if he stays in for the next pit stop, it's probably a single team driver too. Hats off to these guys that can sit and drive for 6, 12. We've seen 24-hour drivers do it by themselves before.
In terms of team composition, Team Bandit does have Zella Lewis as well, piloting the car with Matt Caruana.
Excellent. We're going to get to see Alex drive here in a little bit. Very good.
Hinch just came together with one of the QRT M4s. That is a very broken Cadillac.
Meanwhile, though, Niels Schroer. I'm sorry, I meant to say Tom Callender able to make his move.
Yeah.
And get ahead of Nils Schroer in the 994 car. Just barely, though. Look at this run we have. Nils says, not so fast, sir. That was tucked. Wow. Take a look. Tom Hench here. Oh, where are we missing? Who is that? There we go. Oh, right there. Yep, gobbled up by a GT3. And that, you're right, that is a very, very broken Porsche.
Yeah. That is
That's a shame. Hench now into the pits. Hobbling into the pits slowly. The front and the rear end of the car both gone.
That is a tough pill to swallow. So real quick update in GT3 field, Rink Wilbrink sitting on a 24-second buffer to Washington Carvalho in the Delta Racing GT3 machine, and does seem to have a bit of a pace mismatch in relation to Carvalho. Carvalho's last lap was a 56.93. Wilbrink was a 59.45. So that gap is, if this maintains, that gap is going to dwindle pretty fast.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see that play out.
Just doing some checking here, a little bit of a. So we take a look at David van der Wal, currently running in 3rd. That Olympus Titan team. Photon is Solo 2, we're being told. Not Olympus Esport. Proton. Team Photon.
Yeah, the Audi. The Photon Audi 76, I believe. Duncan Edward Jones.
Gotcha. Okay. Photon Racing. Audi drivers, man. You can't stop them. Matt Caruana now has opened that gap in the lead over Alameda to 3.8, around 3.8 seconds. So that's going to continue to spread. Tom Hench still sitting in the pits at this time.
Oh, he's going to be there a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be there.
At least he didn't have to tow, right? I mean, he didn't have to do a tow. He was able to get into the pits.
I'm going to take a peek around now, just trying to find close intervals because right now this field is like very stretched out.
Mm-hmm.
Closest we're looking at is Niels Schroer in the 991 green entry, maintaining about a 2-second gap to Tom Callender in the Flying Arrow Performance Machine. That is for 4th in GT3.
These guys looking to clear out some of the traffic. There he is currently in 9th.
So,
Ashton Linder in the number 5 McDonald's car.
Unfortunately, the Moin Moin car is retired.
Oh.
Radioactive asking about the Highline Motorsports vehicle. That is trying to recover right now, currently in 34th overall. So behind some GT3 cars, Dalton Powell in the Highline Motorsport car, trying to claw out of the cellar, but they're going to have to get out of the pits first. They're still sitting on some big-time repairs. As is Luca Vonken. The Flying Arrow 14 car has yet to come out of the pits after 20 minutes and almost 30 seconds.
Oh.
So both the Highline Motorsports and Flying Arrow cars in for unscheduled repairs, which is unfortunate, but it is endurance racing and it happens.
Like I said, this feels pretty well spread at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to take a look here. Caruana just running it out up to a 3-second gap. Now, if we look at Alameda, the FX Simulations car, only one close. I mean, Vanderwalls is 41 seconds back from our first place GTP car. And even with 4 hours, just over 4 hours left to go, that's a lot of gap. Someone's gonna have to make a big mistake for that to, I think, get closed down.
Yeah, we got things heating up though on screen. GT3 action. Tom Calendar's got the next target in line. It's Vincent Mizzou in Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim Rosa machine. And if I butchered that last name, I lived in Missouri for a while. That's pronounced Mizzou, but anyway.
It is Mizzou, isn't it? So Tom Callender making a run at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Looking to see what he can do between now and the next pit stop. Up 7 places, so doing well there. 7 places on track. Again, we don't know in class, or I don't know in class.
Well, looks like that's a done deal for Callender. I mean, Callender had like over 2 seconds pace relative to Vincent, so it was a matter of time. And if I'm Vincent, I'm not racing this guy.
Don't just let it happen.
Yeah, Tom Callender though right now, fastest man on track in GT3, bar none. Carvalho in front in Delta Racing, 56.31 last lap. Rink Wilbrink Sr. in the Fury Sim Sport machine, 57.79. So Calendar is really moving now.
And plenty of time to do so too. I mean, we're right at the 2-hour mark. So 4 hours left to go in this event. Burrows and chat cheering for the Truck Boys. Where did I see the Truck Boys last? I think the Truck Boys were struggling a little bit.
They have
they
are, what is that? 7th relative in GT3 field behind the QRT Esports number 7 entry. This is my first time getting to call an iRacing race at Le Mans.
Same.
Quite good. Quite good.
Usually I'm just waiting for the IRL race to take place. And yeah, we get to actually take a look at it today. That Audi is a great looking car. Radioactive, you're never wrong when you say an Audi's a great looking car. Look at that thing. Just ripping.
Your bias is showing. That's okay.
I'm not biased against the Audi. Mark Ballack in the number 63 car just coming out of the pits. Currently in 7th. So Ballack taking that over for RRT Unisim Racing.
So between Olympus Esports Proton and the Unisim Racing 63, they appear to be part of a crew that's off cycle relative to the rest of the field. That also includes the 991 Blue and EOA Racing Team entries in LMP, or excuse me, LMDH.
Trying to see Stephen Smith, the number 36 car, currently P11. And again, things quite calm down here. Stephen just right now waiting for traffic, going to clear it as it comes.
Yeah, it looks like Arturo Guarini running an 11-lap stint that last round with the 63 car. So that's why we're starting to see that off-cycle entry. And then, of course, with the 37 entry, which is off-cycle, that was the unfortunate episode with Christopher Stevens, and they had to pit early. Stevens is on his 4th stint now, 8 laps in.
Wow. So, shoot! Now it popped right out of my head where I thought I was gonna ask you here. As I just saw a pop up and want to take a look. Miguel Estarzaran with some trouble sliding across the track. It looked like he lost any spots because of it, but definitely scrubbed up the tires a little bit. Alex Pentelli, there are the Truck Boys. Chat's been asking, and there they are. Your wish is somebody's command. And there is Alex Pentelli at the helm of the Truck Boys GT3 car.
It's spoken like a man. I have no power here.
No, neither do I. Somebody heard you.
Yeah.
Somebody heard you, chat.
So, unfortunately, it looks like there might be a little bit of drama unfolding for Tom Callender. Not sure what happened, but I believe he is now back behind Nils Schroeder. And I don't think those two came together. I think there might have been some LMP traffic involved. I'm gonna see if I can scrub back and take a peek.
I'm gonna take a quick look here.
That is gonna cost Tom Callender big time, because I believe he had gotten away around Zoo and everyone. Oh yeah. Audi is a wonderful machine until the rear end decides to take over the front end. And Mulsanne seems to be the how it went down.
Here. Yep, the back end trying to make the corner a little quicker than the front was ready to go. And there you see Neil Shore go right around. So, but Callender had massive pace there. I mean, it's a 1 second gap. I don't see it lasting a lot of time, right?
Oh, me either.
Just given what we saw earlier. Looks like our race leader now, Matt Corona, Almeida, both into the pits. So,
yep.
GTP LMDH cars is going to start cycling in and out again. Three total. Christopher Stevenson in the Olympus Esport Proton car into the pits as well. So let's see who rolls out first. Between Team Bandit and Effect Simulations 909.
And it looks like Zella Lewis in the Team Bandit car going in.
Very good. Our man Alex.
Vanderwall in for Olympus Esports, as is the RTT Simulife 44 entry.
Looks like we've got some GT3s heading in too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that are off cycle.
Yeah, Kyle Felvis, Antonio Pereira, Duncan Edward Jones, all heading into the pits.
Teams are heading back out on track now.
And it looks like Zella Lewis coming out, or Xella Lewis coming out just ahead of Alameda.
I will pronounce that right next time. Xella Lewis?
I think it's Xella Lewis, yeah.
It does look like the DHE Esports entry did stay out. ALM is going to stay in the Effect Simulation 909 Cadillac. Pit lane times, we're looking at around, I'd say, 1.4 seconds lost for the Team Bandit folks, but they had like a pretty massive gap going in. That's kind of gone now. More like 0.8.
So Xella Lewis back at the helm of the Team Bandit car now. Julio Almeida right there in the 909. About a half-second gap between them. Now the only thing, if you want to call it a good thing here, if I'm Xella Lewis, the only thing I'm happy about is that both cars into the pits at the same time, which means they both have the same temperature tires. They're both new tires, but they're both the same temperature tires. They both got to get them spun up before he really is going to have to worry about hard defense, I think. At least get half or 3/4 of a lap down and get those pressures up a little bit. If he's not ready in time, of course, the 909 car can find a place to go, which this may be it right here.
The 909 machine getting alongside in the Mulsanne corner.
There it is, 909 taking up P2. Very quick pass for Almeida. VGTR Esport car now into the pits.
While we're watching this battle, I've got my eye on Pete. Is that Impois? In the DHE Esports entry, still the remaining LMDH car out on track. from the front runners. And yep,
There he goes.
1 lap off cycle, but into the pits.
So now Almeida going to have his opportunity to lead this race. For the time being.
So Tom Callender back up into 3rd. After losing 2 spots, just going from 5th to 3rd almost as fast as you please. Moving right now in the Flying Arrow Performance Audi. 355.2 last lap. It's about 2 seconds a lap faster than both Mills and Vincent. And now it's Washington Carvalho in Delta Racing GT BMW that is 38 seconds up the road. But with Calendar's pace, that's going to take a little bit longer for that gap to close. Carvalho had a 55.45 last lap, so about 0.3 advantage to Calendar. Carvalho actually is now within 20 seconds of the Fury SimSport 420 leading the GT3 field. That gap has closed down from about 28 seconds after the pit stops. So the average of 56s and 57s from Will Brink might get him to the next round of pit stops, but it's going to be cutting it close.
Right now, Harry Neal, the GTP class, under a little bit of pressure from Vito Grippa. Looks like Grippa wants to take the shot.
GT3 car taking the alternate line to let the LMDHs through. Will Green asking how we're doing. Adam, how you doing today? I'm doing great.
I'm doing fantastic.
Mr. Will Green in chat. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Will Green, Will Garrity. The Wills are such beauties. They really are.
So many Wills.
So many Wills.
Williams got the corner on the Wills. Who knew?
There it is. Vito Grippa is not quite taking the spot. He's moved up, but he's not owning it yet. And now he fully commits to the corner. Going to take over for Harry Neal in P11.
Will, G's, and James. Williams has the corner on him. Wonder if the way the positions are lined up in the organizational chart, it's like Will 1 now hiring for Will 2.
Well, does a James have to work for a Will, or vice versa? Is there a rule? Is there a business rule written around that?
That might be a department. Are you in the James department?
Gotcha. Harry Neal taking it back very quick from Vito Grippa as this battle continues in GTP class for P11. I feel like, and we just saw a similar corner. I feel what happens is Harry Neal just goes a little deep into the braking zone.
Yeah.
And it's what allows, you see him, he goes wide, and it's what allows Vito to get ahead. Whoa, that is some driving right there. Yeah, there you go. 2 James work on the same team. Will and other Will work on different teams.
Just a real quick check up at the front of the field, though. That gap at the front of LMDH has grown to almost 4.5 seconds.
I see that. So Neal and Grippa have got to have. Let me come across here. No, Grippa. Last lap, Grippa almost a second and a half faster over Harry Neal. Oh, Harry Neal with some trouble there, way out into the gravel. And Vito Grippa going to take that spot with and get himself a 1 second gap out of first trouble.
So a real quick check-in on the fastest man in GT3. Tom Callender, unfortunately, had a moment with that might have been the effect simulation Cadillac. I'm not sure, but went off at Porsche curves and into the wall. So that is going to be unfortunate. I'm going to get a confirmation on that, the other car involved. Oh yeah, that was Exella Lewis.
I didn't see.
Yeah.
Was there a push?
Oh no, I don't think there was a push. I'm looking back at that right now. But the thing is that it was I don't know if it was kind of what you were talking about before of a case of didn't expect that car to be there that fast.
Okay, gotcha.
Because they go into Porsche and yeah, it just looks like the Audi was just surprised to see the LMDH there. Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, once he had to correct mid-corner, it was over.
Yeah. Right now, Vincent Mazu trying to keep Nils Schroer at bay from the Garage 991 green team in the 994. Another BMW battle out here today with so many on track. It's not a surprise we might have more than one.
Evasive action, though, from Exella Lewis, keeping that Cadillac out of the wall. Keeping Team Bandit in it.
Just over 2 hours into this 6-hour event. Had plenty of we've had plenty of action today, haven't we?
We have. That is for sure.
At times. I'm trying to see. Okay, that's what I'm looking at here.
So I'm seeing Rink Wilbrink in the Fury Sim Sport 420 has picked up the pace a little bit and is maintaining that 20-second gap on Carvalho, Delta Racing. Okay. This battle, though, right now with between Vincent and Nils, it's looking really, really spicy. In terms of pace difference, there's only there's barely anything between them on the average, but 4/10 last lap to Nils.
I'm just watching this happen, and you've got Vincent Maizu finally the GTP car is able to get around. Vincent did not. I mean, he knew where Nils was, right? He knows exactly what's going on. He did not want to compromise his line to give the GTP car any kind of opportunity to clear the slower traffic.
It's like, that's like two GT3s fighting in a corner, and an LMDH shows up. It's like your favorite joke. Two GT3s and an LMDH walk into the pub.
Finally able to let him clear, but but at the same time, you know what? I can understand it. I wouldn't want to compromise my line right now when I'm in the middle of a battle as well.
Yeah.
Particularly when I'm looking at, holding on to a possible podium position.
Indeed. So we've got to be getting close, I think, for the GT3s to start the next round of scheduled pit stops. I'm going to go look that data up right now. No, not quite. 8 laps for Wilbrink, 8 laps for Carvalho, and 8 laps for Mizzou.
Gotcha. So soon, but not that soon.
Yeah, they're going to need about 4 to 5 more laps before we start seeing the next round of schedules.
It looks like... Oh, what did I do? I broke things for myself. Andrea Spati, the number 32 car.
Yep.
And David Vanderwals. Wouldn't mind seeing a 3rd place take right now. Olympus Esports Titan.
Yep. So both Andrea and Vanderwall have at least 1 stint under their belt. They're in their 2nd stint right now. Average lap times for Andrea, pretty good relative to Vanderwalls. Wondering if maybe a moment on track or something brought them a little bit closer together. But Vanderwalls is not running relatively close to his average lap times right now. About 4 seconds off. So must have had a moment. I mean, every time they cut through the dirt like that, I'm just waiting for the cars to just go into the shadow realm.
Right. It looks like Nils Schorer was able to get around Vincent Mazou in the number 129 car. Look there at the GT3 leader right now, Nick Wilbrink Sr.
So Phoenix Sim Racing 2 is...
Vanderwalls has made it. No, I was just going to say Vanderwalls has cleared.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Andrea is suffering from some issues this stint. So looks like the Phoenix Sim Racing 2 entry. Had a question in chat about it. 717 currently 34th overall. Pretty far down in GT3 order. So you're going to have to do some work to cover some spots.
Trying to look here.
Phoenix Sim Racing 1 entry, car 4. Currently sitting, I believe that would be 10th. No, 9th. 22 overall. Vanderwall going to try and open this gap up, but not, to be perfectly honest, not making a big getaway.
No, and I kind of thought the way they came together that maybe it would go a little quick, but not at all. Hanging right around 410s. What I was really curious about is I see... Okay, no, I guess not. Excella Lewis in Team Bandit. Last lap was a 328, but I believe that was the incident or got hung up a little bit with the GT3 car, right?
Oh yeah, Porsche curves. It was a big. It was almost a massive off for Excella. And
I was just curious how that was going to go. Only because a 328 when everyone around him was 325s, 326s means it's going to even though it's 51 seconds, it might close awful fast.
Yeah. And I mean that was just a bummer for the Flying Arrow machine. It does look like the Flying Arrow machine was able to stay out. Right now,
Kyle Felvis of Phoenix Sim Racing crashed. I just looked back at the replay and it looked like he flipped over multiple times.
Whoa.
Yeah. So maybe we'll be able to find that one for a replay. But yeah, he had to teleport back to the pits. There it is right there. And just off the wall and comes back across the track with no wing. And that was a teleport back to the pits. So a tow and a pit stop.
So sideways into Tetra Rouge like that is pretty dangerous. Very, very committed corner. When you look at the map, it looks almost 90 degrees when you think about it. But because of like the width of the track and stuff like that, they're able to make it like not 90 degrees, but still, you're carrying so much speed into that corner.
Carvalho there in the, number 30 car, Delta Racing GT3.
So if
so here's the thing. I want you to remember this. Phoenix Sim Racing in chat asked, how is Phoenix Sim Racing doing?
Yeah.
And then that happened.
Yeah.
To Kyle. I want it known that we did not commentate curse Kyle. Phoenix Sim Racing chat did that. Phil, you know how they are. They will come at us like a spider monkey.
Yes.
Saying that we did that, and I want it clear that we did not do that.
I mean, I'm sure the letters in the mail from Calendar from all the praise I've been heaping on him the whole race, and then that happens at Porsche curves. Like, it's unfortunate, but that just happens. That's endurance racing.
It does, and it is. That's why I keep. Obviously we're multi-class here. We're not full. This is nowhere near what we consider an IMSA race, but it's funny. I have the, and I don't know if you do or not, but I have the IMSA app on my phone, and I just keep every couple days going in and checking. And as of today, it is only 40 days until the 24 hours of Daytona, and I am here for it.
Indeed, I believe there's a Williams Gaming Club race prior to that as well, or something in the works. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I just can't wait for that to kick off. Matthew Thompson in the Box 3 Motorsports Enduro car. A little bit of a struggle earlier. I noticed some off tracks and stuff for Matthew, currently running in 34th.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry. Yeah, 31st. So hopefully I'm able to make up some spots. Down 19 on the day, but hopefully, there's GT3s ahead of him. Get a pace, run hard, and just at least make up the positions ahead of the GT3s. I don't know where that would put them in class, because we don't have that boxed out, but
they are pretty far down in class.
Yeah,
because they've got the entire GT3 field on their lap to effectively clear.
Gotcha.
Vanderwall, not making a getaway from Andrea Spati in the RTT Similife 44 entry, just not doing it. Oh, Tom Hinch in the pits, sad, big sad for Moin Moin.
Yeah. That is too bad. Right now, taking a look at Scott Darville in the 173 car. British Army Esports. Now, I wonder if that's real. Like, do you know, is he in the British Army and they actually maybe have like a, not officially sponsored, but like, okay, so I'm being told it is real.
Yeah. That's great.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
Getting told they bring a tank to LAN events.
So there's esports stuff in even like U.S. military. So it's a real thing. It's a real thing. But But last I heard, the U.S. Army does not bring a tank to the event. So tip of the hat to British Army Esports.
100%. That is pretty awesome, actually.
I wonder what parking's like for that.
Yeah, I don't
It would be wild if you had to like go to the parking deck with your tank. There is Keanu Blum, who I think took over for Calendar in the Flying Arrow 13 car. So Flying Arrow not out of it after the Porsche Curves incident, but 2 minutes 24 seconds in the pits for the full repair job. So what's good news for them in that respect is they might not even be that far down in terms of like, they might even be still on the lead lap of GT3. So that could be big news for them. In fact, it looks like they are. When they cross the line, they'll still be on the lead lap.
Awesome.
For GT3.
Well, at least to see them, at least they're able to get it fixed, get back out there, and now a new driver in the car. Right? Going to help out and keep them moving. Let's just take a look here.
Yeah, they're on the lead lap, but just barely. Like they are 3 minutes and 34 seconds back from Wilbrink in the Fury Sim Sport 420. In fact, Wilbrink in the 420 Fury Sim Sport entry is, I believe, the lone Fury Sim Sport entry left on track.
Oh, wow.
Like, I believe both the 142 and the 169 entries are either in the pits for repairs or out.
Alexa Gates in the number 3 car and off the track and turn. Somebody missed a break point. Alexa with a little struggle there, getting back out of the gravel.
Might have avoided the bonk, though.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? I think that's the important part, is keeping it out of the wall. Especially these... That's one thing. I like open wheelers is one thing, right? The wheels are out there in the middle of space. If you catch somebody, as we watched, in the FF 1600 series here at Williams Game Club, the wheels are out in space. You clip them with anything, and they're probably just going to fly off, right? And I don't know if it's, if it's because if they're built that way on purpose or not. But it seems like these GTP cars, even though they're not open wheelers, are kind of the same. Like, it doesn't take much of a tap on the wall for parts to just go flying everywhere.
Yeah, it's because they are handcrafted with love and care. And
really, is that why?
Yeah, bolted together with hopes and dreams.
Oh boy! So take a look at the number 74 car of Yanis Constantin. White Stag Romania prototype division. One thing we had talked about today is the liveries that are on track. All these guys submit liveries to Trading Paints. I am always amazed every race at the amount of creativity that goes into these liveries when you see ones, folks that are not using the stock iRacing livery.
Yep.
Just a ton of creativity and an opportunity for people to kind of I wish I had that creativity, because I certainly don't. I can't. I get other people to do my liveries.
Yeah, don't ask me to draw.
No.
Don't do it. Unless it's a Cartesian plot, and then I'll do it. And then most people just be like, nerd, and want to leave. So the field is very stretched out at this point. Closest battles, Vincent Mazot chasing down Nils Schroeder in the Garage 991. Ben Godenow in the Flying Arrow Performance 133 on track. Where are they at? Were they one of the ones that were in the pits for what felt like eternity?
Phil, with
yes, sir.
With your data there, as we take a look at Ben Godenow.
I'm going to go with Godenow.
Godenow, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I see the E there, and so maybe Godenow. We'll figure it out. Anyway, in the number 14 car. Can you take a look for us at the gap between Alameda and Excella Lewis up there in GTP class leadership?
I mean, the gap right now is 21 seconds.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is which direction is it moving? Because I feel as though that's smaller than it was at the last pit, but I could be wrong. No. Growing. Okay.
Alameda is running away.
Okay.
Average lap
I can't
time
remember
is
what it was. So.
Yeah, average lap time is a 23.125, and for Lewis, it's 25.921.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that gap is growing at to the tune of almost 2 seconds on the average. So yeah, and they're getting close to their pit stops. I'm gonna take a quick step away before the GT3's pit because I want to be here to nerd out on pit stop times.
Yeah, we'll do a little flip flop there. You go ahead and take a break. Get some. I'm gonna have to get some coffee here soon, or some tea, one of the two. But I'll stick around here while you go have some fun, and then I'll let you nerd out on pit stops while I take my break.
I'm gonna go have fun. I'm gonna go do some cartwheels. I'll be right back.
There you go. Sounds good. Probably not wrong. He doesn't need to stretch his legs. You sit for so long. I mean, maybe cartwheels are a good thing. A couple push-ups. I don't know. Alameda right there in the 909 car, currently running in first. Stella Lewis in second. So much fun being here today. And I wanted to mention, this is always, when we're not talking directly about race stuff, it's always a good time. And when either Phil or I are gone, and there's no nerding out on pit stop stuff, it's a good time, I think, to remind everybody, today's race, Williams Gaming Club, all these guys are members over there. If you want to be a member, it's right there. Will Green dropped it in the chat, the Discord. Hit that link, jump over. You're sitting there in your seat right now watching this race going, I want to do this. I want to do this. It's a great place to get started. I told you, a lot of the drivers here are A, B-class drivers in iRacing. However, there's D's, C's. There's even a rookie in a car today. And you know what? They're doing great. They're up 5 spots on the day. So you don't have to be some kind of esports professional crazy driver to come and have fun at the Williams Gaming Club. There are more and more events being built all the time in iRacing, ACC. The one I know about coming up is next Friday, the final race of the Formula Ford 1600 Friday series. So much fun, reverse grid craziness that these guys put together. And I haven't driven it, I've watched it, and let me tell you, reverse grids are something to behold. So Ethan Reed now in the number 18 car heads into the pits. Looks like I think Phil messed up because the pits are already happening. Rink Wilbrink Sr., Washington, Piera Carvalho, Neil Schroer, Vincent Mizzou, Ricardo Mecking all into the pits right now. So Phil might have missed his chance. I don't know. I'm sure he'll catch up on the data as soon as he is back, but definitely didn't catch the front end of it. Poor feller. There's the number 22 car of Pete Ipois, maybe? Oh, no, that's German. Ipois? You have to excuse us on our pronunciation, folks. We're all just Americans and we don't know these words, so. But the DHE Esport car currently in 5th. Relatively healthy place to be with 12 seconds back from Andrea Spati in the RRT Simulite 44 car, but just under 10 seconds ahead of Mark Ballack in another RRT car, this time the Unisim Racing 63. So we'll see if that closes up, because it's kind of getting down to where it's fluttering between 9 and well, now Ballack heading into the pits. It was fluttering between close to 10 and then down into the 8-second range. Phil heard the word pit stop and his spidey senses kicked off. Vincent Mizzou, there we are getting a little bit of another little battle here with Vincent Mizzou. Paul Schleben now in the behind the wheel of the 994 Garage 991 green car. Temperatures holding so far, still 19°C on track. That has remained incredibly stable throughout the course of this race. Temperatures have been just wickedly flat. here he goes, Mizzou looking for his play. He really needs to get ahead of Schleben, because right behind him, Ricardo Mecking in the QRT Esports Apex racing car, the number 7, he's chasing them both down. So the sooner Mizzou can get this battle over with, get ahead of Schleben, get the battle over with, and move on. Now maybe Schleben gets to be the one that plays with Mecking instead of himself. Okay, sorry. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. Awesome. Shaben. Sorry. But Vincent Mizzou gets the pass made. Paul Shaben now has Ricardo Mecking knocking at the door in the number 7 QRT Esports car.
I had to, man. I had to.
You didn't, though. You didn't. It's...
So I was following along on the phone while the pit stop stuff was coming in. And here's the thing about data that's wonderful. It's recorded. So I can just go back.
Okay, yeah. I think it'd be all right.
I can just go back and do some mathematics, some simple subtraction, because I can't do like long division or anything. I'm too dumb for that. But yeah, it does look like gap between Delta Racing and Fury Sim Sport 420 did close down even a little bit more, about a second on the table left for Fury Sim Sport, so they're letting Delta just creep on up. And this race with the Scuderia Volpe and the 991 green car, really exciting, especially with that QRT machine just looming large in the background there.
A little bit of a play here now with Flip Van Zyl, LT Racing. The number 36 car being run down by the number RRT, the number 666 car from RRT, Carmine Arima.
I'm gonna let you go with that.
Arima?
Yeah, I'm not committing to anything.
Arima. Yeah. Auriemma. There you go. I got this. Haven't seen much of Flip Van Zyl today. We watched the man drive before. He's not slow. But Carmine might be just a little quicker. That got very quickly closed down. Keep just trying to keep an eye on the three-way battle between Mizzou, Shaben, and Mecking in the background. The GT3 class as we keep our eyeballs here. Like headlights are coming on slowly. I don't know if you heard it or not, Phil. I don't know, maybe if you shut it off before you came back, but I was saying, we had the weather up there a few moments ago. The temperatures have been amazingly steady today. It's still 19°C on track. That's amazing to me that it's been that steady across these almost 3 hours.
Yeah. I think the conditions are pretty locked in for us. I think the only time we're going to see temperatures really take a dip is if we get down into some really dark hours.
Gotcha.
Mecking and Nils running comparable lap times right now in GT3, with Vincent kind of being the odd man out. So I suspect Mecking is gonna probably try to set up for a move, but I mean, right now Shaben can't seem to pull away.
Mm-hmm. I'm finding interesting today this idea. Then we're back to the Flip Van Zyl battle for 10th. It seems like things, and I don't know if it's the length of the track or something else specific, but what I've noticed today is things will calm down for maybe a 15-20 minute little lull in the action, right? Cars are spread out. We're not really seeing, and then all of a sudden, they are all right back together, as we see with that battle in GT3, just piled up on top of each other, a three-way battle at this point. It's I don't know, it feels different, I guess, because normally what I'm used to is either a race completely spreads out and there's no more action ever, or there's action the entire time because the paces are so well matched between drivers.
Yeah, it's a good point. Like, I'm not entirely sure if that's just a circumstance with how people are kind of like cycling out of pits and stuff, or what. As the GT3 action kind of showed up to the scene of a pretty spicy accident between, it looks like, Alexa Gates and the BUSR Racing LMDH. And I'm trying to find the other GT3 that was involved. That might have been a Flying Arrow Performance. Yeah, I think it was a Flying Arrow Performance M4. Yeah, Ben Godinel.
Yeah, I saw them pop up on my screen there.
But what was spicy about it is after the accident at Indianapolis, Alexa pulled the U-turn on track, just whipped it around right in front of the GT3 battle that we've been watching this whole time.
Oh, fun times.
From a relative perspective, Carmine and Flip still the closest action on track, but this three-way battle for third. I mean, this is effectively a three-way battle for the podium in GT3. Yeah. That is also pretty spicy.
It is. Looks like they spread out a little bit at this point, right? Paul Shaben kind of getting himself in a position where, you know, he's got that 1 second, a little bit of breathing room. Certainly is not going to be able to slow down, though, and is going to have to maintain because those two are coming and running.
Yeah. One second, I mean, he probably wants to get a little bit more to really not have risk of pulling him into the draft, but Ricardo just can't seem to find his way around. And they are slowing up big time. I mean, their last laps were in the 4 minutes.
Oh, wow.
With Shaben being 3:59.
The battling will do that to you, though, right? I mean, it's gonna hammer you down, and it looks like your GTPs are now starting to pit. Our race leader, the Effect Simulation 909 car into the pits, Excella Lewis into the pits, and Christopher Stevenson from the Olympus Esports Proton team heading back out now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you do nerd things. I'm going to go get a coffee.
Yeah. Smart play.
Make sure I'm staying juiced up here and ready for the end of this race. And I'll be back in just a few. I will leave you and leave everyone in your wonderful hands.
They are wonderful.
I just was catching up chat. Dan Peoples loves us.
Yeah. I'm glad we got the voices for it.
We got faces for radio too, Dan.
Yeah, we do.
Just so you're aware.
Paul Busby in the Effect Simulations 909 out of the pits, 1:27 on the clock. So big gains for him relative to previous pit stops. Definitely gonna try and make some inroads in with better pit stops. The DAG Esports entry that Swole TV keeps throwing the flags for. Second when cycling out of the pits, although has yet to pit. Kind of off cycle, extending a little bit relative to the field. And then Excella Lewis and Team Bandit out after 1:30, so leaving some time on the table.
Oh, wow. You said 121 for Busby, right?
A 1:27, and then a 1:30.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
For Excella. Both Roca and Ridpath back in the car, so it's going to be interesting to see. Ridpath is Sophia going to go on the hard charge? Who else do we have? actual like pit box relative time, right? Everybody's running comparable, so people are getting like getting not missing their pit boxes, really doing relatively similar things in terms of strategy. It's really that pit lane travel time. So I'm thinking people might be braking a little early on pit entry, or being a little slow out of the box on exit, maybe a little slow off the pit timer. In fact, one thing that's interesting, I have yet to see anybody blow the pit stop and get nailed with the drive-through yet.
Yeah.
So I'm actually or a stop go. So I'm actually kind of surprised I haven't seen that yet. That is something that out of desperation sometimes people will do if they go a little too long on the fuel tank. People will basically cut that chicane on pit entry, which you can do. You will get to the box. You also will get a stop go 30 for your trouble.
Perfect. Just looking here as you were going through that, Sophia Ridpath back in the number 40 car you mentioned, right, in the Olympus Esport Titan, but 46 seconds behind Lewis. Now, don't misunderstand. Sophia went on a warpath her first stint, right? Like absolute twice did recovery drives basically. So I'll be again very curious. I mean, 46 seconds is a long time, but we got a lot of racing left.
Yep.
So I want to see after this, now we've just been in the pits, so obviously, we're going to need 5, 6, 7 laps, whatever it might be, to get that average lap time. I want to see how that gap shrinks or grows over the course of this stint between Excella Lewis and Sophia Ridpath.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm a Sophia booster. I want to see another rundown. I really do, because the first two were fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I mean 324 on the average during Sophia's last stint, which was representative more of Sophia's pace. To Excella had a 325.836 for first stint in the car. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Maybe we'll end up seeing Matt Caruana hopping back in the car or something, maybe to finalize out the race, if it looks like it's going to be cutting things a bit too close.
Yeah.
It does look like, I'm going to go back because I kind of am curious now. I just saw Vincent Mizzou went into the pits, but I'm trying to find out why.
Keanu Bloom too, right behind him.
Looks like there was a bit of a kerfluffle into Porsche curves.
I was gonna say I don't see an accident listed. I do see a bunch of off tracks for Keanu Bloom.
Oh no, Vincent went into the wall. Vincent went into the wall mid corner, lost the back end of the M4, and then just went into the left side wall.
Gotcha.
Pretty good knock, and I'm pretty sure that's a meatball. Because he basically hit straight on with the front left. So I suspect there's a meatball and maybe some less than ideal steering that car.
Oh, and here we go right here. Take a look. Yep, just straight, and wow, yeah. I would say right into the wall. Holy.
That's a different accident. That is the Arrow. That is a completely different accident and much worse than the one that I just saw.
Oh, that's Tom. Was that Tom?
That was I believe the Arrow machine with Tom Callender. I'm looking right now. Yeah, it was Bloom. Yeah. But so Carvalho, Washington Carvalho in the Delta Racing GT3 machine, just kind of doing, his own thing right now. 20 seconds back from Will Brink, but 55 seconds ahead of Shaban. Kind of in a no traffic zone right now, so drink that up while you have it.
Clean air can be nice for a little while, though.
Clean air, yeah, it can. It calms you down. You get kind of back into the mode of really feeling the car, which prepares you for when you are in traffic, right? Because you've been driving lap after lap after lap in clean air. You can you know what the car is going to be like when it brakes, that kind of stuff. Whereas when you get out in traffic and things are kind of like jostling about, you might brake on a suboptimal line, that kind of thing. You kind of get your confidence kind of mixed up. So Carvalho going to take advantage of this. And I mean, he's only got like one LMP or LMDH chasing him down, which probably clear him relatively quick.
Yeah, with a clear track like that, he makes.
Hopefully, knock on wood, no broadcaster curse there.
Good job, man.
Yep. It's been good. It's been good.
It's been fun. They're gonna make us quit now.
Carvalho, please don't hate me.
All right, sir. I'm going to take that quick step away, or it'll be a little bit longer this time because I said I'm going to make a coffee and stuff. So, but I leave everyone in chat in capable hands, and it's time for the nerd session. Get ready.
Yeah. Yep.
They're my favorite, so I'm going to be watching while I'm awake too.
Yeah. As far as stuff to even nerd about right now, the pit stops, DHE, I'm really trying to figure out what's their game. Like, why are they consistently a lap off cycle relative to the rest of the field? Yannick Essemeyer, maybe? Not really putting in lap times that are like super far off pace for if you were fuel saving, 26s, but managing to get 13 laps, whereas teammate Thomas Masseneer 325s and getting in 12 laps. So the DHE machine now in the pits, going to get passed by Excella, Sofia Ridpath, and looks like Santo La Roca as well. And Paul Busby in the effect simulation machine, currently storming off into the distance, 36 seconds ahead. Although his lap times are not looking great, if I'm honest. But he's also only got 2 laps under his belt, so we don't have the data to paint the picture. It does look like the Flying Arrow machine is back out on track. Keanu Bloom, after 3 minutes, 44 seconds in the pits for repairs, but the Vincent Mazou Scuderia Volpe is in there for 7.5 minutes. And relative to what you guys saw on stream, the shot that the Aero Performance machine took looked much worse than what the Scuderia Volpe M4 took. So I'm kind of curious what happened there. Duncan Edward-Jones back in the pits. Looks like he might have had another off. Might have touched the wall. Paul Busby in the effect simulation 909 machine, working his way through the traffic. Just kind of putting on a show, like, if I'm honest. Started pretty far down, or started relative to the field. I believe he was on pole position, if I remember correctly, and then fell back like at the start of this race, and then had 5 or 6 cars get around him at the start. But I don't know if it was a setup difference. Maybe he's running a little more high downforce relative to the rest of the runners. But just right now, just commanding this race. 37 seconds ahead of the Team Bandit entry, currently piloted by Excella Lewis. Just really putting in the work. Let me actually go back to the qualifying data. Yeah, the effects simulation 909 machine was on pole with the Team Bandit machine in second. So it's kind of, we're seeing things relative to kind of what the qualifying order was. And then the Olympus Esports Titan machine Let's look and see how fast Sophia is catching Excella. It's a 3:24.61 last lap for Sophia, and a 3:26.31 for Excella Lewis in the Team Bandit Cadillac. So Sophia is currently the fastest. No, Yannick Ruoff in the 91 blue, or the 991 blue, is the fastest LMDH right now on track. But Sophia's close. 3:25.89 last lap. Yeah, pace fall off is very real, it looks like. And there is Rink Wilbrink Sr. in the Fury Sport, SimSport 420 Audi, currently 22.90 seconds ahead of Washington Carvalho. Rink is kind of put together the pace relative to Washington Carvalho. That gap was sub 20 seconds before the pit stop. And Rink has now built it back up to over 22 seconds. Relative to the GT3 field, the fight to watch, though, is Washington Carvalho Paul Shaben and Ricardo Mecking of QRT Sim Esports. Okay. Oh, man. Into the road. Oh, he's high-centered. Oh, man, that is so unfortunate. Like, there's no way that curb is high enough to high-center a car. What in the world? Have you ever seen that? What? Williams Esports, how are we doing, people? I'm doing great. I'm pretty sure there's a few of us that are mad at track physics right now, but I'm doing great. You just got to watch that mythical 4-foot-tall curb on the exit of Ford. So back to the racing action. Sophia Ridpath, Olympus Esports Titan in the 4-0. Going through Porsche right now. Just carving lines on track and closing that gap down to Excella Lewis. Last lap was a 25.89 for Sophia, and Lewis had a 26.31. So that gap's coming down. It's going to take a while. But the gap is coming down. Sophia is losing ground a little bit, just ever so slightly, to Santo La Roca in the RRT Simulife 44, at least relative to... Oh, excuse me. I was reading the best lap. Relative lap time, no, Sophia is actually growing that gap. So increasing from 10 seconds. And then... kind of the way the order is stacked right now, everybody's kind of in their order in terms of relative pace right now, with the exception of Sophia, who's faster than Excella. That's the tail of the tape, at least right now, for the top 7. '76 was nudged by a passing GTP. 76 Photon, Mr. Duncan Edward Jones. Currently, where is Duncan sitting? 8th? No. 9th? 2 minutes back from Scottish Darville in the British Army Esports. Oh, there's Ricardo Mecking. Yep, here we go. We got this battle heating up right now. This battle is getting pretty spicy on track. This is the one to watch. It's very interesting. Ricardo has been sitting behind Shaden for quite a while. And, yeah. Oh, 23rd over, now 22nd overall. Flat out. But so, yeah, Ricardo Mecking's been sitting behind Shaden quite some time. Relative pace figures, Mecking should be able to make the move on him, but catching a car is one thing, passing it's different. In terms of machinery, they're racing effectively the same kit, but the setup could be a factor here, but Ricardo does have a little bit of pace advantage.
Well, what's your setup like for Le Mans, Phil? If you're setting up the car,
if I'm setting up the car, high downforce because I'm slow.
Okay.
I mean, I'm slow anyway, but I also don't want to die. So, like that's me. So yeah, gotcha. Like I want to go through the Porsche curves and live to tell the tale. But I'm also pretty slow. When I've done racing here at Le Mans with some of my friends, we've run more high downforce setups just so that we can kind of like survive a little bit more. Probably this was my first ever team sim race in iRacing, was the 24.
Oh, gotcha.
So like I went from getting my C license to going into the 24 hours of Le Mans, like that quick. And I can't remember how well we did. We didn't win, but it felt awesome because I think I had like 2 or 3 incident points to my name for the whole race, which was like really good. But also one of those incident points was because my teammate thought he'd have a laugh and tell me that I could stay out when I clearly did not have enough fuel to make it. So I had to clutch in. You remember how I told you the story about you can cut that chicane to get to your pit box, but you're going to get a 30-second stop go. I had to clutch in, go through the grass to get to the pit box.
Wow.
And he was laughing the whole time.
Nice guy. I was going to say, yeah,
the
that's
whole
a nice
time.
guy right there. Oh my goodness. Pandolf Caprino in the number 11 car. Getting chased down by a GTP driver right now.
Yeah, the ACRT car, man, they have had a bit of a dramatic race. They just came out of the pits. Man, what is it? Pandolf has not been in the car that long. And 32 minutes, 10 seconds in the pits last go round.
32 minutes?
32 minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
Which, by the way, is not even the longest one. Not even. That title is currently held. Yeah.
Is that Ben God now?
Yeah, that is the 45-34.
Yep.
Although right now he's just been passed by Alex or Adam Lyall in the Phoenix Sim Racing 1 car, unfortunately for the Phoenix Sim Racing folks in chat. So field is, like we've been saying, field stretched out to where it is right about now. Closest battle on track, Paul Shaden trying to hold off Ricardo Mecking and doing a relatively decent job of it. Ricardo kind of like popped out of nowhere at the end of the previous stint and has been stuck to the garage 991 green car pretty much this whole time. And has not found a way around, even though he's holding relatively, I'd say about 3/10 on the average pace in hand.
Little look at Louis Ricard back in the number 420 Box 3 Motorsports Enduro team car. I have to make sure we go make fun of Louis after the race. So.
Oh, for not racing a livery?
Livery.
An actual Box 3 livery? Yeah. And it's not like he can complain about not having an artist to help him.
I'm just saying, we would have helped him. We would have gotten them together. Him and Matt. But I'll still blame Lewis the whole time, so. See Paul Busby still leading this race. So Sophia Ridpath, I want to look here. The gap to Excella Lewis, 36 seconds now.
Yeah. About a little over 2 seconds, a little over a second closer to 2 in terms of relative lap pace for Sophia. So Sophia is chipping away. Alex Pintelli trying to navigate through traffic here.
For the Truck Boys fans in the chat, little look at your boy there. All by himself, just really trying to get through back markers at this point.
Yeah, and you notice how he let Keanu Bloom through. Keanu Bloom's actually blue flag car relative to him, but in terms of lap pace, Keanu's quicker. So Alex doing the math and knows what 2 + 2 ends up as, so it just lets him through. And I commend him for that, because it's very easy as a sim racer to race with your heart and not with your head.
Oh, for sure. You know, how many do we see out there that just want to battle every car that gets near them on the track, right? Blue flags who don't want to, you know, who are a lap or 2 down, who don't want to give up the space and let you through. They want everything to be a fight, even though that's, you know, there's no need for it.
There's the I believe that's the Phoenix Sim Racing Porsche that we saw gets into the Shadow Realm on the exit of Tetra Rouge earlier. Something must have happened between Paul Shaban and Ricardo Mecking, because that gap has suddenly opened up.
Looks like maybe Paul Schlaven just put her down. I mean, it's open to 2 seconds now, so trying to see Carvalho way up there. So Rink Wilbrink Sr. in the Fury Simsport 420 really leading out hard.
And you know what? It was a completely different story the previous stint, right? In fact, I'm going to go back to the data because I want to make sure that I'm saying the numbers correctly. Where is... All right, so there's Wilbrink. But previous stint was a 56.7. Yeah, 56.796 on the average for Wilbrink. And then Carvalho was a 55.9. Carvalho now is putting up 58.4s on the average. That's a bit of a bummer for Carvalho, if I'm honest. He is shedding pace, and it is not helping the cause.
Well, right now heading into the pits, so we'll see who gets into the car afterwards.
The Phoenix Sim Racing number 4 machine, I believe, is being asked about in chat, and the number 1 car, or excuse me, the number 4 car, Phoenix Sim Racing 1, been in the pits for 50 minutes now, unfortunately. The Phoenix Sim Racing number 2 car with Joel Lask 2, the 717, currently pretty far down in GT3. I'm going to just stick with 29th in the overall. Yeah, that'd be if it were purely GT3s between them, it'd be 15 spots. Washington Carvalho in the pits early.
Yeah, coming back out now. Dropping 1 spot to Mecking while in there, but obviously Mecking's going to have to head in. So it does seem early, though, for a GT3 to be heading in.
That's very early. That's 9 laps.
Wow.
So, and a 1:02 on the pit stop. Kind of curious. 30.7 in the pit box time and a 1:07 on the track. maybe doing a little bit of an undercut or a little bit of offsetting to prepare for the last stints of the race. Because we're at 4 pit stops for the leaders in LMDH and 3 for the leaders in GT3. So we're probably going to look at 5, I think, for GT3 and 6, I think, for LMDH.
Yeah, because I mean, we're still at 2 hours and 45 minutes left in this race. Is 6 going to be it for the LMDH cars, or are we going to start tapping on 7?
It could be close to 7. Yeah. Could be close.
Trying to suss that out a little bit, but now wanted to call it out. The gap between Stella Lewis and Sophia Ridpath down to 33 seconds. That's dropping quick.
That's because Sophia's on a warpath right now. 323.88 last lap versus a 326.32.
Wow.
So the only car on track right now that's faster than Sophia is the leader, Paul Busby, who pumped in 23.14. So
I'm going to, looking at how this is split up, I assume Sophia's going to stay out this, obviously is in the car this stint, probably run at least one more. That's how it's been going, right? We've seen drivers double stinting and then getting swapped out. So really has a good amount of time in the car to continue to close that gap. We may get a real nice battle for second place come towards the end of this race,
which would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I would very much like to see that kind of battle towards the end of this race. I'm thinking that Carvalho pitted early, might run either a full stint or he's going to get close to that. I think he's going to get close to that 50-minute mark for a stint time.
Okay.
So that he can get Marcos back in the car. I think. Because Marcos was racing. If you combine the 2 stints together, Marcos is running faster than Carvalho, unless Carvalho was just struggling in that middle stint for whatever reason because of a setup problem or something. So we'll see how it shakes out for Carvalho, because if they can't really crack the code of why they're shedding pace, they're really going to be at risk of not catching Wilbrink, and to be honest, they might be at risk of getting caught by the Garage 991 and QRT teams.
Mm-hmm. Sophia's still there on screen. I just, either way, and I know we were told in chat that there's a bit of a rivalry between the 2 Olympus esports teams when it comes to, seeing who's going to come out on top of this race. I have to say right now, Team Titan, definitely the winners at this point of the race of the two Olympus esports teams. Christopher Stevenson behind the wheel of the number 37 for them. Only up 1 spot on the day, where number 40 car is up 6 for that team. And getting told in chat, the number 76 car having problems with the pedals.
That's unfortunate.
It is.
Doing a quick check, it does look like Drew Hopkins, and I believe that is Scott Darville coming together at the Ford chicane. And somebody must have missed a braking marker, looks like, if I had to guess. So Carmine chasing down the Williams Esports staff entry. 7/10.
Tom Roberts behind the wheel of that number 38 Williams Esports, and there it was, just like that. And now going to take up another spot for Carmine, getting past the pits here with Ethan Reed in the VGTR Esport car, number 18, sitting in the pits right now.
Unfortunate, but it looks like the Williams Esports staff car was able to keep it out of the fence, which is a wise decision. Definitely keeping it together after losing the car and getting it back on track with no damage. That's a plus. That is a plus. I am seeing the Esports Titan team is now 29 seconds. Did that grow?
No, that's down. It was 32 the last week we saw.
Okay. Just making sure. Oh yeah. 23.69 last lap. Although Paul Busby set a 321.8 last lap.
Oh my goodness.
and here, this has to be the tail of the tape in terms of setups, right? Top speed for the 909 car in the lead of this race, 320 kph. And then for Excella Lewis, I'm seeing 328, I'm seeing 331, and then 332 for La Roca. So it definitely seems like we've got some folks that are running some more high downforce packages with this car.
Okay.
But yeah, a 321.89 with 58 laps in the books. So Paul's just out there doing things.
Yep. There's your race leader right there on screen, Paul Busby in the Effect Simulations 909 car. It looks like he's in a spot 2 right now, at least for right now. We haven't been following him for long on screen, but again, we talked about clean air before. He's not even hitting GT3 traffic right now, as he's not diving into the pits. That corner messes with me because that's right. It looks like they're going in every time. But he's got completely clean air. He's not having to worry about traffic. He's not really in a position. I mean, I don't see any GT3 cars anywhere around him right now.
Mm-hmm.
So Arturo Garini in the pits at this point, coming back out now as we go on board with Busby. At this point, Effect Simulation just a running. The gap between second and third now down to just under 28 seconds and continuing to shrink.
With the amount of laps that are in the books right now, I feel like Zella's going to be able to hang on to P2 to get into the pits before Sophia's looming in the mirrors. It's just now a question of, do they put Carvalho back in or what? Because Sophia right now is moving at a pretty big clip.
Okay.
Kind of curious. It does look like Tom Callender came back out on track in the Aero, Flying Aero Performance Machine, and then immediately went back to the pits. I'm just trying to figure out what happened there.
I am trying to take a look. There she is. So I want to see here. Talk about Matt Corona. I just brought pit wall up because I want to make a little comparison here as we watch.
Yeah, go for it.
Taking a look here at Excella Lewis. If we go back, so basically stints, we're going to see these guys coming in. Both teams, it looks like, are going to come in within 2 laps. They have run 12 laps per stint without fail, right? So obviously somebody has a strategy in regards to that. But just going back to compare Excella Lewis to David Vanderwals, 325.836 for Lewis, 326.259 for Vanderwals, right? So, and then we go back to the second stint because I want to compare those. 324.030. I mean, I think Lewis holds on to second if Vanderwals goes back in the car.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the thing that I feel like XL is trying to do right now, trying to hang on to the position, trying to pit in front of the Olympus Esports Titan team by as big of a margin as they can support. And then the question becomes, does Sophia stay in the car? Do they put in Caruana? Because if they don't put in Caruana, I really feel like Team Bandit is vulnerable.
Well, the interesting part is if I go back through Caruana's lap times for each of his stints, again, just talking about those averages, his first stint, 323.9, just under 324. Second stint, 324.1. Third stint, however, he brings it back down to a 322. And Sophia has not been able to match that average time.
No. She hasn't matched. She hasn't matched the average time at all. But I feel like in comparison to Vanderwall, like if anybody's going to take a shot at Team Bandit, it's going to be probably Sophia, just given the pace differential. But again, it also could be one of those things where we see just the right conditions for the driver. It's kind of what I was talking about before in the lead of the GT3 field with Wilbrink. Wilbrink had what I would consider a very vulnerable first stint in the car, but then kind of once he got settled in, got into his later stint and stuff like that, that average lap time started to come down, and he's been building the gap ever since. So it's one of those things where it could just be down to a matter of kind of the driver coming into the setup sort of thing. So, but yeah, I'm looking right now, and Sophia last lap 23.72.
Okay.
And XL had a 25.11. I mean, even Paul Busby had a 28 in there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of curious what happened to Paul. Like, I need to go look at the data. Like, did he have to like escape someone on track? What happened? But that 328.10 is it's a big number relative to the rest of the LMDH crowd.
Trying to watch here as Tom Roberts, Williams Esports staff, heads into the pits there. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to look here at this graph of the gap between these two teams, and if I open it up to all 50 laps, I mean, for a long time, so this would have been during, let's see, lap 30. Nope, this would have been during stint 3. So between Caruana and Vanderwall, you see the number 40 car slot drop, right?
Yep.
Things level out a little bit, and then it's curious. You see Sophia gets back in the car, and suddenly that gap's starting to come back together, right?
Yep.
But would it be the same if Caruana were in the car right now? That's what makes this so fun. That's why I told you I love your data nerd thing. You get me into it.
Yeah. On track now, watching Ethan Reed in the VGTR esports machine. We also got the 909 performance car in the lower right-hand corner going into the pits. And there we go, scheduled pit stops for the GTP crowd. Right on time.
I'll be curious to see if Lewis follows him in. I assume he will.
The only thing that might be kind of masking Lewis's pace is if he were doing something like fuel saving. I don't think so, but we're gonna see and find out. Cullen also in the pits in Fury Sim Sport Audi. after a minute 20 out off the jacks and back out on track. Really big gap between Cullen and Babin and Mecking. But I'm interested to see. So remember before we were talking about Carvalho and that early pit stop, right?
Yeah.
Pit stop delta between Cullen and Carvalho. Cullen 120. Carvalho 107 because he went in early. So he had to put less fuel in the car to get back out on track. So I'm really curious now. That gap is down to 21 seconds and change. So just right under 22 seconds. So I'm wondering if that early pit stop, again, we're probably going to see, if I hazard a guess, we're going to see Carvalho in the car for 50 minutes, and then we might see Marco get back in, maybe.
Okay. Definitely. Defitus in chat. My first race after half a year of sickness. Well, glad you're feeling better, number one. Glad to be in P3 with my amazing teammate Sophie carrying me.
That is really good to hear and really good positivity. Definitely hats off to you for getting back in the car. And yeah, held it in place for Sophia to start making the hard charge. So, and again, we got in the relative that DHE esports car again looks like extending another lap. So relative to the field, they're running about 13 laps relative to the rest of the GTP field that's running about 12. So I'm kind of interested to see why that's happening.
And I'm sitting waiting to see who comes out of the pits first. I mean, it would have to be Lewis would have to make a mistake to not be out ahead of Sophia, right?
I mean,
but we don't know. Their times are.
They both are. Like Lewis is running high. He's at a minute 50.
Yeah,
on the
Sophia
jacks.
just broke the pit exit.
Yeah,
and Lewis is still sitting in the pits.
So I'm wondering if there's a technical problem happening here, or you know what also could be happening? I wonder if that pace delta we were seeing this whole time was a broken floor. Because if they broke a floor, they're going to have to sit through some optionals, and they're sitting on about what is that? About 40 seconds. So yeah, could be some optional repairs needed. Maybe a broken floor in the mix here.
And there it is. Lewis back out with a 2:08.63 time in the pits to Sophia Rid Pass 129. It's a 30-second gap.
And this is where the data between the telemetry we get from iRacing and things like SDK is so fascinating. You got a 208 what? 0.63?
Yeah.
I had a 208.72. We're using the same software. Anyway, I think there's a little bit of timekeeping between like client and server, but that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. It's still relatively close enough for us to make the figures entertaining. But yeah, pit lane time 29.32 for Sophia. Thomas Masnery in the DHE esports yet to pit. But I'm assuming when Thomas goes in, Sophia is going to inherit P2 in this race.
Yep. So Paul Busby will continue to lead this for a while now. Now that gap, though, well, no. Sophia's going to have a hard row to hoe if that Titan team is going to get into P1, that's for sure. I don't know, even with the time left, if that's going to be possible.
With the time left, it might not be possible, but let's talk. Let's talk numbers for a minute.
All right, let's do it.
Shall we? Oh yeah, the math totally supports your assumption. Anyway, 3:23.4 for average lap time from Paul Busby. He did have a couple of moments where he had some like really inflated numbers, like 3:28s. I imagine he's probably running into traffic. Sophia Rid Path at 24.286 on the average.
Yeah, I see that.
So it's definitely, the gap is still growing relative to P1, P2, or what will be P1, P2. But yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, it's not growing. I mean, what I'm looking at says it's not growing anymore, but I don't think it's closing fast enough to make a difference either.
Yeah.
It kind of shrunk up after the pit stops there. It shrunk up lap 59, started to pull in a little bit with a 126, and now back it's up to, or down, I should say, down to a 123 last check. So it is shrinking now a little bit, but I don't think it's something that's going to be enough to make a difference.
Yeah. Flat out escort in the
see that.
The 76 cars back on track. Well, hats off to you guys for not giving up.
Yep, Proton Racing car back out there. As we take a look at Connor Eggett. The Truck Boys are back on screen for our fans sitting in chat right now. But it's good to hear that the 76 car, like you said, didn't give up. The Photon Racing team fixed what they had to fix, got back out on track. Good for them.
And you can see kind of in the shot, just looming in the background, get a good rear chase shot of the Truck Boys Ferrari that the BUSR, or not the BUSR, or no, I had that backwards. They're 13 seconds from catching BUSR. For whatever reason, it looked like it was flipped around in my data, but so they're under 15 seconds from now, but they do have about a lap advantage on British Army Esports. So comfortable margin, not really under threat from behind. Maybe they're going to be able to make some moves and get into the mix with BUSR iRacing 1. If they can close that 16 seconds down, although it does seem to be growing at a pretty consistent clip.
Okay. I am trying to see when. Okay. The number 22 car, Thomas Masnier. Just trying to look and see where this is going to land. But they're 11 laps in. That team's been running 12 or 13. So we should see the DHE Esports team come in here relatively soon. Yannick Essemeyer may be taking over for that one. No, actually, it looks like, again, double stints. Probably Thomas will stay out.
Still waiting to see some updated data from Cullen to find out what relative pace we're going to be looking at from him relative to Carvalho.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting. I'm also looking at off tracks right now and just looking at normal OTs. I mean, here's the thing. It looks like we've got 29 OTs for Rid Path.
Well, I see 30. That's OT in the software, right? Just OT?
Yeah.
I'm seeing 32. But
I've never seen anybody take a drive through. So that might just not be that might have been information that just didn't get updated for this race. That's okay.
Yeah.
But there goes DHE Esports. They're going in.
Yep, there it is. So now we wait and see for Rid Path to get around and claim P2. Flip Van Zyl heading back into the pits after a recent incident. I can review that actually. Let's see exactly what happened.
Christopher Stevenson in the Olympus Esports Proton 37 car was really running a good race with the sister car earlier before they ran into some calamity. I believe it was in the Mulsanne corner and lost the rear end of the car. Oh, no, it was the first chicane. The first Mulsanne chicane, and lost the rear end of the car. Had to limp it back home.
Yep. So Excella Lewis now coming around the pits, going to get ahead of the DHE Esports car. Along with Santo La Roca before they get all the way out, and they will come out about 3-4 seconds behind La Roca. So now, if we take a look, with things finally shuffled around and the DHE car taking that, a $126 up to Paul Busby.
Yeah.
And like you said, the data doesn't support that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I think if I'm 4-0 car, I'm focused on 29.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 21 seconds back. Excella Lewis still at the wheel of that car. Taking a look at speaking of Olympus, there's that Olympus Proton car driven by Christopher Stevenson right now, number 37.
So with the exception of the LMDH traffic behind Excella Lewis, because we got La Roca 3.6 back, and then Pete Impois in the 4.62 back.
Mm-hmm.
The next, probably the closest battle on track right now is Matthias Timme in the Fury Simsport 142, who's had a pretty rough race, if I'm honest. They had early damage, spent forever in the pits. They finally caught up to Antonio Piri in the Bavaio SFR Italia M4. So that is your closest action, and he is closing in on Antonio quickly. In fact, he's already passed him. It is that fast for the 142. But yeah, it's that was it for the closeness on track. Now it's kind of back to like thinking about Excella Lewis, and can Excella catch up to Sofia, or can Excella stay out in front of Santo La Roca?
Oh, so 29 and 32. So trying here to look. If we talk about Excella and La Roca, gap's basically holding right now, right? I mean, shrunk up a little bit, but not. I mean, we're talking from. Oh no. Started, after the pit stop, started at 6 seconds. 6 second gap, now down to 3.6 or so. Now down under, actually now under 3 seconds as I look live. Says that La Roca looks to me like La Roca has the pace. We've only been out for 2 laps this stint, so really not going to get any data there. But if we look at the last stint, La Roca with a 325.521, Lewis with a 326.1, right? Yeah. So there's 0.6 of a second there that says at some point these two are going to come together.
Yeah.
If it continues.
Yeah. If I'm Sofia, I'm worried about the 29. But if I'm the 29, I'm worried about the 32. So
yeah,
it's going to be tricky. And we are 3 hours and 43 minutes into this race, and we are sun's down. So now we're into the nighttime hours of this race to close it out, and it's going to be. This is where it gets challenging, because it's very easy for the brain fade to set in, and This is where people really kind of have to knuckle down. I personally love racing at night. Oh, Excella Lewis, rear end stepped out. That was really dramatic for him. From what I can tell, I'm just going back and watching that again. I'm trying to figure out what happened. Like, did he get on the power too soon? Maybe, or maybe the traction control interrupted in a way where it disrupted the ability for the car to go forward instead of sideways. But that gap now is now a half second. After that bobble.
That's what I'm saying. It's figured it was going to come together, and there it is. Let's see if that shrinks anymore. I'm sure it is. Dean Perry from the E80 Racing team is going to head into the pits. for reasons. Zella Lewis now just going to be holding on. Santa La Roca is right there.
Yep. Now this run down to the Porsche curves for them. This could be the setup for seeing flashing headlights. Can't tell if that's. I don't think that is. And they are nose to tail.
Still on board with Santo La Roca as he chases down Excella Lewis.
Now we're headed to the curves.
Looking for a podium right here in the number 32. RRT Simulate 44. Would love to, I'm sure, love nothing more than to get ahead and hold it for the rest of this race. A little less stress.
Just watching from the chopper cam distance on my side, it does seem like La Roca has better command of the car right now than Excella. It does seem like Excella has a faster car in a straight line. Got a GT4 off track.
GT4?
Or excuse me, GT3.
Why'd they
M4.
park it over
M4.
there? Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, they can't park there. Can't park there, mate.
Lewis and Roca now into traffic, each deciding to take a different route through it. Meanwhile, the GT3 drivers are sitting there crying as this battle plays out around them.
Yeah, it's interesting because it just seems like La Roca's kind of like stuck. Well, now, oh, there he goes.
Not anymore, and he's able to outbrake Lewis into the chicane hard. Now who gets the launch, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Lewis has seemed to have trouble with the car on corner exit, but you can see in a straight line, he's just got so much more top end, it seems like, than La Roca. He's on the defensive, getting ready for the second chicane.
Now, is that higher? Is that higher top end going to be due to less downforce, a lower downforce setup?
That, or he could be in attack mode. That's the other thing.
Okay.
He could have switched over into attack mode. That could be the other thing. But yeah, watching these guys, I just scrolled back and looked at the battle as it unfolded, kind of. Oh, and we got some more GT3 traffic showing up. But yeah, just looking back through them as they were like dealing with the GT3 traffic and stuff like that. Up until the point La Roca got around him. These two are really. It seems like the cars are different in terms of speed on paper, but both drivers seem to be driving the machines effectively.
So, Phil, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong as we come into. I want to get down here into Indianapolis in these corners first. Is it me? And again, I want to see these, and I want to ask this as we watch it. It looks to me like La Roca is outbraking Lewis.
Yes.
Every corner.
Yep.
Okay. Making sure I'm not losing my mind there.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's if he's dealing with an added downforce setup, he's going to stop. He's going to have a shorter braking distance.
Okay.
And because he's going to have more drag. Oh wow, what a move to get around that Ferrari. And here's the thing, we're looking at it and it looks like super dramatic, and La Roca could have been just like cool as a cucumber, because if he's dealing with if he's got the added downforce, which you can see that Excella might not be dealing with that, because that wide exit definitely looked a little sketch. And I was saying this before through Porsche curves and stuff like that, it just seems like La Roca's car is planted, whereas Excella seems to be sliding around. The car seems a little bit nervous. in those medium and high downforce sections. And now LaRocca's not even shot for me on the chopper cam. Like, he's just driven off after the exit of the Ford chicane.
Yeah, I see that too. I'm in the same, looking at the same view, and yeah, he's opened it up just like that. It's a 3-second gap, just that quickly.
Yep.
Now, having to get around, having to fight the battle, having to, you know, earn it and now hold it. It did open the gap up to Ridpath to about 28.5 seconds. So Sophia now with a little bit more gap, a little bit more breathing room than when we started this stint. And if I'm Sophia now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm hot lapping.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just looking to throw down the fastest laps I can and maintain. That's it. I don't want to play with anybody. I don't need to catch first place. I'm just gonna keep driving.
Yeah. But I mean, I think we also kind of like have determined from watching Sophia Ridpath on track that that's Sophia's style.
Yeah.
Is you know, all gas, no brakes. But in terms of like pace, Sophia's got the edge right now, but Santo was kind of like in a battle with Excella. And now it's like that's over. So now, with the exception of other traffic floating around, can Sophia maintain this gap? The numbers seem to suggest yes.
I was gonna say what I'm seeing is a yes, all the way back for the last 10 laps.
Yeah.
Last 10 laps says that Sophia's just going to continue to pull away.
And while we're talking about people that are cruising, even though relative pace for Cullen seems like he's kind of cruising, still got almost a 38-second gap on Carvalho.
Wow.
And even the gap to Schroeder in the 991 green garage entry. We got 39 seconds to Nils, and then the next closest GT3s, we got Doug Sorrento for QRT is 6 seconds back, and Caban Bud in the BUSR iRacing is 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds back. So that's the next closest thing going on track, period. It looks like. Although BUSR, I'm sorry, BUSR iRacing 1 is different from the other BUSR I've been looking at. That one's actually a GTP. So Caban is a GTP Cadillac. That's why. Okay. It's like, wait a minute, why is BUSR that close? It's like, oh, because that one's a GTP. And I need to learn how to read timing scoring a little bit better. I mean, the classes are mixed together, but still, I should have been able to notice that nice Cadillac badge. I mean, Cadillac wants to bring a GT3 into iRacing. I think that'd be dope, but
right.
Yeah.
That's what was confusing me, because you talked about this gap, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's a Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
As I look at the pit wall.
Yes,
data.
feel free to laugh constantly at my inability to read. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, with Nils being 38 seconds back, I'm kind of curious, like this battle for the top 3 in GT3. Like, if we get into the final stint with this, barring any accidents and stuff, this thing might be a foregone conclusion. But lucky enough for everyone at home, we still have 2 hours after these after the next 6 minutes. So we've got probably another 2 pit stops easy for the GT3 field, and probably another 3 for LMP. Yeah. So you're right. So it's probably going to be like past 7 for the GTP field, and then probably we're looking at around 7 for the GT3s, I think, or 6. But anyway.
I mean, everyone's doing about the same, right? We're 6 or 7 laps deep right now. Oh, I don't need Sorrentino up there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to breach, like the GT3s are going to breach the 2-hour mark with the current stint that they're on.
Yeah. But just trying to look, like Busby and Ridpath are both, must be 7 laps deep, Ridpath 6 until it turns over there. But they're both doing about the same. I mean, in fact, they're both doing exactly the same 12 laps every stint.
Yep.
And if we talk about drive time, that's about 40 minutes and 40 and a half, 40 minutes and 48 seconds, 40 minutes and 8 seconds, things like that. So right in that 40-minute, 45-second area is where we're landing here for stints. If you break that up, yeah, there's going to have to be at least... No, they're going to have to tap 8. No. Sorry. Because they got another 15 minutes left. Yeah, so maybe 2 more. It looks to be about another 15 minutes left on this stint for the leaders.
Yep.
So.
But yeah,
there's your guy James Cullen on track as we switch over to Carvalho now.
Yeah, the field is stretched out to the point now where we're going to see movement happening kind of relative, mostly to pit stops.
Yeah.
And strategy. Real quick, though, I want to talk about like single lap pace right now. And Paul Busby, even in the dark, is pumping a 322.58. Like the man is just out there doing things.
Just a machine right now.
Yep, he's just hot lapping with 1:37 in the wind. Like he's cruising right now. And Sophia Ridpath has lost a little bit of pace relative to La Roca, but still sitting on a 28-second cushion. And Excella has lost a lot of ground relative to La Roca.
Wow,
That
he
gap
has
is
that.
now
That
up
opened
to
up
8.
really quick.
Yeah, it's now up to almost 8 seconds. In fact, La Roca's probably at risk from the DHE Esports entry. DHE.
It looks like it to me. Yeah, I mean that's down to a second and a half.
Yep. Yeah, the DHE Esports entry is really creeping up in the background.
Let's see here. Yeah, this gap has been shrinking steadily from the pit stop time that Pete, when DHE came back out. Excella ahead by about 8 seconds at that point, right after the pit stop. And you see they're now down to that 1.6 seconds or so, depending on when you look at it. So, as you said, Lewis, I'm going to be under pressure here soon if he's not careful.
Doug Sorrento, QRT Esports, currently 7.6 seconds back from Nils Schroeder in the Garage 991 green entry. I believe that is 5th overall, or 5th in GT3, 18th overall. Man, look at these relative spot gains for the overall right now.
I know.
James Cullen in the GT3 is up 13 spots. That means there are 13. There are soon to be 12 because Caban Bud and the VUSR iRacing 1 Cadillac is catching.
I'm looking here at Connor Eggett, the number 1 car. Truck Boys. Boys up 21 spots on the day.
At 21 spots.
Yep. Holy cow. What were you What did you feed yourself? What did you have for breakfast? Big old bowl of Wheaties.
Oh, interesting. Yes, sir.
Here it is. Musara fighting off Dean Perry in the EAO racing team.
Still got it wrong. EOA, but
EOA. I did get it wrong. That's no. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't.
But that said, so the thing is that these guys, like, that gap is closing up really quick relative to the RTT 666 car.
Yeah.
So Francisco Massara up 8 spots on the day, so big gains for him. Going to try and stay out in front of Dean A. Perry. Let's see if he can hold him up. I don't think so.
No.
It seems like Dean has got rocket fuel.
Nudged ahead, has the inside line, and it was just that quick.
I'm wondering if that's just like, look, are they off one another in terms of pit cycles? Not really. They're on the same pit strategy.
They are, well,
relative to the field.
Looks like LMDH is just ready for any kind of action right now as Excella Lewis, Team Bandit, finds himself under pressure from DH Esport, Pete Ipoy in the car.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big one right here. This has been mounting over the last lap.
Given how fast this closed down, I much like the one we just saw, I don't see Lewis being able to hold him off for very long.
Interestingly enough, it seems like Zella can just like hang out in the straights and just pull a little bit. Yeah, Pete's gonna have to probably make the move probably into Indianapolis, if I had to guess. Or hope that this GT3 mucks up Zella's exit out of Mulsanne. Four hours in. Man, this has been a fun race to watch.
It has. To your credit, sir, you said if Lewis has that straight line speed where we're seeing now as Pete falls back all of a sudden, right? Don't know what that team did to that car, but boy, on a straight line, it's like a rocket sled on rails.
Kind of weird too, because I'm looking at the top speeds relative last lap, and Pete does have about 6 kph on Excella, but that also was before he got up to that close in the draft. So it could have just been traffic or some other thing that was impacting Excella. And again, kind of like what we were seeing before, it just seems like the Cadillac for Excella is nervous in the medium and high speed stuff.
Yeah.
Because you see, even as they move through traffic, it just seems like it just looks like Pete is able to just like move that car almost like effortlessly through the corner, and it seems like Excella is just struggling just a little bit more. But again, if he's doing the low downforce setup, then that makes sense. Yeah, 330 to 329 for top speeds last lap. So Excella is definitely running something a little bit quicker in a straight line than Pete. Arturo Guarini in RTT Unisim Racing 63 into the pits. That looks early.
See that.
Man, 0.07 of a second between them.
But there it is. You see, and again, we're on the straight, and you see Lewis just start to open it back up. Right? I think Pete's going to struggle here. He's got to find that right. Okay, that's every pass, but he's gonna have to find the spot where he can hold it, where he can get it, and he can stick it. And it's not gonna be down the Mulsanne straight. That's for sure. I think the only way we get that is if it's like Roca, when Roca did it, you know, took him through the chicane, and then was able to get the launch that was good enough to keep him in front until he got back to a more technical section of track.
Yeah, but LaRocca also like outbroke like
true
Excella by like a car length. We're not seeing that here, but also I'm also seeing Pete is just following his lines, Excella's lines through some of these corners, whereas LaRocca was really moving offline a lot, showing him the nose, but not really committing to the move, at least not until we got to that second exit of the Mulsanne chicane. GT3 car looks like it held up Pete in a big way because that gap has opened up a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
I think the race for the folks at home that are watching right now, this one's purely about resilience. Like Excella's got to deliver with the pressure of a faster car, at least in terms of relative lap pace, behind, while exploiting the strengths of your setup as much as you can. And Pete's just got to find a way to get the job done.
71 laps down so far this afternoon for the GTP class of cars.
Look how that gap has come down since we've gone through the technical section.
You know, that's what I'm saying. Pete is gonna struggle because if he can't find
that's it right there. That's it right there.
Got the launch.
Yep. Bit of a bobble on corner entry from Excella, and now Pete's got the inside line as they get ready to set up for the first corner. He backed out of it. I am honestly kind of surprised. Like,
wow.
I mean, maybe he was offline, maybe he lost his concentration for a moment, but it looked like he just straight up backed out of the corner. Like he wasn't gonna go side by side with Excella through the corner. And then losing ground to a back marker. And now Excella's got the Mulsanne straight with a little.
Now he's going to open it up and be gone. Or at least open that gap up.
It looks like Pete has a little bit of draft support because he is gaining, but it's just not. It's not massive like we've seen from other battles. And like you said, corner exit. Pete's just inching a little bit closer. Did 909 just set the fastest lap again with a 21:03?
Looks like it. Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. Tell that man to give it a rest.
Let me see something here with full dark now. Track temps holding 19C. I'll tell you what, these drivers have had an easy race when it comes to tire pressure management. That is for sure. I do not understand how now that it's dark, the track temps haven't dropped off at least a bit. Neither has the ambient for that matter, so a little strange.
So in the Mulsanne corner, again, it's just, he's hanging tough. He's hanging with Excella. Gonna try and force the mistake. Meanwhile, Sophia running a 3:28.62 last lap to Paul Busby's 3:21.03. Like, that is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, that gap is now at $1:47.
Yeah.
That's not coming down anytime soon. Not with lap times like that, that's for sure.
If Busby keeps that relative gap up, like he could lap. Maybe lapping Sophia would be a stretch, but he's just building. I mean, please tell me it's not going to be 7 seconds a lap.
Pete trying to talk. He tried looking to take a look on the inside. Lewis just closing the door, keeping him out.
He's got to exploit. He's got to exploit the his strengths, and he's got to really make sure that his competition can't capitalize on his weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about. Oh, we got a replay here. Oh, looks like somebody just taking a brief trip.
Is that Highline Motorsports we were just watching there?
Sophia bobbling. Maybe that was the explanation of the 28.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that was
sir.
the 28. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
Thank
she's
you,
back
sir.
down to a 24. Back down to a 24 this latest lap. So.
Yeah. Again, Sophia, all gas, no brakes.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely quick. But consistency has definitely cost Sophia lap time on track, for sure.
Stella Lewis continues to keep Pete Ipois from DHE Esports at bay. I don't. This is amazing to me watching that. I mean, the way this gap is rubber banding. Now he's right there. He's got the run, but he's got the outside. Can we see him? Can we see if he's able to outbrake like LaRocca was?
It's got to be so intense for Excella right now.
Mm-hmm.
Relentless.
Oh, absolutely.
Like just
that constant pressure, right?
Uh-huh.
But I'll tell you, I've watched his streams. He's one of those guys. He's sitting there reading chat while he's driving. I don't know how these guys do it.
I believe it's skill, Olsen.
Is that what it is? Is that the factor that's missing for me? Is
As
skill?
somebody who has none, I think it is skill. So I am seeing some of the GTP field going into the pits, including the effects machine, who's now actually rolling out of the pits right now. So we're going to get to see a 1:27.83 for pit stop time. So Sophia should be coming in here in a moment.
Bring up Sophia here. Yeah, on lap 11. So if we stick to the 12s,
yep.
Then yeah, they both should all be rolling in here in just a moment. And there heads Sophia right into the pits.
Yep, and I believe that was a cut on the chicane. It could be the case that somebody's about to get a black flag. Let's see. I'm keeping my eye on that while we've got our eye on this battle.
Mm-hmm.
Currently don't see anything that suggests that the infraction was enough to do it. Pitch the black flag.
Here's the run right here.
Oh, is it? It's on?
It's on. And Pete jumps around and gets him as Lewis heads into the pits.
Now, see, here's the thing where this is a problematic for Lewis, right?
Okay.
So DHE has been consistently running about a lap longer than the majority of the field in LMDH.
Yes.
The fact that Excella is this close with DHE Esports potentially running a lap longer, this kind of can create, I think, a problem for them.
Okay.
Towards the end of the race. So the Team Bandit's really going to have to knuckle down and get that gap built, get around and get that gap built back up. Because we'll see. Because the thing is if you think about it, we're looking at what, 8, maybe 9 stops for LMDH for the race total.
Yeah. Yep. I would say so.
So if they're basically saving a lap of fuel, if they're banking a lap every stint, then it could be the case that they effectively end up putting less fuel in the tank for that last round. So they're running lighter on new tires, the whole works. I'm gonna double check my numbers just to be on the safe side, but that was kind of one of the things that I was noticing about the DHE car, that they stayed out pretty much every time, and it was kind of confusing.
So driver changes taking place. Ryan Micallef taking over for Team Bandit.
Mm-hmm.
Esports Titan team puts David Vanderwalls back behind the wheel. And Andrea Spotty taking over in the simulation number 44 car, which is actually number 32. So now all the stuff we talked about, we get to start all over again. It's like just putting a whole bunch of 45-minute races in a row.
Yeah. So it's actually not that bad for I think for Team Bandit. It was really two stints, the two middle stints, where DHE was able to bank that extra lap, because Thomas did not manage to do that. Man, in terms of pit stop times, again, 27.83 for the effects machine. So ALM back in the car. What is Olympus Esports Titan? We're looking at a 29.18. So again, they're leaving time on the table in their pit stops. I mean, they're a minute. They're over a minute back, over a minute and a half back. So it's not really talking the right. We're not making the right kind of change here, but still. I'm actually kind of curious because Simuli 44 RTT entry, 28 seconds back from Olympus Esports Titan crew. And did I have a stroke, or did the Team Bandit entry drop to 5th?
They did. Yeah. Well, yes, they did.
They were already passed by.
They were.
Yes,
Yeah.
Patty. Gotcha.
Yeah. Got passed while in the pits.
Because their pit stop wasn't that bad. 28.37. I was like, that's weird. And I was like, oh, I keep forgetting DHE Esports is still out on track.
That's what I was going to say. We're just
they're off cycle by 2.
In.
They're off cycle by 2 laps. So.
Okay. Let's see. Where did I put it? Here. There we go. Huh. Is your that's weird.
My data looks good right now. Like, I don't, other than the fact that we've had like very small, like 1/10 of a second discrepancies.
I think the 22 car has the wrong names on it for me.
Yeah. For whatever reason in SDK it shows as Pete, but for me right now in the sim it shows Yannick.
Okay. That's what
and I've had that kind of like mix up happen a couple times.
Really?
Yeah.
Stranger.
Yep. It even shows on screen Pete. So we've been getting Pete's name wrong this whole time. It's actually Yannick.
This whole time it's actually Yannick.
But
okay.
Hopefully Yannick can forgive us. They're doing a phenomenal job all the same, because again, like, to be able to kind of hold a relative pace to the field with folks like the Olympus Esports Titan teams, the RTT Simulife, like, they've been running a different race in terms of strategy, I think, and it's been pretty pretty effective for them. I'm really interested to see what Ryan, is that Mikaleef, can do in the Team Bandit car, because I haven't seen Ryan this entire race. So I just said that, and I went to go check, and Ryan had a bit of a groundskeeping moment.
To pull up here, so they are. Give it to me here. Yeah, so 12, 12, 13, 13, 13, 11. Well, hold on there. Are they off? They're not really off.
They're now off. By those numbers, they would be off a lap. They would be a lap. They would have an extra lap on the field. But
I'm
again,
showing 11
that's not...
laps of this stint so far, though, with Yannick in the car.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
normally
Yannick
they're taking it at 12 or 13.
Normally they're taking it at 12 or 13. So if he takes it at 12, they're +2. If he pits now, well, even if he pits now, it's +2. If he doesn't pit, stays out another lap, he's +3.
Gotcha.
Which I don't know necessarily if that means a lot in the grand scheme of things for anybody, but maybe Team Bandit, RT Unisim Racing, and Garage 91. I think RTT Simulife and Olympus Esports Titan don't really have a lot to worry about, because they're both, relatively speaking, about 57 seconds back from the DHE Esports entry.
Okay.
I do see James Cullen in the pit. So he's in for the regular service, I believe. I'm going to check real quick. I want to see his lap stint calculator.
Stevenson in the Proton car heading in now. As we take a look at Niels Schroer on track, the number 994, currently in 16th.
There goes Nils into the pits. And that right there, so the 991 crew, like, hats off to them for being persistent. They did not really have a good start to the race. They weren't really moving up or down relative to the GT3 field at the very start, but just like through persistence and managing the race, managing the traffic, they've worked their way all the way up to P2 right now in GT3. Cullen's already out. Looks like he had 1:21 in the box, so maybe some optionals.
Yeah, it looks a little long there compared to the rest.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious with the delta now at what? Yeah, Marcos is in the car, so this is kind of what I was thinking might happen.
Okay.
With what is it? It's not Sorrento. Carvalho. Carvalho getting that early stop in the dead center now kind of has Marcos potentially set up to stay in the car the rest of the race. Although in terms of timing, he is kind of off just a little bit. He's kind of
a little bit. I mean, we're coming to the hour and a half mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
With coming to the hour and a half mark, I feel like they got one more stop. I at this point, if I'm Marcos, I'm only taking one more.
Yeah.
So for that, we've seen the drivers double stinting all day. So yeah, probably set him up to stay in this vehicle for the rest of this race, right?
He's got to make it an hour and 57 minutes. So that's how much time was left on the clock when he got out of the pits. Was an hour and 57 minutes on the clock. So, but we're further along in time. You're correct. It is. There's 4 hours and 24 minutes on the clock. I'm saying there was 4 hours and 3 minutes on the clock when Marcos got into the car.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that early. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
So
getting
that's the
confused
part.
with what I was seeing.
Well, it's because they flipped the pit stop schedule for them around. They pitted, what is that, 4 laps early in the middle of the race. So they're 4 laps ahead in terms of the stint time. And now Marcos, I imagine, will be in the car for the rest of the race. The problem is that Marcos has to drive an hour, just almost exactly an hour and 57 minutes in the car.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that stint times are 47 minutes. I'm looking at 47 minutes. I'm looking at 51 minutes. 51 minutes would be useful.
It's definitely going to come down to it, isn't it? I mean, with Mazemir back, Thomas Mazemir back in the DHE car, number 30. Vito Grippa going to take over the number 666, just flowing out of the pits at this point.
So even if they do 2 51-minute stints back to back for the 30 car, they are 15 minutes short.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
So if
they're gonna need 2, they're gonna have to take 2 more.
Yeah. If Washington could have managed to push another 3 laps in the middle and turn that into a 12-lap stint, probably could have made it to where Marcos could have just punched into 2 stints in a row and then called there.
Team Bandit with some trouble heading into the pits.
Oh no.
Ryan Mikalev in that number 29 car. Looks like trouble here. So let's see what ends up happening, though. I mean, we know our off tracks are not accurate counts, but I wonder if something happened with a.
Well, the front end's gone on the car, so
oh,
it
is.
is.
Okay, my view I couldn't miss. There it is. Okay.
Like, it's not a matter of off tracks being the problem now. Now it's just a matter of getting the car repaired and getting back out on track without losing as many positions as possible.
For some reason, my little incident screen stopped scrolling itself.
Yeah. It just shows as an off track. It doesn't show as a crash.
Yeah, I see that.
For me. So yeah.
That is a shame.
Oh, excuse me. No, the reason why he was off track and the reason why it showed up as an off track for me is because he had already lost the front end of the car and was driving without headlamps.
Ah, there we go.
So that
right
was
into the wall on the replay. Yep.
Yep. That is unfortunate. And see, it took the front end of the car off, so he's got no headlamps, and he's got half a lap practically to do, or not half, a little bit less than half.
A little dark. Yeah. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Wow. That's
unlucky. Unlucky.
So with Team Bandit into the pits, I mean, the good thing is they shouldn't lose another spot, I don't think.
I mean,
why is that not changing?
So
to show VGTR 5 minutes back, but it won't update.
Well, for me, it shows that says that's measuring meters. It's measuring in kilometers. So currently, it looks like. Weirdly enough, oh, that's why it's going up. Okay, so yeah, 5 minutes. No, you're right. 5 minutes 58. Right, and then
but the gap's not shrinking.
Oh yeah. That's true. It's a good point.
I guess maybe different laps, possibly. It's not okay. Sorry, I was just curious. So, but I mean, if they get it repaired, my point being of that whole spiel was if they can get it repaired fast enough, they shouldn't lose another position.
I mean,
I don't know how long that repair is going to take either.
If they get it out in 5 minutes, that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Olympus Esports Proton also in the pits for damage again, now up to the tune of 12 minutes.
Oh wow!
So, very unlucky for them.
Well, Titan team is going to win the competition today. To all you Olympus fans, it looks like absolutely going to have the bragging rights in that league. Folks, if you're enjoying today's race of multi-class racing here at WGC. May I make a suggestion? Come back in what will be just about a month. Now, you should come back before that. The FF 1600 is running on Friday, coming up. But if you really enjoyed this multi-class racing, be sure to come back January 13th. The meow before the 24. I don't know what that means. No one told me what that means. Maybe Will in chat can tell me what that means. But apparently there will be cats involved with this race. It is a 6-hour race on January 13th featuring where LMDH GT3s are coming back. Guess what? They're tossing in the LMP2s to get ready for the 24 hours of Daytona coming up. And it will be at the Daytona Speedway and broadcast live right here on Twitch. So if you enjoy that multi-class, be sure to get back here. If you're just a GT3 fan, maybe you just want to watch some GT3 stuff, you can do that too. 6 hours of Suzuka Big Grid, January 20th, 3 p.m. UK time, live on the Williams Esports Twitch channel. And that will be a Assetto Corsa Competizione race. So all GT3 cars at Suzuka for the Big Grid with JL Motorsports in tow. I told you guys, if you enjoy this stuff, you got to come back. You got to pay attention so you know what's going on. 100%. Getting asked in chat if the Truck Boys team of the day. Look at the Truck Boys. I don't know, Phil. You can't argue with a plus 20.
Plus 20 is pretty big for the overall, for sure.
It is. It is.
For sure. I'm kind of curious. I mean, they are, what is that? 6th now in the GT3 field. So yeah, that's a pretty big, it's a pretty big gain.
It is.
Pretty big gain for the day.
Something
Truck Boys put in the work.
Will James there in the 173 car British Army Esports.
And Miguel in the VGTR Esports does find their way around Matt Caruana in the Team Bandit that are still in the pits 5 minutes, 35 seconds later now.
That's a shame. I mean, we saw some great battles with that team out there, with all the team members too, not just one or two of them, but all of them putting up some numbers today and really fighting hard on defense. A lot of fun to watch. So to see their race, it's not over, but still, right? You kind of feel bad for them. Steven Smith in the LT Racing number 36 car is in the pits. As Team Bandit loses another spot, you're going to probably look to drop out of the top 10 today. So take a look at Louis Ricard clearing some traffic, the number 420 car.
So kind of wanted to do another check-in with the GT3 class leader. So went into the pits for an extended amount of time.
Okay.
Pit time was 1:59, whereas Marcos in the Delta Racing GT3 was a 1:15. So Fury lost about, what was that, 44 seconds relative in the pits. Still a 7-second gap and growing, because they're running 57.11s while Marcos is running 58s, 58.9s, almost 59s.
Wow.
So probably a little bit of strategic optional repairs for the number 9 Audi on lead of GT3 right now. So more food for thought for the folks at home.
Well, we've crossed the Rubicon. We are less than an hour and a half away. Now, this is where I always ask you, Phil, you know what I'm going to ask you right now. What am I going to ask you right now? You and I have been doing this long enough. What question am I going to ask? When does it turn into a sprint race?
I mean, for GT3, let's look. For GT3, it's almost there. It's almost there for GT3. For LMDH, it's going to be a little bit longer, I think. It's going to be, we're probably going to be looking at crossing into the last hour of the race. Yeah, I mean, it actually, for if I were to say for Meeking and Shaban, they probably are already racing one another. Like they're in sprint mode. So it's going to come down to like, how do they want to handle the pit strategy going in? Is Meeking going to try and do an undercut on Shaban. Basically, the thing they're looking for is when we get to that 50-minute mark towards the end, I'd say probably 51, 52 minutes from the end of the race, that's when you're going to start to see probably the silly stuff start to happen for GT3s. Again, for the LMDHs, it's going to be closer to the last 45 minutes of the race before we're going to start to see the silliness.
Team Bandit now dropping out of the top 10 as they continue to sit now 8 minutes 47, 48 seconds for repairs. Such a shame, man, to have that come at the end of the towards the end of the race, and after so many great battles we got to watch them with. But that does jump some folks up that I'm sure are happy now to be in the top 10. I'm just looking real quick, and we're focused right now on Tino Capera in 8. We could talk about them. We could talk about the
that was a Code Brown moment for Tino.
I see that.
He managed. He did it. Hats off.
Held on. Someone else holding on, James Yexley right now, Williams Esports staff. They're into the top 10 now, up 10 spots on the day. Good for them.
Yep.
And speaking of getting up, the VGTR team, esport team, currently in P7, up 9 on the day, if we're just talking about the top 10. And Vito, up to 8. So all three of these teams have now benefited from Team Bandit's calamity and have made major gains throughout the course of this race today.
Yeah. Again, feeling big sad for Team Bandit. It was such a fun race to watch that unfold between them and the DHE Esports, piloted by Yannick, not Pete, as the graphics would say. Don't know why SDK is calling Yannick Pete, but
yeah, I don't know. Well, at least Pitwall gets it right? There he is, right there, James Yexley. Turning some laps today. I remember talking to James before the race. Said he literally purchased this car last night.
That's that right there is your preparation program, folks.
That's how you do it.
Like that is how you do it. That is how you do it. It's called buy and go.
That's right.
He drove it right off the showroom and onto the track. There's Connor Eggett with the Truck Boys.
Truck Boys getting love in the chat, and they're out on track.
Currently 3 minutes back from the QRT Esports Apex crew, which they are, I want to say, how far are they back from their nearest competitor?
3:11.
Yeah.
I'm showing about 3 minutes 11 seconds, but 13 minutes up on Elias Steven in the Scuderia Volpe PS1 Slim Rosa car, the number 129. So,
yeah,
another team that is going to kind of get to just cruise for the remainder of this session, as long as they can keep their noses clean and themselves out of trouble. Going to be able to sit nice here at the end of the race. Truck Boys.
So the race for P3 in GT3 field, kind of opening up a little bit. Ricardo losing ground to Paul Shaban, continuing to lose ground. Last lap from Ricardo was a 4:03. Kind of makes me wonder if Ricardo had some form of a moment or something on track. I don't see anything in the data for it, but that's a very slow lap. I think that even includes, like, you're dealing with pit stops and stuff. But I'm gonna go take a look, just to make sure I'm not being a muppet, getting it wrong.
Shaban there in the number 994 car. And, what happened there? Will James. Was that Will James just went flying by Shaban like he was sitting still? Or was that? No, okay, yes, it was, but all right. Yeah, I'm not looking at the right car. And in the dark, it was hard to tell exactly what that was. All I knew it was like a strip of lightning went flying by.
British Army missiles, what that is.
He's right.
That's a cruise missile. That dude is cruising.
Well, I was looking at my live timing, and I turned back to look at the video, and I'm like, all I saw were headlights go ripping by, and I'm like, wait, was that for position? Which it was, but out of class, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
So now, speaking of, Will James in that British Army esports car, going to look to set his sights and see if he can catch up to and pass Marcos Adami in the Delta Racing GT3 car.
I'm going to take a step away, sir, and get a refill of a beverage to watch the end of this race with you, and I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'll do the same after you. So much fun to come in here and do this. As I said, folks, oh, and Zella is here. Oh, wow. Zella Plays just rated in with a party of 37 watchers. Thank you guys for being here. My partner in crime just stepped away for a moment because he needed to get himself, I believe, some more coffee. You guys are, Excella, we were watching you today. We were just talking about it. I don't know if you heard us or not. And maybe, you know what? Maybe, Jack, somebody wants to see if Excella wants to come in and talk to us for a few moments about the what happened to Team Bandit, because we were sorely disappointed. It was awful. It was absolutely terrible. Because we enjoyed watching the battles you guys had today. Yes, your entire team participated, had some great battles, and then just it kind of dropped off there with an incident, and you hate to see a race end that way. So, but thank you guys for coming in. Thank you to all of Excella's viewers for jumping in here with us and joining us for the remainder of this race. My name is Adam Thursby. With me is Phil Milby, who again, he stepped away for a moment to get something to drink, a little coffee. But we're here for it till the end of the race. And yes, apparently this has become the Truck Boys fan room. If the chat has anything to say about it. Excella is what a guy, man. We did the FF 1600 season. That's still going. There's one more race at Lime Rock coming up next Friday. There's the Truck Boys on screen. Everybody in chat wants to see them. Truck Boys currently running in 20th, up 20 spots on the day. Connor Eggett behind the wheel of that car right now. But yeah, when you say Excella, what a guy. I mean, I had a great time talking to him throughout the entirety of the FF 1600 season. It was so much fun. Just loved picking his brain about in between the races. Had a great time. Oh, Ryan in the chat said, I can't drive, boys. Just drove into the wall. Oh, that's too bad, Ryan. Like I said, it's a shame no matter who did it. Doesn't matter who did it. It's a shame because we enjoyed watching that whole team race today. And to have it end like that is not fun. It's one thing if you get wrecked out, even fighting for it, right? Fighting somebody else for position and something goes awry. It's racing. It happens. But to have it just drop off like that is really too bad. Let's check in on Andrea Spatti in the number 32 car, currently running in third in the Porsche. Our RT Simulife team has done very well today. Gonna have to watch out though, the DHE Esport car, the number 22, only about 7 seconds back. So if we talk about somewhere that, or a team that might need to be careful, or make sure they're maintaining lap times. Now, granted, let's see, that's a 7-second gap. Hold on, we'll just grab it up here. The 32 and the 22 car. So look, I mean, the gap's staying relatively level throughout this hold. Ever since the last pit stop, it was 9.3. That gap was 9.3. Now down to about 7.3. So it has tightened up. We're showing 6.7 now. It looks like Thomas might have a little bit of pace to be able to catch Spotty in the number 32 car, but it's going to take time, and time is slowly ticking down. At least one more pit stop for these teams. It's about an hour and 15 minutes to go.
If I had to guess, it's about 9 minutes for ALM in the 909 before the ALM car pits again. For Van der Waals, probably also about 11 minutes.
So,
or no, 11 minutes and 9 minutes. Yeah,
So
respectively.
here's the thing. Then we're there. Either somebody's gonna have to struggle for the whole end of this race, right? With weakening tires, and I don't know if you can even pump an hour's worth of fuel in to these cars.
No.
So we're gonna hit 8 stops in GTP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the next stop is going to be the silly moment for
speaking of
for the GTP folks.
VGTR's heading in now.
Yeah.
So okay, so Phil, what's the strategy here? Am I undercutting? Now you said about 8-9 minutes, right? Or am I undercutting now, getting a fresh set of shoes on, filling the tank on this thing, so that my next stop, I'm literally dumping 5 liters in and getting out in and out of the pit box within 3 seconds.
I don't think
it look like an F1 stop.
I don't think it's going to be 5 liters on that second stop. Now, what you could see. No. But I think I get where you're going. I think the thing is that it's like, does someone stop early, take fuel and tires, basically split the difference on their fuel load, and then stop, take fuel, no tires, especially if the amount they have to fill is less than a tire stop.
Yeah.
That could be a strategy call that they go for. I don't know if GTR is going to be able to pull that move, but as these GTPs get closer and closer to that hour mark, that starts to become a bit of a possibility. I think.
Speaking of Will, James in the chat, Dangerous Dodo calls him out, saying he's just a goated job for the British Army. He is heading into the pits now. We'll meet Will James now.
I wonder if he drove a tank to the office today.
Well, he said they bring a tank. I mean, we got told they bring a tank when they go do stuff for like land parties.
That's legit cool.
iRacing should let him drive a tank on the track.
That would be that. I don't know.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
It's really the GTP car. It just they let it look like a tank. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's kind of like the Jimmy Broadbent shed car.
Yeah, but what I want is a working turret so that when somebody's coming up behind him, he can swing it around and point it directly at them at speed. That would be fun. Scott Darville taking over that car now as Garrison in P5 heads into the pits. So the pit stops have begun.
Yeah. It's so I think we might have some people doing some back of the napkin math, and then just going to try and pull one over on their competition. I mean, another one that's doing the same sort of thing. Well, actually, you already highlighted it. So like the 63 car going in for their 7th stop, they know they have to do 8, so they're just basically just like planning out their stops accordingly on their own terms. And I like that kind of strategy when it happens in a race. I'm still waiting to see when the SimSport guy, Fury SimSport, when Cullen's gonna pull the trigger.
I was losing in my list. There it is. Fury SimSport 420 car, James A. Cullen, number 9.
JPM just sent me a picture of the tank at the LAN event.
Oh, nice.
That's funny. That's funny stuff. I'm just looking right now. I'm really trying to figure out when I think Cullen is going to do it. Because he is sitting on 6 laps in this tank. Well, 6 laps done on this stint of what they normally pull is 13.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. He's got good pace. He might just like push this through to the end of the stint and then get like the lightest fuel load possible and basically do quali runs to the end of the race.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Marcos is either going to pit the next lap Yeah, I think he might be pitting either the lap that he is on or the next one. Because he has to. He doesn't have enough fuel in his tank.
Gotcha. Oh, I am being driven absolutely insane right now, Phil.
Why is that?
My wife is upstairs making creton, and I can smell it, and it's fantastic, and I'm sitting there getting hungrier and hungrier. Number 76 car for spirit of the race.
I mean, yes, definitely.
I can agree with that. I mean, hanging out, staying there the whole time.
I'm anxiously looking forward to the YouTube video where it's like, so you need to fix a pedal, and the race is going on. Here's how to do it quickly.
Right.
Brought to you
And
by...
having to jump out of the rig and you know, change out parts on a pedal just so you can get back on the track. But they did, and here they come out of the pits.
Yep.
So good on them sticking with it. I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. You know, a lot of people get frustrated and just decide, well, I guess I'm done for today.
I'm still waiting to see when Marcos is going to pull the trigger on the pit stops. Because where is Marcos at right now? Marcos is 11 seconds back. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough ask for the Delta Racing crew to leapfrog Cullen in the Fury Stim Sport car. But, you know, they could pull out a miracle. Ricardo Meeking has lost so much time to Paul Shaven. It's like 17 seconds now.
Wow.
I'm kind of shocked because that was a race I was actually looking forward to at the end of this one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of interested to see like what, if anything, they can do to get back into this. Because here's the one thing I will say. So if you take a look at the relative in the GT3 field right now, you got Marcos in the 30 car, and they went off cycle early, and I'm not really sure why. And I was thinking this whole time, it's like they were trying to basically line it up so they could do two full fuel stints at the very end. Okay. I don't think that's happening. I don't think there's a chance. I think they're 15 minutes short on their calculation. So there's going to have to be a splash and dash for them in some capacity. And I just think that that puts the 30 car potentially under threat from the 994 from Paul Shaven.
But what I guess what I'm looking at, I'm just looking at the stints real quick, and I mean they've been running 13 lap stint. The first three stints were 13 laps. Mm-hmm. They didn't go off until stint 4 at about the 3 hour mark. They only ran 9 laps for some reason.
That's correct.
And then cut 12 and 12. So I don't know if was that strategy or was there a problem?
You know I mean, it could have been a problem, but if it was strategic, I think they miscalculated and they left 15 minutes on the table.
But he's 12 laps now.
He's got a pit.
Let's say he goes back to the 13. That's one more. That's going to push him to.
He has 12 laps done. He has to pit.
He's on the 13th lap now. Okay, I got it. Yeah, okay.
Unless he is doing some massive save, he has to pit, like right now. Okay. So it'll just be interesting. But see, the thing is, I feel like if he has to take that extra stop, that puts them under threat. Because if you even take a look at their last pit stop, they were in the box for 39.8 seconds, and Alameda ALM's in the pits.
Into the pits. Wait a minute.
That may be an early stop. That may just be doing the early stop.
Yeah, no. That's 12 laps. They've been running 12. It is 12 laps. I was confused for a moment because I swear he had just taken that car over a short time ago, but it has been 12 laps. So.
Yep. So if they have to do that pit stop again, even if you take a look at their previous pit stop where Marcos did a 39.8 in the box and then a 115, right? That's still 35 seconds.
Yeah.
that they're going to lose in pit lane travel, and Shaben is 30.10 behind.
I get you.
So
I see where you're looking at. Yeah.
Marcos and the Delta Racing crew, again, if it was strategy, it could have been a technical thing and it could have been completely out of their control.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that early stop in the middle of the race, I think, was 15 minutes short. If he could have pulled 3 more laps and done 12 laps, he'd have been fine.
Yeah.
But I think that 1 lap, or that 9-lap stint, I think is going to cost him.
Well, they are headed in now in that number 30 car. Cullen still out. Darville, we know they've swapped out already. Did Cullen has not made his stop yet. No. James Cullen. Now, see, this is where I wonder. Cullen might have had the strategy here with the 13-lap stints and Wilbrink. And here's why I say that. He's only 8 laps into this stint. He's got to go, well, yeah, 8. So he's on 9 now. He's got to go, what, 3? He could go 3 or 4 more. So if he's on 9 now and does 4 more laps, that's 12 minutes. That's going to take him to about 50 minutes left. He ought to be able to make without another stop, right?
Yeah. They can go about 51. They've been going about 51 minutes on a tank of fuel.
I think Cullen, or Team Fury I almost said furry again. I cannot help myself.
Oh man.
They are the fans of Fury Simsport are going to be. James Cullen's going to come in the chat afterwards and just yell at me. Fury Simsport, the 420 team in the number 9 car. I really, at this point, get to this pit stop, might just have it locked down.
Yeah.
And there's only a 42-second gap back to Shaben, but and that could be a concern if he had to make 2 stops. But Shaben just where's Shaben at in the 994? Sorry, bringing this up. Shaben's 8 laps in too, so Shaben should only have to do 1 more stop as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The one factor that we don't have yet in terms of the calculation is where are they going to cross the line relative to the leader when the GTP field finishes the race. Because if they hit a bonus lap is almost 4 minutes of fuel.
Yeah.
So it's like you get your calculations that far off, and it's not good.
No, not at all. So, well, sir, I am going to take my step away. I need to refill my coffee and get juiced up for the last hour of this. I'll be 3 to 4 minutes here, and we'll be back. Folks, I just want to remind you, and I'm going to do it one more time before the end of this, especially with everybody from Alex Lewis's Excella Place room coming over. If you guys are still here, if you love this multi-class racing, don't forget the Meow Before the 24. What is it with the cats in Daytona, Phil? Is there something specific about that you could tell me?
No.
Okay.
I don't know why it's called.
It's called the Meow Before the 24. Will Green will not tell me why it's called that. But it's January 13th. It's right here on this channel. It's going to be GT3s, LMDHs come back, and throwing LMP2s into the mix at Daytona Speedway. You can watch it live right here on Twitch and get registered on SimGrid now. That's why I don't know if I can do it or not, but I'm going to give it a try. See if I can do it. That's why if you're not already a member, you want to shoot over, you want to join the WGC community, the Williams Gaming Club. Get signed up for that race now. Maybe you're not an iRacing person. Maybe you're an Assetto Corsa Competizione person. And if that's the case, on January 20th, just 1 week later, 6 hours of Suzuka Big Grid with JL Motorsports partnered up there to bring that to the community. Again, another race you'll be able to watch live right here on Twitch. So stay tuned for those folks. And with that, sir, I will let you take over, let you nerd out over your pit stop maths as Bastian Lindner heads in the number 5 car. And thank you much.
Be right here when you get back. How are the Williams esports staff doing? I mean, so James is back on track. It looks like there might have been some repairs needed in the last pit stop. 2 minutes 55. Currently sitting 10th overall. They're trying to stay out in front of Steven Smith in the LT Racing Cadillac They've got 1:17 on them, so that looks good. They've got 2 minutes and 22 to catch Vito Grippa in the RRT 666 entry. So that's the tail of the tape for James and the Williams Esports staff crew. Still looking and waiting for Colin to pull the trigger. Yeah, fighting for the top 10. Keep it up. Keep up the good work. It's just been an awesome race to watch. So much good competition on track during the daylight hours of this race. I'm sure the folks at home had as much fun as we did calling this race, because there was some really, really tight battles. And the end of this 6 hour has turned more into a strategy game. This is a numbers game, less of a battle on track necessarily. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all shakes out with, especially with the GT3 field. Like it definitely seems like strategy is going to be a pretty big factor. In GT3. So I really do feel like that 30 car might be at risk. Currently sitting in P4, the Delta Racing GT3 car. So let's take a peek. And there's James. James, and again, that Williams Cadillac livery does look nice on the Caddy. You guys can't see it now. You'll have to take my word for it. 2 minutes 32 back from the RRT. And looks like building a little bit of the gap on the LT Racing machine. So yeah, lots of fun things to cover. James Cullen currently has 9 laps down in stint number 6. Kind of wonder if Truck Boys have a shot at the 30 car, given that there's going to need to be another stop. Like, I wonder, is the 30 car going to get inside that 51 minutes and then stop again? It's just, if they do, then I think it's basically a done deal and the 7's going to get around them. Standings in GT3 currently, let me get those for you. So we got James Cullen in the Fury Simsport 420 in the lead, with Paul Shabin in the Garage 991 green BMW M4. Ricardo Meeking in the QRT Esports M4, currently in 3rd. Then Marcos Adami in the Delta Racing GT3 in 4th. And then Connor Eggett in the Truck Boys Ferrari 296 in 5th. Yeah. There's Ricardo Meeking right now, in fact. Yeah, Ricardo might be finding the QRT team. They may be finding themselves in a fortunate position, given the pit stop delta between them and Marcos in the Delta Racing GT3. But we're gonna see how that strategy plays out. Because I didn't even see Marcos, like, I didn't even see the Delta Racing crew even, like, short fill. Like, they did a straight up minute 13 casual pit stop for pit stop 6. So unless they're doing the massive save, and I mean, last lap for them was a 3:59, so they could be saving. They could be doing the big save. I just don't think that with the field that tight, that the massive save is going to be the answer. James,
talking about Mr. Cullen?
no, I'm talking about the chat asked about the standings, and I was just like thinking again about Delta Racing with that middle stint. And I looked at their previous pit stop, and they did a full fill. Like they did a full fill. They were in for a minute 13, just like they've been in all the previous pit stops. So for me, or not, except with the exception of the short one.
Yeah.
So they did a full fill. Just like everyone else. So they have a full tank of fuel, and unfortunately for them, they have an hour and almost 4 minutes they have to drive that tank. So I don't know if they're going to try and do the save. I was looking at the times. It looks like Marcos is put in a 3:59 last lap. I'm just skeptical that strategy is going to work, that they can save enough. And the thing about
it's going to depend on what the truck boys are doing. I mean, they're 3 minutes up, and Connor Eggett clocked a 4-minute flat lap last lap.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious about that, actually. Think about it, because Connor's getting close to the end of his tank. He's 9 laps in. But Retro Coffin, a full fill is probably in the urban dictionaries. Retro, I've not seen you in a minute.
The hair has entered the chat.
But yeah, it is. It's gonna be an interesting end for this race, because the thing is, so they've got a full. They did full fuel for this stint. They got to go an hour and 4. Maybe they go inside that 51. To me, I really feel like the save is not on. Don't do the save. I feel like the save is a mistake. And the thing that chat, when you have these kinds of like strategy calls where you do something risky, you kind of have to commit to it, because if you shift again, every time you shift, like the good strategy is not a good strategy after you've done the bad strategy. So. That is, I believe that the term is you're chasing good money after, you're chasing good money after bad. It's definitely not. That's definitely not the way you want to play it. So I feel like even if they try to do the save, I don't feel like it's on. I feel like the call, if you're in their position, is you get inside the 51-minute mark and you immediately pit. That's what I think. Because I just feel like if they try to do the fuel save, they're just going to end up costing themselves spots. There's Vanderwalls. Vanderwalls in the Olympus Esports Titan crew.
Holding on to P2 now, as Yannick heads into the pits.
And Yannick, again, kind of like we were talking before, off that pit stop cycle. Relative to Vanderwall, Olympus Esports, and Andrea in Simuli 44. 28.28 in the pits for Yannick. Very similar-ish pit stop times.
Now, 52 minutes. With where Yannick is coming out, is he making the end of this race on just 7 stops?
No.
Okay. I have to ask you. You're the numbers guy. I gotta find out from you.
No. Nope. I don't buy it. It could be. The play could have been short fill. Go for the shorter fuel fill. But they did 12 laps. They did a 1:22 stop. So I'm thinking they're going for it on normal strategy.
Gotcha.
I don't know. Again, I feel like I don't know if that's the call.
It's just like I said, I mean, seeing how these stints running 41, 42 minutes, you're talking about a pit stop in the last 10 to 15 minutes of the race.
Yep.
You can't need a ton of fuel to finish that out. Certainly not tires. You can't need a ton of fuel. So.
And let's talk about the actual. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, you know, what it's gonna come down to, who needs the least amount of fuel, I guess, right?
Yeah. Because that's less time sitting still, and you know, like Yannick and the DHE esports team don't need. They're going to have to stop at least one more time, which means they don't necessarily need 45 minutes worth of fuel for either stop. So they need to find out what the difference is and try and spend as little time in the pit box, in the pit stall as possible. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, because even if you take into consideration that they have like what is effectively 38 seconds in terms of like actual traveling the pit lane, like Simuli 44 and Esports Titan are both inside of 15 seconds ahead of them. So if they flip-flop again, 15 is still less than 38.
Well, that's I guess where I'm trying to look at this and put it together, because you've got, you know, the Olympus Titan team 6 seconds up.
Yeah.
You've got the RRT number 32 car only 4.5, 5 seconds up, right? So I mean, yeah, there's. I see this flipping around, I guess, is what I'm getting at. I see a flip here at the end that DHE might have put themselves in a position where they can bounce these two, just because the amount of time, the little amount of time they'll spend in the pit box.
I don't know. I feel uneasy with that math, but
oh, it's not math, it's a guess. So don't assign brains to this, because that's not what's going on here at all.
I got you.
I want the action at the end of the race is what I'm getting at. Yeah.
I get you.
I want a horse race.
Yeah, I get you. Well, I mean, you're about to have one in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think for GTP you're about to have one in 3 minutes. I think for it looks like Cullen is just gonna take the number 9, the full tank. I mean, he's cruising right now. Like he is 42 seconds ahead of Shaban. Even when Marcos flip-flops in the pits, he's a minute and a half back.
Yeah.
Got like no shot. So it's like he's cruising right now. So he's kind of got he's got his pick of the litter in terms of strategy. So it's not really like I don't see Cullen in play here. For Marcos, I feel like they may have compromised themselves to Ricardo, and yeah, I think that's what they've done. I think that strategy might have compromised them to Ricardo. We'll wait and see at the end of the race and find out if the opposite is true or not.
I do want to take a look at this numbers here. This out a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to get a bit of a battle here in a minute. The number 32 car of Andrea Spazzi is not going to be able to hold this gap. They've been out for 4 laps. Let's see here. Yeah, we can't even get an average from Yannick yet. But the gap has been, since the pit stop, the gap has gone from about 4 seconds to now we're down to 1.9. So that is definitely, it looks like these two are on course to come together.
Yeah. So with with Andreas and Yannick. If I'm Andrea, I'm pitting inside the 45-minute mark.
Okay.
Or excuse me, the 41-minute mark. Apparently I can't read. Inside the 41-minute mark, I'm pitting.
Okay.
And I don't let. I try not to let at any point in time Yannick to pit before me.
So Spotsy needs to drop in almost.
Yeah, I think at the 41-minute mark, because I feel like Andrea and Yannick, those are the two that are racing each other right now for sure. I think. I mean, even Vanderwall is kind of under risk a little bit. We'll see. I just feel like they have the option that I feel like both DHE and DHE and Delta have kind of like offered their competitors is they've kind of like put the strategy play into the opponent's hands. They put it like. I feel like the 40, the 32, they have the pick of the strategy that they want to go with, whereas DHE and Delta both like have to like try to work their strategy to make it work out to the end, and they could pull it off, but
we'll keep eyes here and see if Yannick's able to. I want to see how this strategy works. We see some drivers now heading into the pits. Bastian Lidner in the number 5 car heading in. Ricardo Mecking has headed in and back out of the pits.
Yeah, so Mecking's in, Shaben is in. Wilbrink has already come out, so they stopped 1 minute 19. See, they're already taking less fill time, and Marcos is again posting 58s to try and stay out in front, and he's 37, 30, less than 38 seconds ahead of Meeking. If he has to stop again, that's 2 positions he's going to lose.
Yeah, because he's only a minute 2 and a minute 11 up on Mecking and Shaven. So
yeah, and the thing is, he has to drive.
Oh, and Shaven just drove into the wall. What was that, good sir? And is laying upside down.
Caught the inside.
I turned back over to the video just in time to catch him flying off track and now laying as he teleports back to the pits.
That is unlucky.
Wow. It looked like he just bounced the curb and just flew.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. I mean, it definitely made Marcos a little less stressed, at least for maintaining one of the positions. But Marcos still has to somehow magically drive an hour and 4 minutes on a tank of fuel that has been getting people pretty much consistently 51, 52 minutes.
Yeah.
So
and that's literally all it was. As I watched this replay back, he caught the inside of the curb coming through. You talked about the grass and the gravel earlier today, and all he did was hook those inside tires around, and that was all it took. And it was all over the frame.
And that was a slam. Like, that was unfortunately, it just didn't seem like he lost any speed whatsoever going through the kitty litter.
No, he just skated. Now, so far, Yannick and Andrea Spazzi running very similar average lap times. Spazzi's been out twice as long, but the times are really, really close. Yannick just a tenth or two faster.
Yep.
I don't know if that's going to be enough. I mean, he's only 2.8 back, but still, that's going to be a hard one here at the end. As the truck boys head into the pits, chat's favorite. Oh, look at Louis Ricard in chat making excuses for us. So
Yep.
I would have just had a livery for both. Mark Ballack, the RRT team heading in.
Why didn't you just load your your Cadillac livery on top? Like, I'm sure it'll
Could've
work.
done that, probably. They're all built exactly the same, aren't they?
No.
It'd have been close enough. Come on.
No. It'd been Jackson Pollock makes a livery.
Frank Massara in chat wants the 666 to run. Carmine Auriemma taking that car over here for the last stint.
Currently in 9th and a little under a minute from Craig Stewart in the EOA. Trying to maintain that minute gap on Mr. Yexley and the Williams Esports staff.
Poor Lewis getting upset with us.
So
with me, because I went and made fun of him, so that was my fault.
So RTT, Unisim Racing in the pits. Inside the 40-minute mark.
Matthias Tam in there, heading in now. So yeah, the Unisim Racing car and the, let's see, what am I looking at here? I'm missing. Yeah, Janik Ruoff in the number 5 have both had their eighth stops.
Mm-hmm.
The number 666 car has had the 8th stop. So it's gonna be interesting to see where these stops start to happen, right? What happened to?
Man, I just really think that if I think Marcos is going to have to pit, and I think if he pits, he's cooked.
Yeah,
like he's gonna. The good news story there is, if he has to pit, he's not going to lose 3rd.
True. Yeah, with the incident that we saw just a little while ago, he should be good to. I mean, he's going to lose, like you said, he's going to lose 1 spot, but he should finish podium.
Yeah, he's running 58, so I'm kind of curious if he's just basically trying to save his butt off going this last stint.
Mm-hmm. Antonio Pirin and Viavio SFR Italia heading in to the pits now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Carvalho was saving in his last stint for the 30 car. I mean, he was averaging 4-minute laps.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is massive saving. And Marcos is doing 58. So Marcos not really saving. I look at it. Like, I look back at his first 2 stint average. He did 56, then 57, and now he's done basically back-to-back 58s. So he is saving a little bit. I don't know if it's enough to like really make the difference here. I think that middle session with Carvalho is the thing that basically set up this strategy call. But again, I feel like an hour and 4 minutes it's just too long.
Mm-hmm. I told you I'm looking for a horse race at the end of this. I'm waiting for Van der Waals, Spazia, and Yannick to all head into the pits.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I want to see them drop in one right behind the other.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, I think Van der Waal and Spotty, and let me look at that. Yeah, because the 63 car is set for the end. The Unisim Racing is positioned, but also pretty far back, like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But set relative to can just kind of drive to the finish, no problem. Yeah, there's Vanderwall and the Olympus Sport Titan.
Down to just 35 minutes left. Great run for this team right here, no matter what today. 7 spots, up 7 spots on the day. Sophia Ridpath with just multiple unbelievable runs to recover and keep going. Just amazing. And then David Vanderwalls holds on to those gains and keeps them in second place right now. Question becomes, can he hold on to it? Only 1.8 seconds back to Spazi and Yannick, another 4 seconds back from there, or 4 seconds total. So that's VGTR now heading into the pits.
Yeah, they were going to have to. VGTR was definitely going to have to take another one. Actually, VGTR looks like they might have gotten nailed with maybe a drive-through or something. There's a 30-second like trip through the pits, and then they got their full stint practically almost, and then another pit stop. So they should be good for getting the car home.
Steven in chat says he loves the racing, Phil. I think we've had a great race today.
Yeah, the racing's been good. The racing's been good, and I know that for the folks at home, like right now, we're not necessarily watching crazy races everywhere, but this race in GTP and LMDH right now is pretty exciting, because we're going to find out if DHE Esports strategy ends up setting them up. Because they pitted with at the 5-hour 7-minute mark, almost the 5-hour 8-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 52 minutes if I'm doing my math correctly, and these cars have been averaging 41-minute stints. Or excuse me, Yannick did put in a 44-minute stint. So Yannick has done some saving before, but not 52. With Wild James behind. Yes. A Wild James.
Spots. We're watching Andrea Spazzi right now, and just has got to be pushing. Not that you don't for an entire race, but we talked earlier. When does it become a sprint race? Well, now's the time, right? Vanderwalls is right there.
Yeah,
he's right there.
Yeah,
I think Spazzi won.
And Yannick's not that far behind. Yannick's like 3.5 seconds back. And they're navigating through the back marker traffic too, as well. So it's this is going to be the tough part of the race for them. Pressure's on.
It is. Check in. I wanted to see. So for those curious, and Phil, I need you to keep me honest here. Truck Boys, Connor Eggett. Those guys are running in 4th right now, right? Bill Brink. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yep. They are 4 minutes and almost 5 minutes exactly behind the race leader in GT3. And they are, looks like, almost 4 minutes exactly behind 3rd in GT3. Unfortunately, if the number...
You're talking about meching? Oh no, it is. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah,
it was showing me weird stuff.
Yeah,
I got you.
It looks like 4 minutes from my delta, but the thing is that even if the 30 car got the strategy wrong, they're still too far ahead to be able to lose 3rd So
see the gap there on your screen between Evander Wals and Spazzi.
yeah, he's catching.
Oh yeah.
That is a chunk of time that has just been falling away. And that is effectively the closest.
Down to half a second now. And we talk about this a lot, but right behind them, right behind them by 3 seconds is Yannick. So the problem that Spazzi has is, of course, he wants to take the challenge to Van der Waals, but the battle is going to slow them down. Those lap times are going to go up, and that provides Yannick the opportunity to catch these two and possibly have the opportunity to make a move of his own.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Phil.
He's got like Spotty and Yannick both have to pit. I think for the end of this race, because Spotty pitted with an hour and a half, or no, 5 hours, or no, he pitted with 4 hours 57 minutes on the clock. Okay. Is when he came out of the pits, and Yannick came out with 5 hours and 7 minutes on the clock. So I think they both still have to pit at least once. I think the only one behind them that is safe to the regs is Alessandro in the 63 car, but I think he's just too far to be able to capitalize, because he is from Yannick, he is 2.5 minutes back.
And there goes Andrea Spazzi into the pits.
Yeah, he's got to. He's got no choice.
Final stop. We'll see how long he takes here. So obviously Yannick taking up P3 now. That should be the end of the changes there, because as you said, Alessandro is about 2 minutes 40 seconds back. Spazzi's going to be out long before that.
And again, Yannick has to basically do almost 53 minutes on a tank of fuel in an LMDH. I don't think that's happening.
Spazzi is stopped. Drew Hopkins, P21, is in. P20. Taking a watch here on Spazzi and see how long he sits.
It should be a relatively quick stop for
still sitting
for the 32.
Just got dropped off the jacks.
Yeah, 53 second. Nope, counter hasn't stopped yet.
I'm showing 30-second actual pit box. Out at 32 seconds. Normals were 50, so relatively quick. Back on track with a total time of 1. Santo La Roca takes over that car with a 1:10.
Yeah, so saved 17 seconds off of a normal pit stop.
Yep.
And the thing is that the reason why I was kind of confused with like Yannick's strategy is that with them going deep is I think they still have to pit. But now that I look at it, now that I look at their strategy, like once they were kind of in the race and stuff, like they didn't really do anything that like big in terms of making, like, I would say, like big strategy calls. I think the biggest thing, if anything, was just getting that extra lap.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just trying something. Maybe they're just experimenting. Like they might have been thinking this whole time, like we gotta try and do something to catch these guys, and that's just what they decided to do. I just don't think it's going to work.
Well,
kind of the same deal with the 30 car. Like I'm just skeptical that it's gonna come off, because Marcos is now 38 minutes into a stint. These even when Carvalho like really tried to save, he still only got 12 laps.
Yeah.
he still averaged 4 minutes a lap.
Taking a look at Wilbrink Sr. right now, the leader of the GT3 class.
And the Fury Simsport 420 crew has just been doing their business. Just minding their own business, minding their own race. There was that moment, that brief moment when they had that long repair in the pits, but it looked like it was just optionals. And they came out with like a 7-second gap. That's now a 27-second gap. Like it is.
So, James Yexley going to head into the pits now, along with David van der Waals. Now, this is what I was going to bring up here. So, again, Yannick, we know a little off schedule from the rest of the drivers. Here's where I'm curious: Santo de la Roca. Total time on a fast pit stop, right? We know was 1:10.9. Okay, but he was only 59 seconds back from van der Waals, from DHE Esport, Yannick, when van der Waals went into the pits. He was about 1:03 back from van der Waals. I'm curious to see, as our race leader has now gone in for the last time, I'm curious to see if Roca gets ahead of van der Waals coming out of the pits.
I'm thinking for that, it's going to be down to not making a mistake in the pit stop.
Oh, I don't think that's going to happen now. Van der Waals is on his way out. La Roca's the RTT team spent 32.9 seconds in the actual pit box. Van der Waals 29.3.
Yeah. And see, he's just hitting the corner exit of the pits. Like it could be a race for them to the end. Could be about
showing about a 3.7 second delta after that.
Yeah, it could be down to trying to pressure. But I mean, the other thing you got to think about with the pit lane travel, the in lap for La Roca was a 31.7. The in lap for van der Waals was a 34.2. So that also helped in bringing the gap down. But yeah, it could be La Roca just trying to put some pressure on. Oh man, Connor Eggett and the Truck Boys are in pits. I'm curious why that is.
See that. Drew Hopkins
that
heading
is
in.
Hopefully not damage.
Then number 1 car there. I want to just see something. That was a 4-lap stint. Something ain't right. Big crash. Let's see here. Car in pit lane. Let's see if I can find the off track. Drew Hopkins crashed. So let me go back and take a look. Maybe I can find this. If these guys got tangled together. Drew Hopkins goes for a ride. And that is too bad. So yeah, Hopkins goes for a ride, ends up pushing them to the side as he flies backwards across the track. Knocks him into the wall. That's unfortunate.
I'm curious if he was holding his brakes or not.
Yeah.
He was still rolling backwards, and the rear suspension is gone. Oh,
that's a shame.
Gutted. Absolutely gutted.
So, looking back up front, though, as we talk about this with La Roca, van der Waals, Alameda, all done. Yannick, the last one to take the pit.
I think he has
Van der
to.
Waals and Roca are both 55 and 59 seconds behind, respectively. Right? I don't see things changing. I think Yannick's going to stay in second after the pit stop.
It's going to be close. Because, I mean, look at van der Waals. His pit lane travel was 1:07. If Yannick ends up anywhere near a minute.
See something here.
No dice.
Van der Waals. Yeah, true.
Now, he can go deep. He can go really deep into the stop in comparison, because he's got another effectively 2 to 3 laps to push in. So we'll see. We'll see. DHE Esports could have pulled
pulled a fast one on Olympus and RTT Simulife. I'm still waiting to see when Marcos is going to pull the trigger. 'Cause I think he has to. He just has to. He is 10 laps into this race, or into this stint, and normally they're doing 12 to 13 laps. So he's now 11 laps in. He either pits this coming lap or the next one, and that's still going to be, I think, enough for Ricardo to get around him. I don't think it's enough for Marcos.
So
now it could be a race. It could be a foot race to the end, which would be fun, right? but I think Ricardo's got it. We're gonna see.
It's just too bad the truck boys sitting there in the pits. That is a shame.
That is a shame. Huge F in chat for that, because it is. But it happens that way. I mean, it wouldn't with endurance racing, it wouldn't be special when you win if it didn't really gut you when you lost.
True.
So I've got my eye on Yannick, Van der Waals, Andrea, and Marcos. Those are the 4 cars I'm watching right now.
Trying to keep eyes on. I'm really curious when Yannick's going to head in. But then again, only 9 laps in, so
he's
on lap 10. So he's got what, 2.5 laps he could run.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's short. He's definitely short. He's gonna have to. He has to pit. He would have to do effectively. What is that? Another 4, 5 laps to get to the end? No, 6. So I'm just looking at the clock right now.
18 minutes left. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, about a little under 6 laps, maybe 5. Yeah. Might have to cross for the bonus lap.
Like, he has to pit, no question. His play, he may be trapped now. He may have to push as deep as possible to make the pit lane travel and the amount of time he's sitting still as little as possible. See, that's the thing is when these strategy situations happen for teams. It's like you take the options away from yourself and give them to your competitors.
Yeah. Race leader there, number 909. First by a healthy margin.
Yeah.
Minute 58. So just really that affects Simulations team. Yeah, that affects Simulations team. Just a great race for them today. Ton of consistency, ton of speed has kept them out front for the vast majority of this race. Actually, for all of this race, because they're not up any spots today, which means they've effectively...
They've done what they set out to do.
Yes, they did. Yannick, the DHE Esport team, up 4 places today to be in P2. Van der Waals, the Olympus Titan team, definitely taking the bragging rights over at Olympus after this race today. Up 6 points and currently sitting on a podium in 3rd. We will see how that washes out, however, because now Santo La Roca is under 1 second, or right at 1 second behind him.
Yeah. And closing. Like last lap for Van der Waal, 3:28. Last lap for La Roca, 3:25.4. So
yeah,
that's gonna be scary stuff.
Harry Neal driving the Williams Esports staff car here to the end. Just over, or I should say just under 16 minutes left to go. I do want to thank everybody for joining us today. We had a great race. It was a lot of fun, Phil.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, man. Trying to look here.
You know what I'm doing. You don't have to ask.
You're doing math, aren't you?
No, I'm just watching Marco. I'm just watching Marcos. Right now, I've got in the other window, Marcos pulled up, and I'm just watching this car just move around the track, waiting to find out what is going to be the outcome of this decision. Because if it came off for him, it would be a complete masterstroke. But I just really, my money's not there.
Yeah.
And to be honest, from the strategy perspective, the money might not have been there for them either. This might have been just we got to do something, or with like Carvalho like pitting in the middle, like it might have been like something that came up, didn't have a choice kind of thing.
Yeah. How's the 76 car doing? 76 car is still on track in P26 right now. Duncan Edward Jones driving that Photon Racing car. Currently sitting P26 and up 15 spots on the day. Truck Boys, even with the problem, still up 22.
Yep. Still sitting 4th in GT3.
Can't beat
after
that
sitting in the pits for 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, from the looks of it, it looks like they are still, what is it, 11 minutes ahead of Scuderia Volpa.
Yeah. And 141 coming in with a little raid there. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Sheba Truck Boys. Yeah, Truck Boys are doing, not doing fine. I mean, again, sitting in the pits due to something that was no fault of their own. It's horrible, but good to see them sticking around for the rest of the race. And,
for sure.
Hopefully they're able to hold on to their position.
For sure, yeah.
I got to say one thing. We're waiting for Yannick to hit the pits, right? He's making it so that maybe doesn't have to be as concerned. I mean, the gap is opening. It started after these stops at, 59 seconds. It's already up to 101. So even now, trying to buy him, Yannick trying to buy himself a little space for when he does have to hit that pit stop.
Which should be coming soon. Like he's going to finish lap 12 now. And then at most he's getting a 13th from what we've seen from the data. And his average lap time is 3:25. So he is not saving.
No.
So from my perspective, like he pits either this lap or the next one, and then we kind of see how this all plays out. With the pit stops, I really don't think that with the pit lane travel time going up and down on jacks, putting fuel in car, I really don't see it keeping him out in front of Van der Waals. But I could be wrong. I mean, it is between them right now 1 minute and 1 second. And here goes Marcos into the pits. So there you have it, folks.
Oh, your buddy down there heading in?
Yep, he's heading in, and and again, if he pulls it off, a big tip of the hat for pulling that off. It's just, I see Ricardo Meeking 37 seconds back, and I'm thinking about how long he's going to be sitting on jacks.
Yeah. Well, you're watching there. I am keeping eyes on Mr. Yannick in that number 22 car, so we can see when he might head in.
And there goes Ricardo Meeking right around him, and it's going to be 1.6 seconds between them right now.
So we might get a bit of a race here, not only in GT2 but in GT3 as well.
I mean, for my money, I take the short fill in pit stop 6 for Marcos. I take the short fill, and just try to reduce the time I'm sitting still. Because he had to sit still for 45,
seconds, and he sat still for 1:13 on the previous stop. So, but and Ricardo has opened that gap up now to 2 seconds. So the tires are coming in. The tires have been in for Ricardo. Ricardo has been running on that set of tires now for 8 laps.
That gap now between Yannick and Van der Waal now up to 103. So he continues to stretch this thing. Last lap, a 3:24.78 to Van der Waal's 3:27.26. That's big. And still, Santo Larocca unable to find a location where he can get around Van der Waals.
It's going to be interesting when this shift happens, because what's going to happen is if LaRocca can find his way around Van der Waals, I'm wondering if he's going to immediately try to go back on the attack, or if he's going to immediately start focusing on Yannick. Because Yannick is now 12 laps in.
And I get what LaRocca's trying to do. He wants P2, or he wants on the podium, right? 100% makes sense. Can't fault him one little bit for it. But him attacking Van der Waals now is allowing Yannick to extend that lead.
Yes.
Giving him a better chance.
Yep.
Giving him a better chance to stay ahead of these two when he does go into the pits.
Yeah, and in that scenario, and LaRocca, man, they are swapping back and forth.
Yes, they are.
And LaRocca could be costing his ability also to catch Yannick as well.
That gap now up to 104.
We are inside of 9 minutes, sir.
It's getting spicy.
It is definitely heating up.
Ricardo Mecking now opening that gap to 2.5 seconds in the GT3 class.
Ricardo is extending to 2.6 seconds.
Fellas, I don't want to alarm you. The truck boys are back on track. Heading out of the pits now for all the fans in the chat.
And I see here goes Yannick into the pits.
Yep, Yannick heading in now.
So now we look and see what kind of time are we looking at for Yannick? Man, this is pretty crazy right now. I'm not gonna lie.
He's hit his pit box.
Yeah, he's hit
as we continue to watch the battle between Van der Waals and LaRocca. We'll keep eyes on Yannick in the pits. Total seat time, or total pit time, I should say total sit still time in the pit box, 29.3 for wow. And Yannick is not playing, folks. 14.73 seconds sitting in the pit, 51.88 total. He is already back out on track. And still,
there's your master stroke.
Right?
You were looking for a strategy call that was gonna really pan out. Hats off to the DHE Esports guys. I didn't think they had a 52-second pit stop in them, even pushing that deep, but they proved me wrong, and that is tip of the hat.
And still with a 22-second gap back to Van der Waals says that they're going to hold on to P2 at least for now, without any issues happening in the next 6 minutes and 12 seconds for him. So the scrap ends up happening right here. Santo de la Roca and David Van der Waals as Olympus Esports attempts to hold on to podium. GT3, not so much of a scrap we thought we were hoping for. Ricardo Mecking has opened the gap over Marcos Adami to 3.5 seconds.
And hats off to the Delta Racing crew. Like they missed it by 1.5 seconds when they hit the line relative to Ricardo passing them. I think if they'd have put one more lap into that stint,
one more lap into that short stint, they'd have had it.
Yeah.
I think they'd have had it.
Now you have to wonder right now, looking at it, and let me get down the list here. You have, is Andre Spazzi sitting there in Santa La Rocca's ear and telling him, listen, bud, no risk it, no biscuit. You got to push him. Break him.
Yeah.
But Van der Waals, of that team, Sophia Ridpath, the faster driver. Van der Waals is extremely consistent throughout this race, though. So
yeah.
I don't see La Rocca being able to unnerve him enough at this stage of the race to allow a mistake.
And the margins between these two are razor thin. We're talking 300ths of a second last lap between them right now.
Wow.
Yes, Swole TV, DHE, that strategy call. You need to tell those boys.
Yep.
They had it figured out, and they definitely had me fooled. I did not think that they had a 52.05 in that pit lane for pushing that deep.
Let's see. Actually, I'm a little surprised. I guess I shouldn't say surprised. So if I look down the list here at these last pit stops, Craig Stewart and the EOA Racing Team, 57.72. Christopher Stevenson, the Olympus Esports Proton Team, a 53.22. So, and the lowest, actually, Marcos, your buddy Marcos there with a 50.97. Only a few drivers were able to get sub 1 minute on that last stop.
That's all down to like how deep they were pushing in. And again, the part that kind of like caught me where I was like very much wrong in DHE Sports was 100% right, is I was thinking that I'm just trying to think with like the amount of time that with the disruption of trying to hit the pit marks, trying to go up on the jacks, having all the settings right, coming off the jacks and everything, I was really thinking they were not going to be able to get it under a minute.
Yeah.
And they did. They blew past it by 8 seconds. And then not only that, you take a look at the in-lap as well. Just like everything that Yannick and the DHE Esports crew were doing, they hit all the notes, and it came out right.
La Rocca putting a serious attack down on Van der Waals now.
Yeah, he's pressuring him big time, and he's running out of time too.
Hard.
He is really running out of laps. Buzz Races, how's it going, Paul? And Sadicus, with the guy above me in chat is slow.
I would agree with that statement. I think that whole team's pretty slow. I mean, they're only up by 3 minutes and 11 seconds. You couldn't have gotten like 2 laps up. 2 full laps up. I'm slightly disappointed in effect simulations today, I have to say.
Swole saying Thomas have to talk about this. Again, hats off to the DHE guys. Completely had the strategy nailed.
Absolutely. On board with Santo La Rocca right now in that number 32 car as he tries to chase down Van der Waals. He's running out of time. 1:40 left to go. Where are we on track?
Here, I can pull up the track map for you.
I'm looking at it right here. Just trying to see if they're going to make it around. See if they're going to pull another lap. As of right now, I'm not sure that they will.
And the 909 car is actually right behind them.
Yep.
So the 909 car just now going into Mulsanne.
Can I go? Yes, I can. I can go here. Oh, I won't get to see that. I was going to see if I could pull a white flag for the 909, but it's not going to tell me that.
This is going to be the fight to watch all the way to the end. I mean, Marcos actually is still like really close
to Ricardo. Like, I mean, he's 4 seconds back. Like, one mistake, and that podium changes. But
those races says they are on white flag.
So they're on white flag and they're coming to Porsche right now. Oh yeah, so they'll cross the line and
look at these guys chasing now. Every GT3 driver needs to clear a hole at this point as absolutely insanely quickly as possible, as these guys just chasing down the down. 0.3 of a second. We're gonna go hub to hub and a little nudge as Santa La Roca gets around David van der Waals right in the last lap, looking to take up P3 and get a podium out of this.
I mean, but I don't think it's over for them because the 909's behind them. Yeah, there's the 909 now getting ready to take checkers. The De La Roca and van der Waals still have to finish this lap.
So they get the bonus lap today.
But man, ALM, dude, the Effects Simulation 909 crew with Paul and Almeida, man, that was nuts. They just finished with a 3-minute 15-second gap.
So Pete, I almost forgot for a minute. That is Yannick is still driving as well, sitting in second. 19 seconds up on these guys as these two can just continue to battle it out.
Yeah.
La Roca finally able to get around and then realized, oh, now I got to defend it for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 25 seconds or whatever it ends up being. Ethan Reed across the line at 3:25 there in P7. He will take 7th place today. As more and more results, you guys see more and more results starting to click in there. Harry Neal, Williams Esports staff, finishing in 10th today. Craig Stewart across the line. Once La Roca found his spot, I mean, don't misunderstand. Van der Waals holding very well. We're 7/10, 6-7 off the pace. But La Roca looks comfortable. Now, obviously, the 129 there in front of him says he's still got to deal with traffic, but it's still a battle. I'm not saying this is anywhere near over as they come down to finish, but not as close as it was when La Roca was behind him.
That is correct. The gap is fluctuating, but more in favor of La Roca right now.
Unisim Racing in P5, ending up holding on to that in the number 63 car. Scott Darville, the British Army Esports team, locking P14 overall today.
Man, here comes Will Brink. Fury Simsport crew, again, just put on a show. He almost lost it on the corner end. It's probably just goofing off.
And there it opened up as something happened there because now it's a 3.8. What happened to Van der Waals?
That is a good question.
Hold on, my stuff stopped scrolling again for some reason. That is as it is wont to do. So,
He's still back there. He's
still back there, but now a 4-second gap. He's backed way off, and it's opening up quicker and quicker. And there they come across. Santa La Roca finishes out in 3rd with Van der Waals right behind him. Yannick will take 2nd after that superb strategy, fooling even the master himself, Mr. Phil Milwee.
He did math better than me. It's a low bar.
Hey, I just didn't even do math. I just said, well, I think he's got it.
Yeah. Ricardo Mecking, QRT Esports, is going to hold on to 2nd. And Marcos Adami in the Delta Racing crew getting 3rd on the podium. That's big. That's big.
Such great racing today. That was fantastic.
It was phenomenal racing today.
6 hours. So long.
And I think Scuderia Volpa is going to come across in fourth, and Truck Boys is going to come away with the top 5. That's
awesome. Ups and downs. You know what? Ups and downs on the day for sure. Absolutely. Truck Boys in the chat. Let's go. A lot of ups and downs for some teams. We saw some great battles. We saw, some teams that ended up in the pits. Truck Boys able to get themselves back out there. That was fantastic. The saddest one for me, I think, was Team Bandit, because we did see some really awesome racing and battles with those guys, and then just get hung up, and it ends up finishing them off for the race. I would have liked to have seen them continue where they were going there. So, other than that, that's all she wrote. It's here, Phil. The end is nigh.
Yeah, it is. It was an amazing race.
Really
Seriously,
had an absolute blast.
We had a little bit of everything that I love in endurance racing. We had like some really good tossles at the beginning. People were definitely they were definitely jockeying for position early on. That was a lot of fun to watch. And then of course the strategy at the end was definitely my thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just, again, love seeing, I liked what happened today. First of all, I love multi-class racing, so you're always going to sucker me in for that. I really enjoyed, though, seeing how these groups of cars would just end up together out of nowhere. It seemed like we had such large gaps, and we talked about the lulls we had during the race. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't a lull anymore, right? It was just like, there it was. There were so many people there, so... Folks, if you are sitting there watching this, you're going, wait a minute, I didn't get to race today. I wanted to race today. Why didn't I race today? I totally could have raced today. Well, exclamation Discord right there in the chat will get you over to Williams Gaming Club. There are more of these coming up, so make sure, all the drivers that are in the chat, I see you guys talking, make sure you get signed up. Meow before the 24, January 13th, GT3, LMDH, and LMP2 cars hitting the Daytona Speedway. It'll be right here live on Twitch. So get the Truck Boys in there. We got to get the Truck Boys back in for January 13th. If you're a GT3 fan and you like Assetto Corsa Competizione, WGC is along with JL Motorsports, the 6 hours of Suzuka Big Grid on the 20th of January at 3 p.m. UK time. And again, that will be live right here on the Williams Esports Twitch. With that, sir, Phil, what can we leave him with?
I mean, it was just a really amazing race to watch. I mean, 6 hours at this track. I mean, what's not to love? Multi-class racing. I mean, we got to see a little bit of everything, and I think in the races where you do get a little bit of everything, that's usually the ones you remember.
Yeah. Yep. Excellent. So with that, I wanted to real quick just talk about one other thing I forgot to mention. Make sure you guys come back to watch the FF 1600 on Friday. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Thank you to all the drivers for jumping on the track today. Thank you to the Truck Boys, who were obviously very popular. And again, just thank you to everybody for sticking with us and watching Phil and I today as we tried to just keep you folks entertained. And hopefully we get to do it again. And Phil is, as I said at the beginning, my partner in crime. So thank you, sir, most of all.
Oh man, this was a blast. It was so good to get invited to do this, and I had a lot of fun.
Well, you know what? We'll do it again. I don't know when yet, but you and I we'll get together again sometime.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Thank you all so much. Have yourselves a great weekend. Make sure you return for all the fun racing here at WGC and on Williams Esports. And that is it. We are signing off. Everybody have yourselves a great night.